who is 3 for 3 wins at 3 different racetracks, including a graded stake here earlier in the meet. Bright work for John Ortiz. Pretty good supporting cast as well. Greg Wolf alongside champion jockey Richard Migliori, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Good to see you guys. We always love these big ones to end out the meet for these 2-year-olds because it is the promise of what's to come with these potential stars.
Yeah, and I feel like, especially the last 2 weeks of meet, we've had so many 2-year-old races in general, and it's so much about the future. In this game, yeah, we try to live in the moment, we try to enjoy the moment, but we're always looking ahead to what's coming, and the 2-year-olds are a strong reminder of that.
And I tell you what, you always want to be optimistic, but sometimes you're a little disappointed in the 2-year-olds you see. It has not been the case in this meet. We saw a tremendous performance by that Eclipse Thoroughbreds horse for Todd Pletcher. 96 buyer on Friday, General Partner. 93, 92, 95 buyer for Fierceness last week. And if you look at the spin-away and you look at the hopeful tomorrow, there's some good 2-year-olds around there, and that's an understatement.
Now let's take a look at the 2 we were talking about in this filly race coming up. First off, Ways and Means, just sensational in the debut. 90 buyer speed figure, and just the way she did it, making this big move from off the pace, and not ask for anything really at any point in the race.
No, and we see a lot of 2-year-olds win impressively first time out, but usually they do it gate to wire. They just have a lot of natural speed, maybe a little more precocious than their rivals, a little more mature. This filly broke well, relaxed, settled, waited for Flavien Prat to ask her, or not ask her, turn her loose maybe.
Barely.
Yeah.
I mean, and the other thing is, this is a very slow pace, and it's tough to run quickly in dirt sprints with slow paces, and she still did just that. I mean, listen, you don't know how they come back in their second start. The competition is going to get significantly better, but she is a potential star in the making. Yeah.
Maybe another one in here as well that's going to be right to her outside in bright work. Trainer John Ortiz, he was so high on his filly before she even got to the Adirondack here, and then she delivered in this performance, winning by 5 lengths.
Very impressive. The fact that she's 3 for 3, she's taken her show on the road. She showed a little bit of a different dimension here in the Adirondack, sitting just off the pace, but in the clear. The difference between her and Ways and Means, obviously she has more experience. She was hard-ridden all the way to the wire. You got the impression from Ways and Means, man, there's more there, you know, and she did it quite easily. This filly won nicely, but she won under pressure.
Oh, she did win under pressure, but this was a good field in Adirondack.
Sure. Yep.
And she absolutely just crushed them. Same day as Ways and Means, very comparable time. She did it with a much faster pace. But you talk about Ways and Means, she's not meeting a bunch of tomato cans in there because she's not only meeting Bright Work, she's also got one of the more impressive 2-year-old filly Braden Breakers in the meet. It was just so long ago, we've almost forgotten about Sugar High. Yeah.
Let's take a look at today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll bring you the entire card on the final Sunday of the meet. Tomorrow, of course, closing day. We're going to begin with a 2-year-old filly maiden special weight. That $251,000 pick 6 carryover begins in race 5. And that $3 million bonus in the late pick 5 if you're the only winning ticket. Got to play it through Naira Bets. Happens beginning in race 6. We had 2 horses alive to that yesterday in the finale. Track conditions brought to you by John Deere. Fast and firm as we get set for this opener coming up. Let's take a look at the field. Maiden special weight on the inner turf, mile and a 16th. A lot of money right now on Weigh the Risks for Chad Brown, second time out.
I don't think it's a surprise this horse is even money in her. Was highly touted the first time out, sort of blew the first turn, getting forced out, had to go wide around the field, lost to a horse that's a promising Christophe Clement runner that had a perfect trip down on the inside. But the horse who finished 4th in there later, Darling, she didn't have the best of trips either, and there's a lot of pedigree in a horse that's a crazy price right now. The number 6, Philanthropy, that horse has a huge dam side pedigree to move forward on grass.
Including among those produced from the dam, Snap Decision, who was just an incredible jump horse, so we got to see win multiple Group 1s here.
And not a slouch on the turf before that. Was actually favored against Bricks and Mortar and non-winners at 1. Did run 3rd that day, but Mr. Speaker, Fire Away, 5 good turf horses in the second dam. Personal ensign.
Mr. Speaker, Grade 1 winner on the turf. Fire Away, graded stakes placed on the turf and a stakes winner. Post parade here coming up to kick off a pick 5 that has $465,000 in it already. And we're going to begin with a Another Chad Brown from the inside. Stents and Statins.
It's amazing the change in the game and all these Europeans being bought. The Dam was actually a very strong runner, a good record near. She hasn't produced well, but there's plenty of pedigree on this one.
Justin I, 16-1, Kendra Carmouche.
Yeah, definitely a lot more turf pedigree on the female side. And sports some good works on the turf. Didn't show anything on dirt on debut.
Most of all, 23-1 for Bill Mott, second time out.
Yeah, there really isn't a lot. It's fast cooking, second Dam. There's some turf there, but it's more dirt in this pedigree.
17-1, Progeny George Weaver, first-time starter.
Yeah, out of a mare that was stakes placed on turf, and this one, George has done very well with his first-time
Shout
starters.
out to 5 turf winners from 9 to try it. There's some more dirt for him, but there's turf.
There's later darling Todd Pletcher that had that trouble at the beginning of the same race the favorites coming at him.
Yeah, he just didn't get out of the gate and then just dropped significantly out of the race more than that, and had some trouble in the stretch as well, finishing behind the favorite.
Here's the Shug McGahee with a big turf pedigree, Philanthropy.
Yeah, Philanthropy definitely has thrown some nice turf runners out of the mare. Salute. Actually rode Salute in the Cicada.
A pellet.
Cicada or Cicada?
Cicada?
Todd Pletcher as well, missed by a head first time out.
Yeah, I don't like the race that horse came out of, though. The winner had a very tough trip and still won. I preferred others.
There's Weigh the Risk, 4-5 now.
Yeah, listen, had a difficult trip first time. Andy talked about the trouble on the first turn. Ran extremely well. Didn't get it done to a nice firster from Christophe Clement.
This one for Clement working pretty heads up with Carson's Run, who was pretty good at the meet.
I don't love flatters on the turf, and the 6 and 9 are both flatters, but Maggie had some good thoughts on that workout as well, and the second Dam was a good turf horse.
And ice cold for Kenny McPeak. Matoli on the outside, moving to turf.
Yeah, the Dam did win on the turf. Matoli doesn't scream turf to me in a tough post position. Dead on the board.
All right, that's your field. Over $500,000 in this pool. As we get a look at the crowd starting to filter in here on the final Sunday of the meet. Late pick 5 again. Later today, we had the $1 million bonus yesterday. 2 horses on the same ticket alive to that $1 million bonus. Second time that's happened this meet. We have a $3 million bonus today on Sunday. Late pick 5, if you're the only winning ticket. Not only do you take down that entire pool, you get a $3 million bonus to boot as well, but you have to play it through Naira Bets. Minute to post. Coming up, let's bring in Acacia Clement.
And we did have just a slight delay getting horses out to the track, just having to wait on getting the outriders out first to make sure that they were there and ready for this first race. But everybody's behaving themselves well, and we'll start off with your favorite, one of 2 in here for Chad Brown. The number 8, Weigh the Risks, 2. While I know that Later Darling broke really slowly in that debut, Weigh the Risks did actually leap up at the gate a little bit too. She didn't break that well, and where Tyler Gaffalione gave Ozara the winner a perfect ground saving trip, this filly did have to kind of come wide and close outside, and was just a little bit green closing as well, and obviously had been well meant coming into that race, and she's gotten a big warm up from Irad Ortiz. There's a lot of her. She's a big girl for sure, and she looks like she has strengthened from first to second start as well, and we'll see if she can step forward and get the win, where it did look like she was ready to roll at first asking. Also out of that race, so is the 5, Later Darling, one of 2 for Todd Pletcher. Going to the 5 first, sticking with the experienced ones. Comparing notes with Maggie Wolfendale, she said that she was petite, professional in the preliminaries, though green in the running of the race, where she just walked out of the starting gate. She was asleep back in the paddock, and for a horse that broke so slowly, I appreciate that she has perked up a little bit on track after Ricardo Santana gave her a good warm-up. I just really like to see a little bit more energy, a little bit more intensity and focus for a horse that got out of the gate so poorly on debut. The 6, Philanthropy, you guys touched on the pedigree, and it shows. I mean, this filly is beautifully put together. She looks like she wants to go long on the turf, and Mr. Speaker, Fire Away, Snap Decision, Vigilante's Way. Vigilante's Way, I remember, actually started on the dirt as well, and I was just waiting for her to get to the turf, and I feel like it's kind of the same situation with Philanthropy, who moved beautifully out there under Junior Alvarado in the 9 Sensing Flatter. As Greg mentioned, she was setting the pace for Carson's run. He was just beaten in the With Anticipation the other day. She worked on the dirt with Deterministic as well. It was a first-time out winner, and while this filly is a flatter and she worked fine on the dirt, she just moves so beautifully over the turf course, and that's one of the benefits of being here in Saratoga. She was fired up back in the paddock, just cotton in her ears. She came in with the training saddle. She's energetic today for sure, but Manny Franco knows her well, and he worked her, and actually after that last work, he came over to my husband Miguel, and Miguel says, don't worry, you're riding her next weekend. He said, you promise? Because she just moves so well over the grass, and we'll see if she can keep it together mentally for this debut that is full of interesting pedigrees, Greg.
Yes, it is, and that's what we love about Saratoga. Warranted to be 4 to 5 with the pedigrees we have in here?
No. No. I think there's so many variables in these 2 mile 16th race, the 2-year-olds, and you know, the 5 could be more professional today. She certainly didn't run badly in her debut. Had some good things and some bad things. The 6 with the pedigree, so many unknown factors. I don't really like the 7, but she didn't run terribly in that race. So no, I think it's an I rather tease, Chad Brown factor that they're overbetting her. She's the worst to beat. I picked her on top, but 3 to 5? I didn't think she'd be the 5-2 morning line. I thought she'd be closer to even money or 6 to 5. I think 3 to 5 is overdoing it. Richie, different ideas?
No, I using the 2 horses that came out of the same race, Weigh the Risk, as well as Later Darling. I've heard some good things about some of the first-time starters, but usually experience is a good thing to have in these situations.
I use the 6 Philanthropy, who's 13 to 1 right now as well. I know it's a flatter, but there's so much damn side pedigree, and I just think that horse is dangerous.
We're set. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati to kick off this Sunday card.
And they're off. It's a quick start for Progeny. Most of all is up close while being hustled up on the inside, and they're joined 3 wide by Appellate, who's up to take the 2nd spot. Philanthropy is only 3 lengths off the lead, followed by Weigh the Risks on the outside of Stents and Statins. They're followed by Just Deny. Sensing Flatter is toward the back of the field, 6 lengths off the leaders. The 2 trailers are Later Darling and Ice Cold. Onto the backstretch through a quarter that went in 24 2/5 seconds. Then Progeny is the leader, in hand by a length, chased by Appellate in 2nd. Most of all has been a little bit eager along the rail, and Weigh the Risks traveling comfortably enough in 4th, now 3rd, and in between those 2 is Philanthropy. Then Sensing Flatter, 5 off the pace, followed by Stents and Statins inside Just Deny, a length to Later Darling and Ice Cold. The half in 51 seconds flat, and it is Progeny and Trevor McCarthy, a length and a half in front. Appellate has been 2nd most of the way in 2nd. Clear sailing for Weigh the Risks, inching up now 3 wide in 3rd. They're followed by Most of All. Sensing Flatter gets into the race now, 3 lengths off the pace. Might have to go 4 wide as they come toward the quarter pole. Just Deny and Stents and Statins are next. Turning for home, Appellate on the outside of front-running Progeny. Progeny tough on the outside. Weigh the Risks, and Weigh the Risks is now set down up to take the lead. Appellate's going to fight hard the entire way, and Later Darling has surfaced with a strong late kick. It's a driving finish to the wire. Weigh the Risks on the outside. Here is the line. Weigh the Risks, maybe. That is so close between her and Appellate, and Later Darling was finishing better than most of them late.
Weigh the Risk looks like she may have just got that in a tight finish. Her Ortiz Jr., Chad Brown, your meets leading connections.
Yeah, very close photo at the end here. Andy, Weigh the Risk looked like she had the, was going to go right by Appellate, but Appellate dug in, and it just looked like their strides synced up, and late Weigh the Risk was able to kind of get just a little bit of edge, but it's close.
It's close. She got her, I'm almost sure. And the 5 came running at the end. Todd Fletcher, his 2-year-olds are running lights out. And to be fair to Weigh the Risk, she was 3 wide on both turns. She never had any cover. And so she may have run a little better than it looks. And maybe she's also running against some pretty solid runners. I obviously underestimated the 7 Appellate's first race. And she ran well in here. It was very game down the stretch. A nice horse race. Does feel like the favorite one. And that's the thing we talked about. 3 to 5. She didn't win like a 3 to 5 shot. Should. She won, but not like a 3 to 5.
Also never changed her leads through the stretch. Hung on her left lead all the way till about the 70-yard mark and finally got over her right lead, and that might have just given her the little extra she needed to get up. Later, Darling still broke slowly, not nearly as slow as she did first time, and finished with a lot of interest.
Now, she's a horse that, Later Darling, that she's going to figure it out sometime. That guy who trains her is going to get to the bottom of what her issues are, and she's going to be okay, because she was really running strongly at the end. And you can say, well, the 7 and 8 were doing the dirty work. They were fighting it out, and that's all fair. That is very fair. Doesn't mean the 7-5 didn't run well.
No. Meets leading owner, trainer, jockey, and I said this the other day. Look, do not count out this man making a run at the record for wins here. It would take a big effort, but this is number 59. He's 9 wins away now from equaling Ramon Dominguez's record, so he'd need 2 big days, but this is a way to start it off to make a run at it.
He rides a lot of live horses.
It'll be difficult, but it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Right. He's had a great meet. You know, comparing it, whatever it is, he's had a great meet. As of a lot of riders, a lot of people out here. This is the 22nd win for Klarovich Stables of the meet. Chad Brown's now 5 in front of Linda Rice, so that race is close to being over, which, by the way, doesn't take away from the meet that Linda has had.
No. Real quick, we have an objection on the board now, the 7 against the 8. So Javier Castellano against the Rat Ortiz Jr. on your odds-on favorite.
I'll have to see the head-on. I can't answer.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really see anything that looked glaring on the pan, but until you see a head-on, you can't be sure.
Well, let's get that for you now.
All right, Way the Risk is all the way on the outside. In between horses is Javier and Appellate. Irad comes in a little bit there. Not at this point, there's absolutely nothing.
Is there minor contact at a couple of areas there?
I think that was after the wire. That was after the wire.
I have to be honest with you, there's nothing there that should warrant any sort of a disqualification.
But if you were Javier Castellano,
well,
would you be doing the same thing?
Listen, you take your shot, but I think that's exactly what it is, taking a shot.
If he's going to take that shot, Richie, he needs to go to the Richard Migliore acting school on things, because
you got to sell it a little bit.
You could teach these guys something, because you knew how to sell it.
You got to bounce off the saddle one time. You got to make it look like you lost a little balance.
Feels like a little.
Listen, he did lose a little balance in the stretch. He did.
Okay.
Let's go to Acacia for more.
I don't know if he really lost balance there, Greg, but one thing I will say is that with the 8 Way the Risk, as Richie had pointed out, she was hanging on that left lead. And when horses are doing that, and especially when a rider is trying to get them to switch to their correct outside lead, they will tend to lug in, to drift in a little bit. And I think that's what was happening. To me, from the head-on vantage point, it looked like the significant bump when she did switch happened, I mean, pretty much after the wire. And almost at that point, when you saw Javier Castellano's body weight shift out, it looked like it was Appellate kind of drifting into her competition as well.
All right, so both the Rat Ortiz Jr., Javier Castellano, making their pleas to the stewards.
Yeah, and listen, Javier's taking a shot. I can't see there being a change under any circumstances here. It just didn't look like a foul, any sort of a foul to me. Now, somebody a lot smarter than me, and I've said it before, told me when I was younger, you want to stay out of the courtroom and the operating room because you never know which way it's going to go. And let's just add the steward's room into that as well. So you put it up there and see if you come down with a lucky bounce, I guess. But that was not anything here really to be adjudicated.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't think any of us have an issue with a rider claiming.
No.
And I think there are a lot of instances here where the public would be better served if, in fact, there was an inquiry, even if it's a minute and a half to 2 minutes. I think the stewards do watch, but I think sometimes they need to give the impression to the bettors.
Right. You want to have the confidence
here
that these things are being, they're under scrutiny.
Yeah. I think it's very good to look. Like I said,
this is a horrible situation. When you win a race and you're on the phone with the stewards, even if you feel like there's no way this can come down, it is just a bad feeling to have your number blinking. And you could see Irad there, the expression on his face, when he's pleading his case. It's almost like, he's in pain, right? It hurts to be in that situation. Honestly, they probably shouldn't talk to jockeys. Look at the film. Let the film decipher what is a foul and what's not. It's, to me, akin to a referee in football throwing a flag, pass interference, and then talking to the receiver. Did he hit you before the ball got there? What are you going to say? Of course he did.
Right.
And then you're going to talk to the defender. Did you wait till he touched the ball? Of course, yeah, his fingertips touched the ball. Everybody is going to defend their own position.
I totally agree. I think talking to riders is it's not even superfluous. I think it gives a wrong impression. The other thing is, you take a more well-spoken rider than somebody who maybe doesn't have as good a handle on the language. He's at a huge disadvantage.
Huge.
Why should we be taking advantage of somebody that may not be able to express himself as eloquently as another rider? And that's not fair either. So now you're criticizing a guy because his English or his way of, way of conveying his thoughts are not as good as the other ones. That's just completely unfair.
Yeah, give
completely
me
unfair.
Jerry Bailey in this situation over just about anybody. You know he's going to plead his case better.
They're not making their ultimate decisions on what's being said by the riders.
Then don't take it and don't talk to him.
Yeah, but that's my point. And listen, it may sound hypocritical because I like to talk to the stewards when I was in that situation. But honestly, I just don't think it really serves a purpose.
Well, I'll be honest.
I don't know why it's taking
none
so
of us
long.
thought there was much there. This is going on a lot longer than I probably think any of us would have figured. And the longer it does tend to go on.
I don't even know what they
If
could
we could
possibly
get
be looking at
another
here.
look at the head-on,
I don't
I'm
know
just
what they're
curious
looking
about
at here.
something.
I really don't. I don't know what they're looking at.
All right, let's keep an eye now because the contact was minimal at best.
It was after the wire, the contact.
The real contact was after the wire. They might have came together. But just let's keep an eye because I'm a big believer. I don't like elbows. And you see how Irad's leaning and his elbow got into him right there. That's the only thing that could be taken so long is that his left elbow got into Javier right there near the end. Actually, the horses didn't make contact, but the riders did.
No change.
And I think that's the right call, but did you see what I was saying, Andy?
No, Richie. There's nobody's opinion on these things I respect more than yours. Nobody's.
I think they got the call right, though.
I do too. But that's, and once again, good to look.
Have you seen really anyone else who does that as much as Irad with the elbow?
Well, I'm not watching every jurisdiction, so I'm not going to say outside
On
of
this
here. But
jurisdiction.
on this set, on this scene, no. And I'm not a big fan of that from anybody. And we saw it last
awful.
year. Christoph Sumian actually elbowed a rider off a horse. Keep your elbows in. You don't need to be making contact with
Saw
another
it with
rider.
Zandon in the Dremsen a couple of years ago.
Yes.
With the eventual Belmont Stakes winner as well.
Weigh the risks. After a little drama upstairs in the steward's room, victory stands at odds-on to kick off our spin-away card on Sunday.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad.
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
War Bomber in front, War Bomber. War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
In Italian to win it.
And here is domestic spending.
And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program trading. Ocean Road.
It will be McCulloch.
Victoria Road down to the line.
Will be State of Rest.
Saratoga Live, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual and usually well. In the opener, it was a favorite way. The risks had to sweat it out a little bit, but she was the winner, and I'm so happy to be joined by her owner, Seth Klarman of Klarovich Stables. As this filly, Seth, I know that you had high hopes for her first time out, and it looked like she learned a lot from that debut and coming back victorious today.
I think so. She got in a lot of trouble the first time, but this was pretty all out at the wire and a 3-horse photo. But she's a very nice filly. We think she'll move forward from this.
There were some nice pedigrees in here too, and it always has to be exciting when you see one come back off a little bit of a trouble trip and get the victory, because you know that the talent is in there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you don't know who else might be in the field, but it ran pretty formful, and we're lucky she got her nose in front.
Speaking of 2-year-old fillies, coming up later in the spin away, you'll send out Ways and Means, and she's actually a homebred for you as well. How special, extra special is that?
It's very cool. We raced the mare, and she's had 3 great babies, and they've all run for us. So we just were delighted with her debut and excited to see what she could do today.
She was dazzling. That has to be really fulfilling when not only winning first out at Saratoga, but one that you've had your hands over the whole family.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of our career highlights, and to have a debut like that, it raises the hope that she'll be really special and hopefully have a long career.
Well, best of luck with her later today. Congratulations on the opener.
Okay, sure. Good to see you.
Seth Klarman with Klarovich Stables. A big afternoon coming up for those Silks.
That's where you started off, too. If you're the meet's leading owner, trainer and jockey here also. $350, hard-earned to get this one, but prevails and breaks that maiden. And now on to bigger and better things as we move on to race 2 in the card. 7/8 of a mile, New York Bred's $30,000 maiden claiming race. And the 9 Mim here for Mark Casse. It's a big drop down in class. Dylan Davis will be aboard. A little chilly though right now, 3-1.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this horse. Maggie pointed out correctly, she has been a bit against the track in her last couple starts. Mark Hennig's drop down, maiden special, maiden claimer numbers not good. 0 for 4 in a small sample size with none hitting the board with New York Breds, all short prices. I'm very interested in Scherzer in this race. The Mets may have traded him away, but the New York Bred is still here, and this horse had quite a trip first time out.
We're going to tell you all about the prolific Davis family, following in their dad's footsteps. Jackie, Katie, Dylan, and the family affair that are the siblings of the Davis family when we come back. Stay with us.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. Again in 2023, no stallion has sired more Grade 1 winners.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 Grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Just 1 year after expanding their global footprint to Kentucky in 2013, Liliana Solari and Carlos Heller's Don Alberto purchased the dam of leading Eclipse candidate Arcangelo, who captured the Belmont and Travers Stakes against the best of his generation. This September at Keeneland, we are proud to offer 50 outstanding yearlings by the world's leading stallions, hailing from some of the best pedigrees in the stud book today. Don Alberto at Keeneland.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. Spin-away Sunday, 2-year-old fillies in the feature later today. Going 7/8 of a mile, our first in the books. We'll get to race 2 coming up. And we'll have the story of this trio. For the Davis family, of course, riding is in their blood. Dad Robbie won over 3,300 in his riding career. And despite doing his best to talk his daughters out of following in his footsteps, once he heard what they could do in the saddle, he had no choice but to be supportive. Now the biggest concerns for Dad, who to root for, his son Dylan or daughters Katie or Jackie?
So happy. Take care of this old man. You had to have a very understanding woman that is behind you and will support you 110%. And I prayed, God, please, there's got to be one out there. And she was at the roller skating rink. She said she climbed the tree in 1973 and watched Secretariat win in her backyard at the quarter pole at Belmont. I was like, wow, you climbed a tree? We got married and we had 2 little girls. And I said, I don't care if you have a dozen. We had 3 boys and 3 girls.
I have an older sister with 3 lovely little girls, and my sister Jackie that rides here and Finger Lakes. I have a brother, Robbie Jr., and then Eddie that is working for Billy Mont right now. Then it's me, and then my little brother Dylan. Big family.
I'm the oldest of everybody that's on the track.
The younger daughter says, wow, she can do it, I can do it, I know I can.
I'm the youngest in the family. I was second one. It was a pretty easy choice because knowing that Dad rode and I had my own little personal coach to teach me along the way.
My dad wasn't exactly thrilled about being in racing.
Jackie, you're 99 to 1. You'll never make it. You're this big.
So he was really, really hard on me.
She went to McCarran's jockey school. I said, Chris, look, you know, it's just a whim she's on. You know, she'll fall off once or twice. And so he calls me at Christmas, says, Rob, she's good. She's really good. I said, Chris, come on. He's like, no, Rob, she can ride. I'm going, oh, brother.
We're very competitive, so we tease a lot.
There was bragging rights, you know, and sometimes some people don't take it better than others.
All of us have ridden in a race before, and I've won most of them.
We will do anything to beat each other for any position we're in. It doesn't matter if it's last.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know who to root for, you know. I'm just like, get across there and say, the winning is everything.
If I can't win the race, I want to beat my siblings.
It's kind of like they're in the backyard, but they just moved over here. And this is their backyard.
I look over, I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, I never thought that we would actually be here together, you know, enjoying the moment.
We want to beat each other, but we wanted to see each other do well.
It's always tough competition when we're out there, and we have a lot of fun.
They are having a great time. They are absolutely love every bit of what they're doing. They absolutely love it.
I think my dad is proud.
To be able to follow in his footsteps, he's really proud. He kind of paved the way for us, and he knows that we love doing this sport.
It's beyond proud. It's just beyond it. They have outshined me and everything that I ever dreamed of. It's grateful, you know, I'm grateful.
They have been a tremendous story, and you know we've known about them, covered them for a long time on the circuit. But it's been a fun summer for all of them. Certainly for Katie Davis, who's really shined here. Dylan has continued to just take big leaps forward. Had that first Group 1 win of his career back in 2021 for the Clement Barn out of the country, and now getting a lot bigger opportunities.
Yeah, winning the Flower Bowl for the Clements with a a beautiful ride, putting Pernack on the lead and controlling the race, and he basically stole the race.
He did, no question about it. And a big race at that, a $500,000 race. And as far as Katie's kind of been a story for us for all of 2023.
Yep.
We talked about her a lot in the winter, talked about her all throughout the year, and it shouldn't be forgotten that it's not like Katie Davis just emerged this year. She rode very, very well down in Maryland, won a lot of races, rode well. We just didn't see her doing it, but it didn't mean it didn't happen.
Well, we're going to see all 3 siblings in this one coming up. Katie, Dylan, Jackie. And it's Jackie, or excuse me, Dylan on the 5-2 favorite Mim, who's taking a big drop down in class. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And Trevor McCarthy, Katie's husband, also in this race as well. But Dylan Davis, as you guys mentioned, had a big day yesterday. The Flower Bowl was actually his first graded stakes victory at Saratoga. And it's kind of fun because he rides quite a few horses for Christoph. Come up, but Joel Rosario, you would say the first call rider. But Dylan has had some of his biggest victories with Christoph, getting his first grade 1 win in the EP Taylor with Musa Makina up at Woodbine for Christoph. And then yesterday in the Flower Bowl with his first graded stakes win at Saratoga, and he was able to get Parnack to relax so much on the front end, and that was just the key. It did seem like the Jack Sisterson runner Tamarama could potentially be forward, but Dylan showed his intent and went to the lead and was able to get a horse to relax. That's how you steal things on the front end, and for a horse that was supposed to run in an allowance earlier this meet and entered here as looking for an alternative and taking a shot, she's a horse with some talent, but she did have to potentially take a step forward against that caliber. The tactics and the strong ride from Dylan Davis paid off to get her a graded stakes win, but very fun to see Dylan, Jackie, Katie, and Trevor all represented in this race. And I love the family. You love the enthusiasm from all of them. Dylan with an unbelievable work ethic, and how can you not love just the infectious spirit and happiness that Jackie and Katie have at the racetrack every day.
They're so positive. You know, we say it all the time. Obviously, they all have a ton of talent to be able to last and succeed on this circuit. But especially Katie and Jackie just are so positive. You can tell they love what they're doing.
And Jackie's been going back and forth between Finger Lakes and Saratoga, and she's put together a tremendous meeting at Finger Lakes. Second year in a row she's done that. And Katie, I can't say enough good things. She rides good races, smart races, but in the morning, Andy, her work ethic and her ability to get along with horses that are difficult. She puts a lot of time in with horses, and you know, what comes to High Oak comes to mind, a horse that had lost his form, and she gets on him, and now she's gotten more confidence. They've got confidence in each other.
He's the perfect horse for her talents, because I wouldn't put it as lost his form. He didn't want to run. No. He was afraid. He was backing out of positions after the incident as a 3-year-old. And she's the one that got him to start remembering the talent that he had. And I think that it was just her way with horses that made him comfortable. And it's not another rider's fault. It's just a special skill that she happens to have.
And look at what Katie's producing at this meet, the prices that she is winning with. $21, $28 winner, $18 winner.
For Katie Davis to win race in Saratoga, she's not going to be doing it riding 8 to 5 shots. Right. She's going to be riding, I mean, $10, frankly, is the lowest one you'll see. And I'm a big fan, and I think we all are.
I am too. And listen, Robbie Davis and I are friends. We were tough competitors with each other, didn't always get along when we rode together. But I tease him all the time now. As good a rider as you are, as accomplished grade 1 winning, you're a better sire than you are a rider.
Done pretty good in that regard, hasn't he?
Yes.
Over 3,300 wins in his career. There's his daughter, Katie. She's going to be on one of the main contenders in this race coming up. Dylan, though, on the favorite. And Jackie in here as well. We'll have a post break when we come back.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got up.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. BM Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Monday, September 18th is the biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs with a $150,000 Presque Isle Mile plus a $300,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters. The Masters is a key prep for the Breeders' Cup. Just last year, PA-bred superstar Caravel became the 8th horse to run in the Masters before achieving Breeders' Cup glory. It's the Presque Isle Mile and the Presque Isle Masters, Monday, September 18th at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more information, visit presqueisledowns.com/racing.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage on this Sunday afternoon here in upstate New York. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all, including a late pick 5 later today, where we have a $3 million bonus on the line if you're the only winning ticket in that sequence. Got to play it through Naira Bets, though. Go to nairabets.com to get involved. Post parade here for race 2. We start with Marley's Ghost.
Yeah, it's run well at this level. Takes a, moved up to 40 after running well for 30, back to 30. Certainly a player.
Rudy Rodriguez and Ruben Silvera follow the Fed.
Goes back to the dirt after failing on the turf. Feels like not really competitive on dirt.
Here's Katie Davis for Danny Gargan on a class dropper, Bonadue.
Yeah, major player off that class drop. Has races certainly good enough to win. And we just talked about Katie Davis, and that's been a secret to success.
Manny Franco on Scherzer had some trouble in that debut.
Nightmare trip for that horse. Maybe we get a chance to show it. Everything just went wrong for Katie. I think she's gonna run well, and I picked her on top.
Leah Germani with Lady Fortuna.
Dropping in class, going to have to improve dramatically.
Katie's sister Jackie Davis on Sweet Liberty.
This horse has form that can beat this field. She's been off form, but maybe the drop down will be the ticket. I used her at a big price.
Ray Handel with Northway on Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, another one's going to have to improve. Drop to the maiden 30 level, but caught a sloppy track. Will a fast track make a difference?
Katie and Jackie's brother Dylan on the 8-5 favorite, Mim for Mark Cassie.
I'm playing against this horse. I know she's had some excuse in her races. Mark Cassie's numbers dropping down are not that good, and I think there are far more interesting horses at far better prices.
And Robbie's son-in-law, Trevor McCarthy, on Embraceable Gal, Katie's husband here for Mark Hennig.
Yes, his horse is outfitted with an extension blinker on the outside. Now, my form says blinkers off, but obviously...
No, that was incorrect.
That was incorrect, okay. Obviously, with the extension blinker, this is a horse that has a propensity to want to try to bear out a bit.
All right, so let's take a look at that trip you're talking about with Scherzer, Andy. It was back at Belmont on May 12th.
Yeah, I mean, you break slow from the rail, and this is probably a good example of how things can just escalate and you break slow on the rail. And there are, as you say accurately, Richie, bad rides and there are unlucky rides. This was just unlucky. Every single decision Katie made blew up in her face. And there, steadies it behind horses. What did she do wrong there for that to happen? Exaggerated steady. This is a first-time start at a lower-level race. It's already had trouble, moved up in the trouble, had more trouble, keeps running forward. This was a horse that had some determination. Now it gets worse again. If you want to second-guess Katie, and I'm not looking...
Maybe go outside.
Maybe go outside at that point. But she doesn't. And maybe she's thinking, I don't need to lose more ground, you know? So what happens? She gets stymied behind horses. And even after that, this horse is still not discouraged. And Richie, you know, a lot of horses give it up, especially a firster, and tries to go through again. And what happens? A little bit of trouble in there trying to go through. Things get awfully tight. This horse got some education in that race, Richie, and listen, she's going to have to run better than she did, but with a cleaner trip and the hot ride in Manny Franco, I'm going to take my chance at a current 6-1.
I think this is a great video to point out when you can find a first-time starter that gets beat off a bit of a distance. That showed she had run on her mind. Even when she had a steady, she jumped right back into the bit and took her going forward. I think that was a great illustration, great video to show.
There's Manny Franco. So this filly, second time out, 5-1 on the board right now. Let's go back to Acacia.
And taking a look at your 9-5 favorite, Mim, she is taking a drop in class, which really should help her out, Greg. But as Andy touched on, she has had quite a few chances. I will say, I've always preferred the 7 furlongs to the 6 for her physically. She's just so tall and leggy. She just really strikes me as the type of horse that wants a little bit more ground to kind of get her feet underneath of her. That said, she's been in some spots where it looks like she should have run a little bit more than she has. So we'll see if this drop in class can help her in this spot. She's obviously a major player. As far as the 4 Bonadue does go, Katie Davis stays aboard this one. As you might have noticed, she broke out of the post parade, and that's because last time she was rearing up really bad in the post parade, just really, really tough to handle. She was so much more settled today, and I think it's like we talked about with Katie, with a horse like High Oak, with horses that are just maybe a little bit quirky or maybe just horses that lack some confidence. I think she's such a gentle, perceptive rider, and I think that she really is able to get the most and settle those types of horses. And so I think she does fit one like this quite well. Was really tough last time. I said much better today. The 5 Scherzer, we looked at the race. She looks great coming back. She's very fit. She's been sharp in the preliminaries. She was a bit headstrong in that debut as well, kind of running up on heels, and just being able to run after that was a benefit. My big question is that that we just haven't seen her since mid-May. She could strengthen up a bit across the top line too, but she seems like a high energy type, and maybe she just meets the right field coming back here. I don't have any problems with her. I just thought the layoff was a little bit of a question. A quick note on the 10, Embraceable Gal, as Richie mentioned in the post parade, she does have that extension blinker, and it's a shortcut blinker on the left. This is her first time with the extension blinkers. Used to be just shortcut blinkers in her first 2 starts. And speaking with paddock judge Patrick Davis about the initial equipment change of blinkers off, he said at first Mark Hennig wanted to have cheek pieces and blinkers, which is not permitted, and so a lot on a horse as well. So he just will outfit her with the extension blinker, fully covering that right eye. So clearly he wants to keep her really covered in as there's not even a little bit of daylight poking through on the right side, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Pick 4 starts in this one coming up. And there is Trevor McCarthy. Whole family involved in this one coming up. Jackie, Katie, Dylan, and Trevor.
Do you think our showing that piece will get them home in the exacta?
Ooh, that would be a great play, wouldn't it?
You've got Dylan on the favorite. I'm trying to beat her, but she certainly can win. I think Sweet Liberty is a very live long shot in the drop down, and Bonadju as well.
4, 7, 9, 10, super.
Are you surprised that the 4 and 9, either of you, are not a little closer in odds? I think it's going to be very similar prices here.
I agree.
And I actually thought both those two would be shorter on the board.
Really? No, I like the 5. I used the 5 with the 4 and 7.
Well, now the 9 does drop down to 9 to 5 at that morning line. See how it plays out. Those are the 2 big class droppers in here. The 4, the 9, they're 3 to 1, 9 to 5 respectively. There's Katie on the 4 about to move in. Pick 4 starts here. We'll send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call to kick off this early pick 4.
Thanks, Greg. Just 2 more left alone. That's Scherzer coming up. And Embraceable Gal completes the line. She walks in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start. Mim is out alertly, so is Bonadieu. On the far outside, Embraceable Gal in the green silks is up and on the pace as well. And Scherzer is racing in between rivals, just about a length and a half off the lead. Sweet Liberty is in the mix early, now making a nice move in between horses. As a result, Scherzer having to steady along the rail. They're followed by Marley's Ghost, 4 lengths off the lead. Then it's Follow the Fed at the back of the field, along with Northway and Lady Fortuna, the opening quarter, in 22 3/5 seconds. They have a half-mile left to go, and it's Bonadieu leading the way over Sweet Liberty in second. Mim is 3 wide, a length off them in third. Then Embraceable Gal, Scherzer at the rail. They're a joint 4th with 3 to make up. 4 more lengths. Marley's Ghost racing on the inside of Northway, followed by Follow the Fed and Lady Fortuna. They went 45 and 4 for the half mile. Bonadieu has been prominent throughout. Mim tries to take her on in second. These 2 are coming away from the field as they head to the 8th pole. Bonadieu hugging the rail. Mim in the center of the racetrack. 4 lengths back to Sweet Liberty in third. Coming toward the 16th. Bonadieu, Mim. Bonadieu holding firm. Mim on the outside trying to get by. Bonadieu. Goodbye. Wire to wire. Second went to Mim. Embraceable Gal third. Sweet Liberty was 4th. Katie Davis took her all the way, gate to wire.
Katie beats her brother here, and the 2 big class droppers in the field. They run 1-2.
Yeah, listen, very logical result here. Bonadieu, I like that Katie let this horse go to the lead, didn't send her, but allowed her to use her natural stride. Dylan was on the hard chase of the 9 Mim. There was a lot of separation in the stretch, right? Andy, Dylan drifted to the outside. Katie stayed hugged to the fence and just ran 1-2 basically
by the
around
way,
the racetrack.
It was the whole family superfecta here. 4, 9, 10, 7. And we did say it beforehand.
Yeah. Wow.
That's incredible.
That is incredible.
And I mean, we talked about it. The 4 could have been favored in this race, Bonadieu, on the drop down. Mim ran okay, but Bonadieu did the work, and Katie got another win. That's 7 win for Katie. What a meet.
That's one of the coolest things we've just had happen this entire meet.
Yeah, I mean, and talking about the whole family, and then here we get the superfecta.
Wow.
Anybody paying attention at home could have had that.
Very neat. Katie, Dylan, Katie's husband, Trevor, and Jackie Davis. 1, 2, 3, 4 here in the second from Saratoga.
I tell you what, Katie's strength was on display here. Her nice, quiet, gentle hands down the backstretch, allowing this filly to go up the inside. At one point, the three siblings were 3 across the track. I hope they're not going to kill each other, but you know, you're not siblings when you're out there on the racetrack, are you?
And there was, wow, the two very different paths these top two took down the stretch, didn't they?
Yeah, I think Dylan actually was trying to do something very smart and stay away from her. Sometimes you get away from a horse and they'll tend to ease or float a little bit, ease themselves up because they don't feel that pressure. But she was kept to her task, and the drop certainly made a lot of sense.
So 3-1, beating a 9-5 favorite here. All about the Davis family in this one. And Katie sticking to that rail down the stretch, taking the shortest way around here. Able to hold off the 9-5 favorite Mim.
And Trevor and Mark Hennig overachieving with a 28-1 shot to get third there as well.
Keep on riding. And Trevor does that here at a big price to get third.
Well, listen, sometimes I think riders get judged just on wins and losses, and sometimes it's the rides that you give on horses that are third or fourth that really define who you are as a rider.
100%.
Katie Davis, good for her. Another winner on Bon Adieu for Danny Gargan here at 3-1. Well, the price is for you when we come back. Neat moment here at the meet. Stay with us.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstreet, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honor EP is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live, race 2 in the books. Katie Davis, the win. It's sister, brother, brother-in-law, sister for the superfecta here in the second. That for 10 cents comes back $26.35. It's got to be a first in the history of the sport.
I can't remember ever seeing it, Andy.
How many times is there even opportunities?
Yes.
Except for this kind of situation for 4 in the family like that to be able to be riding together, right?
Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm so happy to be joined by Katie Davis, a family superfecta. That is so cool, Katie, to see it play out like that. It has to be so fun to see that. And all of your siblings and your husband walking back, we're looking at the screen going, wow.
Yeah, you know, I looked at the screen and because Danny goes, look, the superfecta, all 4 of you. And I'm like, man, I was waiting for this moment to really say, like, look, we made history again. And it was just nice to beat Dylan this time. Looking over, I'm like, oh no, there he is, ride harder. So it's been a blessing and a lot of fun this summer. Thank you.
And you did so well with Bonadieu, as she could be a little bit quirky before the races, and you got her to settle nicely.
Yeah, so she started acting up in the post parade, walking out, and I'm like, come on, let's just turn around and go because you don't want her washed out. And if we can break the line, why not? So I asked the outrider, can we go? Yeah, sure, thanks for asking. So we started galloping out really nicely and calmly, and she just stayed very... Seems like she doesn't like to be in line, though, because when we got in line by the gate, she was acting up again. So that's okay. She's a little rebellious. What is it called? Rebellious?
She just wants to be in front. She just wants to be in front.
I'll take it. Oh, my God, I can't talk. Sorry. But, yeah, that was sweet.
And you have been so much fun for all of us to follow, your whole family, really. But look back on this summer as we're in the final 2 days of the meet. We saw you come back riding after becoming a mom, and we just see so many young women looking up to you and what you have done. How meaningful is that?
It's very meaningful. I've had other women that were riding, they came back, asked me questions. How'd you do it? How were you doing it? And it all comes down to a lot of support. You know, and I'm lucky enough that I'm doing well and I could keep it going. And, you know, never thought it would be like this. I guess it's a great surprise and I'm running with it. So it's very special. I did miss my little girl this morning. You know, I have like one to cry. I'm being honest. And, you know, we got one more day and then, you know, we can relax for a week. So.
Katie, you have been absolutely killing it, and I'm sure one day your daughter's going to look back and be so proud of everything you've done.
Yeah, actually, just yesterday, I called her on the phone halfway through the day, and I'm like, how's Riley? She goes, Mama, I'm watching you ride. I'm like, oh, I love you. Thank you.
I love it. That's what it's all about. Congratulations on another win.
Thank you very much.
Special stuff here, Greg.
What a moment. Gets the win. Brother in second. Husband in third. Sister in fourth.
It's great. And I know she took great joy in beating Dylan. They're the 2 youngest members of the Davis siblings, and I think the sibling rivalry goes to another level with the 2 of them.
And it's such a good, healthy rivalry, and it shows that if anybody out there doesn't think that these people are competitive, who wouldn't be more competitive trying to beat a brother or sister out there? It's all in good fun. It's not a bad thing. They're competing amongst themselves. How would they not?
Such positive energy. We've seen it all meet long from Katie Davis, her 7th win here at this meet, and doing it in the fashion that this happened. That was really neat to see. We're going to move on to race 3 here in a moment, the 3rd race. Mile and an 1/8 and first allowance condition field coming up. And here, Olympic Dreams we saw earlier in the meet was very good. Trevor McCarthy we'll see on board here.
How is Olympic Dreams 7-2 and Film Star 6-5? Film Star doesn't like to win, and Olympic Dreams is an amazing horse. This horse has run 8 times, and every single buyer figure has improved. 4, 56, 69, 74, 84, 90, 94, 97. I don't know. It's very hard to find a horse like that has improved every single time he's run from a speed figure standpoint.
And the mile and an 1/8, I think, plays to his strength because he is a big kind of staying type of galloper.
And I will say, my man Greg Wolf was on this horse before anybody else. He liked this horse. The commentator was a great opinion. Tough beat, but he's continued to do well.
Yeah, that was a 27-1. I think he's the horse to beat in here, too. Those prices are going to even out as we get closer to post time.
All due respect, I picked him when he broke his maiden.
Who asked you?
Did you have him in the commentator?
No.
Bye-bye to the competition. Yeah, we're talking Timberlake and tomorrow's hopeful. Moving in from Ellis for Brad Cox. We'll talk the last grade 1 of the meet when we come back.
Life is good. Really, really, really good.
Life is good. Opens up here.
He's a rocket ship.
Life is good. Clears the field. Still in command.
Galloping without any urgency.
Back in the winner's circle.
No challenge from anyone.
They ran them off their feet. Life is good is looking good. And this colt is incredible.
Want to know a secret? The Massachusetts breeding program pays huge bonuses for finishing first, second, or third at any racetrack in the country. You didn't know that, did you? Massbreds get paid up to an additional 25% of their purse earnings for the owner, and breeder, and stallion owner, and developer. It's the best kept secret in racing, till now. Tell all your friends, and to learn more, visit massbreds.com.
If you've not seen this race, oh my gosh, talk about a long sustained run. Secretariat in the 1972 hopeful last, shuffled back to the very back of the pack. It just makes this incredible move, swallowing up this field, and wins by 5 lengths.
Yeah, looped the field and just continued on. And Secretariat used to run turns extremely well, and actually, he never lost the race that he was in front turning for home.
Yeah, watching that race, I bet he went on and did some pretty good things.
I think he was all right, huh?
Well, that's what everyone hopes for out of the hopeful, named for having the hope of a classic contender in the following year. 2-year-olds going 7/8 of a mile. We have 11 lining up in this group. Bob Baffert bringing some ammunition as well. We talked about Timberlake going to break for Brad Cox. Impressive in that Ellis win, winning by 9 1/4 lengths.
And I didn't think this was a big speed track at all. I think if you go through the charts on that day at Ellis Park, this was one of the only races that was dominated on the front end. So I don't know that he was really helped by the racetrack. He had a very, very impressive work two-back. I think the concern with him is he's going to be in a tough situation from a pace standpoint because they really figure to be moving up front.
It looks like a lot of speed in here, particularly Baffert coming in with a horse that had a lot of speed. Valentine Candy had a lot of speed. I mean, there's speed side on.
I want to make sure to talk about Valentine Candy. The buyer figure of 66 that is in the racing form has been changed today to 85.
That's a significant switch.
Well, we saw horses come out of the race to run 24, 26, 27, 33, and 32 points higher in their subsequent starts. Strange race. Every figure maker had it low, but buyer is adjusting, and they're making it an 85 now, and people should know that.
And you talk about speed in here. Usually, West Coast speed can be the most potent speed, and Bob Baffert's Muth has been very quick in his first 2 races.
And he lost to Prince of Monaco last time, who has the best buyer figure of any 2-year-old in the country, running a 103. This is his debut win at 5 furlongs at Santa Anita. But Bob had to separate his 2-year-olds. He's got some good ones, no surprise out there. And I think Muth is extremely good, but he's also part of a fast pace.
$2 million son of good magic, Mig.
Look at the separation he put on a field going 5 furlongs. You know, you don't see that very often, to dominate and have a 5-length lead before you even turn for home going that short a distance. But listen, very speedy, a lot of speed signed on. What about Gold Sweep, guys? Seems like he's getting dismissed.
I picked Gold Sweep.
I agree with you. I mean,
Still looking at Muth, though, by the way.
No.
$2 million Son of Good Magic.
Anybody taking this horse lightly is making a mistake. This
Sure.
horse is very, very good. I've seen a lot of hopefuls, and there have been some really good ones, and obviously a Firm Finale darn race like that, but this is as deep and competitive a hopeful as I can remember. It's not just a big field, it's a big field of good horses.
Todd Pletcher with BU, who got an 88 buyer
and lost
in his debut. Yeah, barely. Still, the figure he ran was huge. And he's 9-2 on the morning line.
Well, Just Steele drew the rail, which I don't think helps him in here. I love the fact that BU drew the outside. I think he is. I'm not going to tell you he's the worst to beat, because it's hard to know for sure the worst to beat isn't here. But he's definitely one of them. And I like the fact that they're running in here. They intended to run the hopeful if they won this race. And you cannot argue with them saying, we didn't finish first, but we feel like we won. And I like the fact that they're following the plan. We've seen this more and more. Good Magic. Second, the Champagnes are made and wins the Breeders' Cup. I don't think you're supposed to lose confidence just because you don't finish first.
By an inch.
BU ran great, right. And as did, by the way, as did Just Steele. I don't want to knock him at all. He also ran extremely well. But for me, BU drawing outside, the way that barn's going, you know, I know that Forte didn't win, Nestis won last time, but don't pretend that Mike Rapoli hasn't had a great meet here. He's second in the standings in owners and won the Jock Club Gold Cup last year, and had a lot of good horses, including Fierceness.
Is everybody forgetting about Gold Sweep?
I didn't. That's why I picked him.
I mean, I thought in some ways he almost gained in stature from that horrible beginning.
Yeah, I mean, the race came up slow, so worries. I don't know if he gained. He didn't lose, to me. He still ran that race 2 back, and the other thing is he doesn't need the lead. He's a horse you're comfortable knowing he can rate, and I think he's going to be a much bigger price than he should be because of that. People think, oh, he's a one-hit wonder. I mean, he lost all chance at the start. Who knows how badly that it can affect a 2-year-old?
Yeah, and getting back briefly to horses not winning, but losing narrowly in their maiden races, it's not like years ago where there was more of a progression. A horse would break his maiden, probably run an allowance race or 2, and then head to stakes. That's not the case anymore. We don't see 2-year-old allowance races going early in the season, so you have no choice but either go back in a maiden race or go right into a stake, and he did everything but win.
No, I agree. It's a sensational race, full of, it's, once again, like the Spinaway, there are going to be quite a few good horses that lose in these races, and I'm as optimistic looking at these 2-year-olds we've seen at this meet, and there's some good ones out in California, too, heading towards the fall races and then ultimately the Breeders' Cup.
So you're hopeful?
We all are. And what a way to close out final 2 days of the meet. Spin away for fillies later today. Hopeful tomorrow. I'll have the Bernard Baruch on that closing day, Labor Day program as well. And we're going to head out strong as usual, but exceptionally strong with these 2 grade ones over the next 2 days. And let's not forget today's spin away, part of the late pick 5, where there's a $3 million bonus on the line if you play that late pick 5 through Naira Bets, and you're the only winning ticket. That's a look at Film Star. It looks like it is going through this horse in Olympic Dreams. Those two, they're 5-2, 7-5, respectively on the board. Let's go back to Acacia.
And taking a look at Film Star, Greg, he has run some quick races. The thing that just concerns me about him, though, is that his last 5 races have been second place finishes. He's very strong once again, looks great, just as he did last time when he tried the 1 1/8 distance after finishing second, going 1 3/16 behind Ouster. He has natural speed, which I appreciate. Again, he looks much the same as he usually does, which I'm glad to see because he always seems to run well. I just wonder if he can seal the deal, and especially as they start to rack up the second place finishes, that's when I do get a little bit concerned. But obviously he can handle the distance no problem coming out of that second behind Magic Tap. There is an entry in here. We'll take a look at the 1A Moore's Law. Wasn't in the paddock for his last 2 races, and checking in with Maggie Wolfendale, she said he was pretty laid back last time out, and he's was not that today. Once they put the tack on, he tried to rear up. He was spooking a little bit in the paddock, and he just seems really on the muscle, which, if that's out of character for him, I don't know if it's necessarily a positive. Was second behind Dreamlike, who was coming out of the Wood Memorial 2 starts back and then got his own win last time out when he was last early and made that sweeping move to win impressively. I'll keep my eyes on him on the track, but again, it's usually when things are out of character for a horse, and he is definitely on the engine in the paddock today. Though he's big, imposing, looks like he definitely appreciates the distance. The number 4, Olympic Dreams, got the win last time. He had been scratched several times before, coming into that allowance race after finishing second behind Bankit in the commentator. And he got the win where he was pressing the pace setter, who was Un Oho, who was off of a big layoff, and he was finally able to run that one down for a big buyer speed figure of 97. Now, he was, again, able to run down a horse who might not have been 100% fit and was kind of out of character too and going to the front end. He's very well muscled, very fit coming back here. He's big. He definitely looks like 9 furlongs is his friend. I didn't love his warm-up last time, and yet he still got the win. So I'm going to watch him with interest because I do think that the waters get deeper now as he's kind of gone through his New York bred conditions and will face open company in the first level allowance, and that's the benefit of being a New York bred. He has 3 wins to his name and being able to come in here and face some others who have won twice, and he's coming off a victory. Let's see if he can do it again against some pretty salty foes, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 5-2 on Olympic Dreams, 8-5 on Film Star for Linda Rice. There's Trevor McCarthy for Pat Quick, 2 for 2 at this 1 1/8 distance. Win at the meet back on August 2nd. But that one right there, the favorite at 8-5.
I think it's an IRAD situation making the favorite, and it's IRAD and Linda Rice against Pat Quick and Trevor McCarthy. Obviously, they're going to be betting a lot more on those connections. But frankly, it's horse racing, and Film Star's good, but he also is piling up the second-place finishes, while Olympic Dreams has 3 wins in 8 starts and 1 second and 2 thirds. He gets it done. And I believe Olympic Dreams is supposed to be favored based on the horses on the racetrack.
I'm with you 100%. And the fact that the 1 1/8 to me is a great equalizer as well, and Olympic Dreams being 2 for 2, as you mentioned, Greg, at the 1 1/8 distance is meaningful. And this is a horse that Andy pointed out, every race he has stepped forward buyer figure-wise. You put a line through his first race on the turf. His second race, I think he needed it, got something out of it that was in the slot. And by his 4th start, which essentially to be was his 3rd start, that's when he really started to find his stride.
No, I agree. He's really just getting better and better and better. And you know, we talk about the low-profile trainer. How about saying, I know Patrick Quick isn't the name that Linda Rice is, but the way this horse has improved with each start, he's doing a damn good job with this horse, and that's what matters.
Yep.
As you said, I mean, go back to the consistency. It's been remarkable, too. And Film Star doesn't have a performance against the likes of a Bankit that Olympic Dreams has.
Yeah. And we're not knocking Film Star. He lost to a very promising Steve Asmussen horse last time. I don't mean to knock him. I just prefer the other one, that's all.
Here's leading contender Javier Castellano for Chad Brown.
This entry is being overbet at 2-ply Monster, but if the 6 was still in there, there'd be more pace, and that would help Moore's Law. I wonder if this one will try to be forward to help the stablemate a little bit.
Yeah, here's Moore's Law. They're right next door to each other in the starting 8. Flavian Pratt had a big win on the West Coast yesterday.
I love Moore's Law, and I think that he's going to improve and be a good horse at some point. He beat the track profile last time as well. It was a speed favoring track.
That was the Pacific Classic I was alluding to with Arabian Night. We're going to show you that in a moment. Princess Spur for Phil Bauer.
This horse has run some lofty figs, and Phil Bauer's gotten over that 2 or 3 wins he was hoping for, getting his 5th win or so yesterday. He's just a cut below the best horses, but he's not untalented.
Here's Olympic Dreams and Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, major player, 2 for 2 at the distance, in good form, and I think he sits a nice trip from just off the pace.
Film Star, the 9-5 favorite for Linda Rice.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very good horse. I don't like him piling up the seconds, but he's obviously a major player.
And Sakil, Robertino Diodoro.
Robertino, I think, got his 1st win or his 2nd win in the meet just yesterday. This is another one. Much like the 3, he's talented. He's just not as good as the best horses in this race.
All right, let's take a look at Film Star. And tried to be forward, do it on the front end in this race back on August 13th with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, listen, he had good speed. He turned for home, looked like he was going to kick on, and the race was going to be over. And didn't it feel like the other horse just kind of stayed on resolutely, and maybe he just came back to him. He just didn't seal the deal. Maybe the distance got to him.
That's what worries me. I mean, he just doesn't seal the deal in these races time and time again. Doesn't mean he's not running well, doesn't mean he's not good, but you got a horse that's lost at $1, you know, $1.75 to $1, $1.10 to $1, $2.35 to $1, $3.20. Now a big price last time out, and he ran well in there, but it also was a race last time that was completely dominated forward. One of the major players, I just prefer somebody else.
Well, Olympic Dreams is that somebody else for a lot of people in here. He has been in just a very sharp form, including a win here at the meet back on August 2nd.
Yeah, and the one thing about him is he stays. He's just resolute in his stride. He's not a horse that's going to quicken for you, but he's got a high cruising speed, and he continues on resolutely, doggedly, almost, if you will. And you'll even see Trevor McCarthy will, like, tap him on the shoulder going to the far turn and kind of ask him to stay focused, but he stays on, Andy, and the mile and 1/8 plays to horse's strengths.
Yeah, no, I have so many good things to say about him, and it's also nice to see Pat Quick with a horse like this and show what he can do with a good horse. And it's, you know, if this horse was trained by Todd Pletcher or Chad Brown, we'd be talking about this is why these guys are so good, you know, the way he gets to improve. Well, let's say that about Pat Quick, too. He's done as good a job with this horse as anyone could.
Yeah, Pat Quick's at 20% at the meet, 16% on the year. He does a good job.
Productive trip out of town for this man right here, Flavien Prat. So brought up, he had a huge victory in the Pacific Classic, Arabian Nights. So lightly raced for Bob Baffert. Gate to wire score against older horses in the Pacific Classic. Go Rocket Ride, your Haskell winner, winds up second.
I just love the way Flavien Prat finishes on horses. Now, Arabian Night had the speed. He was forward position. Go Rocket Ride extricated himself out from behind him. But watch the way Flavien finishes the last 16th of a mile. I think he really helps keep horses together and keep them going forward.
I agree. I just think he sort of outfinished Mike Smith a little bit on Go Rocket Ride. And also interesting, this is the first major race, I believe, we've seen the 3-year-old males running against older horses. And I don't think anyone's going to confuse those older horses as the best horse in the country. But nonetheless, they're olders. And Arcangelo now considered by many to be the favorite, and probably rightfully so, at least at this point for the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Well, he was before this performance.
No, I'm saying, yes, I'm saying he was considered the favorite. But I think this, in a lot of ways, it only exemplifies that the 3-year-olds are as good, if not better. Now, notwithstanding the Whitney performance by the winner of that race, White Abario.
Sure.
But he's got to show it again. He's got to do it a mile and a quarter as well. And these horses, Arabian Night, even the loser in this race, and Arcangelo have shown. I heard, though, Disarm is out for the year. He's done for the year. That's a loss.
Let's go to Keisha for more on what we saw on the West Coast yesterday.
Yeah, that was a huge performance, and Flavien Prat is just incredible. So many of these jockeys traveling coast to coast and riding in the Pacific Classic last night, back here, riding at Saratoga, and he's been getting his workout in with Moore's Law. Maybe I'm just reading into it too much, but just going off of comparing Maggie's notes to what I'm seeing from him today, and I was planning on picking Moore's Law when I first saw him walking into the paddock, but as I said, he was kind of agitated and acting up a bit after the tack. Flavien broke post-parade immediately, and Moore's Law was swishing his tail. He asked him for a really hard, aggressive warm-up, and just now as Link Deck up with the pony, it kept him moving constantly before that, and it just seemed like he was trying to kind of get him into the bridle and keep him working, and just not something I loved to see from the warm-up. Meanwhile, the number 4 Olympic Dreams, I touched on maybe not loving his warm-up as much last time. He warmed up beautifully today. He kind of won me over out on the track and showed me what I'd been waiting to see from him. Like I said, maybe I'm reading into it too much, but just from my perspective and comparing these horses physically, Olympic Dreams got the check mark. Greg.
He's been a neat horse to watch for Pat Quick, trying to win back-to-back starts here at the meet. And he's had more time, too, than Film Star has had. For what it's worth, an extra 11 days since they raced.
It's not a bad thing. It should also be noted, if either half of the entry wins, then Clarvett Stables will establish a new record high for number of wins at a Saratoga meeting.
22 victories right now, tied with Ken Ramsey's mark he set back in 2013. Set for the third. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. A little bit of a slow start for Moore's Law, but a quick one for Film Star. And leading contender is coming through along the inside. Olympic Dreams is not far behind as they move into the first turn. And Sakil in the pink silks is now racing in third. It's a gap of 4. Back to the Prince's Spur. And then the distant trailer is Moore's Law. Rounding the clubhouse turn, and the lead belongs to Film Star, and it's Film Star leading over Sakil with Olympic Dreams on the outside. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat. Leading contender is tucked in along the inside, Fort just 3 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 to the Prince's Spur and a dozen to Moore's Law, who is just galloping along by himself further and further behind. They're heading toward the half-mile pole, and it is Film Star leading the way over Sakil, who's 3/4 of a length back second. Olympic Dreams third, and down at the rail, leading contender, 48 seconds flat for the half mile. 2 more to the Prince's Spur, and then Moore's Law. Around the far turn, and Film Star has been there throughout. Sakil 3/4 back in second. Olympic Dreams third, 1:11 and 3 for 6 furlongs. Leading contender is down at the rail. Now called on about 2.5 lengths off, front running Film Star, and Film Star turns for home in front. Leading contender trying to mount a bid between rivals, and Sakil on the outside. Film Star has something left and a 3-length lead. Leading contender clearly second as they come to the 16th pole, then Sakil in third. It's Film Star. Film Star in a dominant performance reports home 3 in front. Leading contender was second, Sakil third, and Olympic Dreams ran fourth.
Film Star, as we expected, aggressive early and able to take this field on the front end all the way.
Yeah, you saw Irad Ortiz leave the gate with a plan, and he was to put this horse on the lead, and he got very comfortable, but he finished, Andy, a mile and an eighth in a sub 149, 148 and 3. This was quite a performance by Film Star.
Yeah, you want to see some times later in the day, but this feels like a very fast race for him, and he was a dominant winner of this race. Obviously, the other story is that Olympic Dreams didn't run his race. And listen, he's been a model of consistency. Today, he just put in a clunker. He didn't have his normal speed. You could see Trevor working on him around the 3/8 pole to get him to keep up. He didn't run his race today. It just happens sometimes. Thought Javier Castellano gave leading contender a great ride in here, gave him every chance. He just was second best as things turned out. Sakil chased the winner, took a toll on him at the end, and Moore's Law never got into it. He was sluggish early, and he just didn't run.
Let's go back to the beginning here.
Yeah, and you can see, look at Irad. He's asking the source, he wants to lead. Trevor came out running on Olympic Dreams. He just looked flat. He just never seemed like he was traveling into the bridle the way, you would expect, but Film Star was very good.
The winner was terrific in there. That's a win for Linda Rice, cuts it back down to 4, so it's not quite over.
And 60 wins now for Irad Ortiz Jr. with more than a full day and a half to go.
So who's he got the rest of the day?
And he's 8 back of the all-time single-season mark that Ramon Dominguez set.
He's on the favorite Magnolia Midnight in the next race for Linda Rice, who could cut it to 3. The following race, I picked him on Kanate, pronounce it. One of the contenders in there. He's on Todd Pletcher, first-time starter in race number 6, could certainly win. In race number 7, he's probably riding in all of these.
He's got
on
bright
Giroux,
work.
certainly a horse who could win.
In the spin away, there's Linda Rice. Her tremendous meet has continued start to finish. She has been sensational here. Her 31st winners, so
He's on the favorite in the 8th. He's on the favorite in the 8th. Second choice, you said, in the 9th. And nothing special. He's on a addressable mark. His morning line favorite in the last. Good luck to him.
5-1, 7-4, 9-5 favorite. Film Star with the victory. 60 wins and counting for Irad Ortiz Jr. And this horse now gets the 3rd win of his career. Linda Rice and Ron Stewart, your winning connections. We'll be back.
Liam's Map, a two-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
And Echo Zulu puts her away. Echo Zulu, most impressive in the ballerina. And Gunite is maintaining the lead, and he will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
Gunrunner, breed true.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. Film Star missed by a neck. Earlier at the meet, going a mile and an eighth, tried to last gate to wire. Today, able to seal the deal. Arad Ortiz Jr. with his 60th win of the meet. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm happy to be joined by Arad Ortiz as Film Star gets the win. Arad, you came out of the gate with a game plan. How important was that for this horse who likes to finish second sometimes?
It was important, the break. He get brave when he get the lead. That was my plan, try to make the lead, but we have a couple horses with speed inside. Linda told me if you can make it, so just track them and sit there, sitting behind them beside the speed, but we was available to make the lead and the right way, and the horse was ready. She did a great job. The horse keep going and give me everything when I asked him to go by the 316 pole.
These 9 furlong races sometimes can be taxing, but this is a horse with plenty of foundation. He seemed to find more for you in the stretch.
Yes, he does. Last time he ran huge. I think he got beat by a nice sort of amusing horse. So that was the plan, just try to make them chase me, and he got the job done. He was ready.
Later in the spinaway, you're going to be aboard Bright Work for Johnny Ortiz. This filly won so nicely last time out. What can you tell us about her?
She worked good. I worked her twice after the race. She do everything we asked her to do, and she's doing good. So hopefully we have a fair race and good break and go from there.
We look forward to it. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
Leading rider, Arad Ortiz, picking up another one, Greg.
Gonna give this record a run for the money, perhaps, in the final 2 days of the meet here. $5.80, Film Star, impressive in victory, leading every step of the way. 5-1-7, we'll move on to race 4. It's a $16,000 claiming race. Out of the Wilson Chute, 1 mile coming up, and our 6-5 favorite, big chance for number 61 for Arad Ortiz Jr. riding for Linda Rice on a horse who not only is coming off a sharp victory, but has been training lights out.
He has, but it was coming off a voided claim, and it's odd, and Linda's dropping down to 16,000. Now, keep in mind, the last race was a conditional claiming race off the turf. He rode a gold rail to victory. It dressed his performance up. I do understand he's the horse to beat, but I think he's a bit vulnerable in this spot. I think I've got a trio of price horses I want to use. The 2 Silver Dust, the 4 Hang Tight, and the 8 Boss Making Boss Moves.
All right, we'll dig in deeper to this race in a moment. We're going to look back at a sensational Saturday, including potentially a new player now in this classic division, with Bright Future showing up big in the Jockey Club Gold Cup for Todd Pletcher. and getting the first graded stakes win of this 4-year-old's career, the son of Curlin.
Yeah, really nice effort here. I mean, put himself in the right spot, kind of very similar to his allowance win coming into this. This was an 1/8 of a mile further. He stayed on doggedly, and Proxy made a nice run at him, worked out a good trip, Proxy, and it was just a matter of the head bob, and Bright Future got all the best of that head bob.
He did, but you know, he gutted it out, and I don't think it's one of these cases where he got sort of lucky here because he made that winning move. Proxy got a very good trip and ride by Joel Rosario, and he just kind of came up a little bit short here. And Bright Future's kind of the horse you talk about. He's like the now horse, right? He ran that 100 buyer, sort of emerged with that big effort a few weeks earlier in the meet, and he ran again. He ran back to it and improved it to a 103, and it's amazing that he was a shorter price than Proxy. That's not something you could have seen coming into the race.
No. And he improves that figure, too, at 1.25 miles.
Yeah, and honestly, he looks like that type, too, right? Kind of stays, son of Curlin, getting better at the right time, you know, late in his 4-year-old year, or later in his 4-year-old year. And listen, he's got the right conditioner in Todd Pletcher, who seems to put that kind of foundation in the horses. They do improve as they go forward.
He's really coming to hand at the right time.
One in, you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Rapoli Stable, St. Elias teaming up with that horse by the 2-time Horse of the Year, Curlin. One of the most electric performances we saw on yesterday's card. Wow, Alva Star. Sensational. She just scoots away from the field. The Prioress repeating what her sister did in this race a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I mean, she was just sensational. I mean, she broke running, established the lead. It looked like a ton of speed in here. She just was the fastest of the fast, Andy, and she kept finding. You got Jose Lascano, who has just put together a terrific meeting. It seems like not the go-to guy for any of these big outfits, but just quietly keeps on riding well and riding winners. And Alva Star really emerged as a big effort yesterday with showing a lot of speed. Interesting, had the house colors on through the stretch. They ran the actual colors, so owner silks, out to the winner's circle, and Jose Lascano changed before he got on the horse.
That was great. The whole thing was great. You know, a lesser-known trainer coming in from out of town, big race. Prioress is a storied history, and it used to be a Grade 1. This was a Grade 1 performance.
Yes, it was. And there goes Jose for the quick change.
When you see a rider jump off like that before the winner's circle, you think, oh, they got to go talk to the stewards. There must be an inquiry. No, just needed to go get the right colors on. So you'll have one set of colors, the house red and white of Saratoga on the racetrack, but the owner silks yellow and blue in the winner's circle.
Same owner that sent out Scylla to that victory as well in this race a couple of years ago, and now little sister gets it done in a very impressive fashion. Meanwhile, the Harvey Pack, Thin White Duke, David Donk, and Jose Lascano again here, getting up to win by a neck against a pretty good horse in Big Invasion, who just didn't see that same kind of kick from him.
Well, it's harder to have that kick when you know the pace is moderate and you make a decision to sit closer to the pace because it's moderate. On the other hand, Thin White Duke came from last in this mostly paceless race and got it done. And Thin White Duke won this race last year, was named the Lucky Coin, and he's gotten good at Saratoga in the past. He had not been as good this year, but he made that clean outside run, and there have been many, many great moments this meet. For me personally, none more so than this one. The first run in the Harvey Pack, a guy who was a friend of mine, but instrumental in a lot of what we do on TV and in TV simulcasting. And to be able to name a race for a guy who was so popular among the horse players, his family was here, his kids were here, his grandchildren were here. And then for Steve Chris to be a part owner of the winning horse, Steve's somebody who Harvey had a real effect on his life, bring him on to thoroughbred action early when he was just starting out as a writer and giving him the confidence and the boost to do that. Harvey had a great effect on many, many of us, and I can honestly say I'm not sure that I'd be doing what I'm doing now, for better or for worse, if I hadn't known Harvey. And to get a race name for him so people for years can remember and learn about who Harvey Pack was, and for Steve to win the first race, as I said, knowing Harvey, he wouldn't have bet him, and eventually he would have been happy for Steve that he won the race, just maybe not immediately.
I'm a big fan of Thin White Duke. Love the horse, nearly $700,000, highest earner for his sire, Dominus. Also bred by Phil Gleaves.
You know, trainer before. And Dave Donk winning, too, was great. I mean, it's
always
just
fun to see him win.
It was just one of those magical moments. I mean, for Steve to win the first running of the Harvey Pack, you can't make it up.
And Parnack, we talked about Dylan Davis with a big win. That was a surprise, certainly. Big favorite in there, defeated, and a grade 2 victory in that compact field, returning $8.40, and a big moment for him to win a race like that at Saratoga.
Getting his first graded stakes win in Saratoga actually surprised me. You know, as well as Dylan has done, as well as he's ridden, he doesn't get that many live opportunities in the graded stakes in Saratoga, even though he's a grade 1 winner internationally now. And he stole the race. 3/4 and 18 and change. School was out.
Crafty ride, no question. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back when we return. We'll have the story that was inspired by the true story of the first black female rider in the history of this sport, Cheryl White, the jockey and her horse. We'll be back with that next.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring.
$650,000, $380,000, $320,000.
A dual-surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. Hall of Fame right across the street. Make a trip here. It's a must visit. Our action brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. ABR bringing you this opportunity to come here and hang with us next summer. Enter a trip to win. A trip to Saratoga in 2024, and you get all of this: hospitality, $1,000 wagering voucher, $1,000 spending spree on myracehorse.com, 2-night hotel stay, and expenses paid travel, Old Smoke apparel, all of it. So enter now, get involved, and hopefully we'll see you here next summer. Right now, a very neat story. 2-time Pulitzer Prize nominee and New York Times reporter Sarah Maslin-Nier, co-author Raymond White Jr. with the second book in the Once Upon a Horse series that was inspired by the true story of the first black female jockey, Cheryl White. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Pleased to be joined here by Sarah Maslin-Nier and Raymond White Jr. And Sarah, you're here to promote a very special book. And it's about a woman who broke the barriers Cheryl White became the first female black jockey in America.
Yes, she was an unbelievable person. She did this when she was 17 years old in 1971. It's actually Raymond White's sister here, and I'm the co-author. I'm a reporter for the New York Times, but I became fascinated with Cheryl's story. Here was this boundary-breaking woman, and she's been erased from history, and Raymond and I decided to put her back on the map.
Well, Raymond, you jokingly said that while you pretty much held every job at the racetrack, you're just a little too big to be a jockey, so Cheryl took that.
Yes, she took that. I was an exercise rider at one time in my life, and but she was, I don't know, she probably would have been a better jockey than me. So.
What are you hoping that people get out of this book and remember or re-find Cheryl's story?
I hope that it changes the narrative of people saying they never heard of her, they didn't know about her. There was one time that she was viral, everybody knew who she was, and then over the years it just kind of faded. So we're trying to establish back in history, her place in history, so that she's included in different halls of fame and just so people know who she is. So.
And she donned the cover of Jet magazine back in 1971, Sarah. So it's not like she, you know, her story wasn't out there at that time. But I think it's so important this day and age to bring it back to life.
I absolutely agree. You know, she wasn't a novelty. She had 750 career wins. She was a Serena and Venus Williams of her time, and really she's been removed from the narrative. And Raymond really says it well. We didn't write this book to inspire people to become jockeys. We inspired kids to become astronauts, to become doctors, senators. Even if people don't look like you don't see that representation in a field, you can break in, you can live your dream just like Cheryl did.
Where can we find your book?
You can find it anywhere books are sold. And I'm actually holding, believe it or not, a toy of Cheryl White made by the Breyer Model Horse Company, the first real black equestrian they've made in 75 years. It comes with Cheryl and her racehorse, Jedalera. And I'm going to tell you something really special. Today is the 52nd anniversary of Cheryl's first winning ride on this horse.
That is amazing. Yes. Both of you, thank you so much for sharing Cheryl's story with us.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Well, you get a copy for yourself, too. Again, the second book of this Once Upon a Horse series. Here it is. And you had actually met Cheryl White before.
Yeah, met Cheryl White a few times. And listen, she was legendary in jockey lore, in the history of our game. Everybody knew about Cheryl White. She was the first female rider to win 5 races in a day at the Fresno Fair. She was also very accomplished in unrecognized racing, match races on bull rings and fairs. She was 4-time Appaloosa leading rider. And to think what she did in a time when female riders were not accepted. It was a brand new thing. A woman of color to break down the barriers she did. Absolute legend. And I've got to get that Breyer for my granddaughter, Isabella.
Yeah, get it for yourself, the jockey and her horse, as we get set for race 4 coming up next. You saw Tom Amos laughing it up with Kendrick Carmouche. They're going to team up with Rally Squirrel. The 5 here, second off the claim for Tom with this horse. Let's go to Acacia.
And Tom's horse definitely makes some sense in here. We'll take a look at a couple of others, though, starting off with one part of the entry, the 1A, Invisible War, who's first off the claim for Rob Atras. And this was a horse that Joe Sharp had claimed at Ellis and had really kind of fiddled around with the equipment because he's a big, lanky horse that runs kind of like a channel maker type with his head high up in the air. And last time out, Joe Sharp put on short cut blinkers and a shadow roll, a piece of fleece on the noseband to try and keep a horse's head down. Coming in here for Rob Atras, who's wearing the same blinkers, no shadow roll though. He has a rubber figure 8 noseband, which Rob puts on virtually all of his horses. So that's very typical of his equipment uniform, so to speak. But I just thought it was interesting to note, as he is a tricky horse to ride, and Junior Alvarado will climb aboard for the first time. The number 7, Magnolia Midnight, is your favorite for Linda Rice, was a main track only in that spot, and was off of a bit of a layoff, and it was a voided claim, and he now comes in here dropping for $16,000, which is of course a bit of a question mark. He was totally washed out on the track last time out, and he was not a horse I'd ever seen before, so I wasn't sure if that was in or out of character. He's already been hosed down twice before they even put the tack on, so he's getting very hot once again, but now I know that is normal for him. The drop off the voided claim does concern me a touch. He's very fit once again. I do think he showed last time time the mile as well within his scope, and we'll see if he can repeat that effort because, again, he was running against some horses that were meant for the turf as well. The number 8, Boss Making Boss Moves, is taking a big drop in class down to the 16,000. He's obviously a horse with some ability, and he's perked up now, which I'm glad to see, because at first I was a little concerned, like I was talking about last race. You want to see what's in and out of character for a horse, and this is one who is usually really revved up prior to his races. He's typically very sharp, was sharp last time as well. He was very quiet in the paddock at first when he came in here. Now that they've gotten the tack on him, and now that Jamie Torres has climbed up on his back, like I said, he's perked up a bit, but not typical of what he usually is. So I'll keep my eye on him out on the track, and we'll see if that drop in class is in fact a good sign with him finding some softer competition today, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Call to post. We're here in the background. We're going to begin with Sprinklehead, who had a very big work on August 27th.
Yeah, it is an interesting claim from a sharp trainer, but I guess he could find some of his form for 3 or 4 back. I preferred others, but I think this race is open.
Wow, careful. Manny Franco. Good job to stay on his feet there.
Wow.
It's in a dangerous situation, Mig.
And then goes and catches the horse himself. He definitely did not like the way this horse is acting with the pony. And as a rider, he's got a halter on over the bridle. I would not get on a horse like that. I would tell them take the halter off, because essentially you're taking my brakes and steering away by not allowing me to have control of the reins. I don't think you'd get in a car unless you drive the car if you didn't have hold of the steering wheel and the pedals yourself.
We'll keep our eyes on Sprinklehead, and it looks like he has calmed down at least for now. Here's Durkin's call. Dylan Davis missed by a nose earlier at the meet.
Yeah, and he ran well last time. I just don't like horses A in entries, but also I just didn't. I thought his last race was sort of the day for him.
Invisible War, the other half of the entry for Rob Atras off the claim.
2 Atras off the claim. Rob has struggled to meet. He won last time. This is a tougher spot.
Silver Dust, the old veteran with the rail, the 9-year-old.
Yeah, the old veteran, 48 starts, a horse that competed in stakes. Form is tailed off a bit, but maybe he landed in a good spot here.
Former graded stakes winner. He's won over $1 million in his career. He's not that same horse, though, anymore. The 4, Hang Tight, Katie Davis.
Yeah, Katie Davis is going to have to pull a rabbit out of her hat here to get this horse home.
This one's a little more interesting than that.
Really? I'm interested to hear.
Dropping down significantly in here.
Yeah, okay.
Tom Amos, I thought, had a shot with Rally Squirrel, Kendrick Carmouche.
I think Rally Squirrel gets involved with the favorite, Magnolia Moonlight, and the last race was such a disaster. I do not like his chances.
Hammer and Hammer, 17-1, Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, horse that's honest, shows up pretty much every time. 65 starts with 13 wins, closing type.
Here's the one to beat, Magnolia Midnight. Linda Rice looking for a second win today.
Rode a gold rail last time in an off-the-turf race. Claim was voided. Now comes back for 16,000. I think there's some red flags. He can win. I'm going to try to beat him.
Again, 3 back-to-back-to-back monster works as well, for what it's worth. Here's the 8, Boss Making Boss Moves.
Yeah, back to the site of his greatest triumph in the Albany last year at Saratoga. Is going to have to find his better form.
And here's the 9, Beaver Hat on the outside. Jason Barkley, second off the claim.
Yeah, this trainer has struggled at this meet. Has some back races are okay, though, and who knows? He is also dropping significantly second off a claim.
Yeah, it was in for 40 last time out, although it was ineffective for 25 prior to that at Ellis for Steve Asmussen. And this is a good sight, Mig. Sprinklehead appears to have calmed down.
Yeah, they got him away from the crowd. They went to the backstretch, a little more sedate there. Again, I just was never comfortable, and as you get older as a rider, you become more vocal about what you're comfortable with, of going to the gate with a horse with the halter on. That gives the pony person, the person on the lead horse, all the control of the horse, but you're the one on the horse's back. It does look like he settled in much better now, though.
Important race here coming up for Linda Rice with this horse right here, Magnolia Midnight. It is the 6-5 favorite. Both Linda and the meet's leading trainer, Chad Brown, with a win today. So she is 4 back for this training title with time running out. So they're all extremely important now for Linda Rice if she's going to get to that number of 35 and hope that Chad Brown cools off a little bit here.
Well, I mean, that's why this is so daunting. Chad Brown's got a 4-win lead, and he's got a lot of live horses to run still.
If he wins one more race in the meet, she has to win 6 to beat him.
Yeah.
and
it's just not
like 2 at 7 and 6 to tie. No, but she's not giving up, and she's had a great meet even if she finished second
Absolutely,
here.
yeah.
And so is Todd Pletcher. You know, they get lost in the shuffle. So is the Clement
And
barn.
Bill Mott.
Yeah, Bill Mott as well.
A lot of barns. Yeah, they're not going to win this meet, but they've had tremendous Saratoga summers. Yep. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, and you do see the number 3 Sprinklehead and Manny Franco reunited. Gotta love the teamwork. Maggie Wolfendale was in the paddock for his last race, saying that he was acting the same way last time out. Didn't drop his rider, but was acting really naughty when linking up with the pony once again. So this time he was able to unseat Manny Franco, who usually is really, really good with being able to sit these types as well. But they did not participate in the post parade, just went off the opposite direction. He stayed with the pony, which I thought was interesting as well. And he still does have that shipping halter on. And Manny, like I said, usually is so athletic and able to sit these types. And good to see that he has calmed down a bit, but not out of character for him. The number 5 Rally Squirrel, they were aggressive with him last time out, and it didn't pay off. This was a horse they claimed for $10,000 when he won. He comes back in for the $16,000 today. These types of drops just make sense. He's typically a horse that really does carry. His condition always has been. Got a little bit warm out on the track, but that was just after the strong warm-up Kendrick Carmouche gave him. I think he should be forward once again, and we'll see if he can run back close to that race 2 starts back. I think this is an intriguing race, Greg, to see who could potentially show up, because some of the horses, they have some things to prove in this spot, including your even money favorite in the 7 Magnolia Midnight, who's very hot out on the track yet again.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We're a race away from a massive pick 6 carryover as well. It's going to begin in race 5 with a restricted maiden special weight.
And where do you lean in that sequence, Greg? That's a tough sequence.
Even the spin away, with as great as Ways and Means was, I don't even know if that's a lean. Bright Work has been so special as well.
She's one of the leans. I mean, she is, because there aren't that many. You know what I mean? But I agree with you. I mean, you can lean on her, but doesn't mean she's going to win.
Yep. Yeah, and outside of that race, those turf races are so difficult.
Maybe people will lean a little bit in the 8th race and the 10, Don't Mess with Tess. I mean, I picked her second, but I'm just saying, like, where are the horses?
Yeah.
If you have to lean somewhere, where are the options?
Makes it difficult. Good luck today. There's going to be plenty chasing after that pick 6 pool today, and the late pick 5 as well, with that $3 million bonus on the line.
Come in handy.
Yes, it would. Big race coming up for Linda Rice, needing desperately a win here with Magnolia Midnight, the 7, the even money favorite now. Now the 8 acting up a touch to try and stay in this chase.
They love Irad
for this training title.
I love this Wilson shoot, Andy. I think they've done a tremendous job.
Great addition to racing here, 100%. 100%. It's part of our crack staff.
Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramonte with the call.
And they're off. And it's a very quick start for Sprinklehead, who goes out for the early lead. Rally Squirrel is right up and on the pace, and a length and a half back to Magnolia Midnight. So the favorite gets in just behind the top pair. It's then a gap of about 4 lengths to the next flight. Silver Dust is racing on the inside of Invisible War. They are 2 lengths in front of Boss Making Boss Moves. Durkin's Call is down on the inside, 8 lengths off to speed. It's another 4 to Beaver Hat. Hammer and Ammer is next, and 4 more to Hang Tight. 23 and 4, and they're covered by more than 20 lengths heading toward the half-mile pole. And Magnolia Midnight has taken over, leads by a length and a half. Silver Dust is moving through along the inside, but Sprinklehead is currently holding the 2nd spot. Invisible War in the pink on the outside 4th and 3 lengths off the lead. It's another 3 back to Durkin's Call, who has 7 lengths to make up. Boss Making Boss Moves. Rally Squirrel is retreating. They're followed by Beaver Hat. Hammer and Ammer is 12 or 15 off the lead. And Hang Tight at the back. They're a 1/4 mile from home. Magnolia Midnight turns for home in front by a length and a half. Sprinklehead trying to come back for more in second. In the center of the racetrack, Boss making boss moves, making a little bit of headway. Durkin's Call in front of that rival currently. They're inside the final eighth of a mile, and it's Magnolia Midnight with a 4-length lead. Durkin's Call is closing into second, but it will be Magnolia Midnight. 3 for Arad Ortiz Jr. and 2 for Linda Rice. Winners win, period. Durkin's Call finished second.
Should have been maybe even a shorter price after what we just saw. Even money here, Magnolia Midnight. 61 wins for Arad Ortiz Jr. 3 on today's card, now 7 away from equaling the all-time mark in a summer.
And just riding lights out. Magnolia Midnight, he ran very fast pace for the mile distance out of the Wilson chute and just kept finding. He was just decidedly best.
No question about it. Sometimes you try to beat favorites and it works. Frequently it does not work, and he was much the best, and my ideas were nowhere close to the finish. But Magnolia Midnight, as you say, Richie, fast pace, much the best, and I can't disagree, Greg. After this performance, even money feels like an overlay.
Came in off a huge effort, runs an even bigger one here. Been working incredibly sharp, and this man is on a mission right now. Arad Ortiz Jr., 3 wins today already as we're just getting started.
Yeah, plenty of opportunity to add to those totals.
2 for
That's going to do it for our coverage on FS2. Head on over to FS1 after a break. We will see you there as we continue on.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Saratoga.
Welcome to Saratoga Live on our FS1 coverage. Final 2 days of the meet at the premier meet in the country. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Sensational weather for this Sunday afternoon, where we feature 2-year-old fillies in the Grade 1 Spinaway. The feature later to come this afternoon. Premier race of the meet for these 2-year-old fillies, going 7/8 of a mile. We're looking forward to that showdown. We'll have a preview coming up here in just a moment with a great crowd on hand, soaking up the final couple of days here of this meet. Greg Wolf alongside champion jockey Richard Migliori, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Hard to believe that the end is near here, but we're going to go out with a couple of sensational grade ones these last 2 days.
And grade ones for 2-year-olds. Again, we talk about the future, and there it is. And we've been treated to some really talented young horses this meet, so it's just fun to see them competing at this level and who we think is going to go on, you know, what we can expect. Obviously heading to Breeders' Cup, but then certainly for next year, the classic races for both Colts and fillies.
Yeah, Spinaway and Hopeful came up as good as races could come up.
So Ways and Means, I don't know, for some people, it evoked memories of what Echo Zulu did in the debut here a few summers ago when she went on to a 2-year-old championship. She was that dominant. It just makes she did it so easily with her rider not asking her anything at all, just consummate ease in the way she did this.
I actually thought, as impressive as Echo Zulu was breaking her maiden and continued on, Ways and Means was more impressive. She broke alertly, eased back, waited for Flavien Prat to give her direction. He opened his hands coming to the quarter pole. She just said goodbye to the field in a twinkling and won with something left. As professional a debut as you're ever going to see.
Yeah, I agree with what you said. In no way are we suggesting she's Echo Zulu, who's gone on to do some significantly great things as a champion, looking like she'll be another one this year. But this performance was anything you could possibly want to see from a racehorse, and just an amazing performance, and the kind of performance that gets people excited.
So now comes start number 2 in a grade 1 test. In the Spinaway, just brilliant first time out, but she's got some company in this race, including the more experienced Brightwork, who's now won 3 times. She's 3 for 3 at 3 different racetracks, including a graded stake victory, Mig, in the Adirondack.
Listen, she's been good. She's already has more foundation, right? More seasoning. She's more battle tested. This was very impressive. She was beating a good field. The difference being is she's ridden hard to the wire. You're not expecting to see more than what she gave, where Ways and Means, we're kind of excited because of the promise of what else is in there.
Yeah, no, I agree. Right, we're seeing how good Brightwork is, Ways and Means could be. Right. But coming back in her second start, sometimes horses take the wrong step after an impressive debut and don't run as well, so you don't really know that. We know what Brightwork can do, and what he can do is very, very good.
Wins at Keeneland, Ella Saratoga. She just won at 6.5 furlongs, graded stake here. Those are certainly the 2 big names in here. There's some very, very interesting other fillies in the group as well, which we'll get to as the next group, when they come on, are going to tackle all the others in this spot. But those 2 are the headliners in this Spinaway, no question. That'll go as race 9 on the card today, 5:10 Eastern start time. Take a look at what's coming up. Presented by Claiborne Farm. $251,000 carryover in this pick 6 to add a few more fireworks to a sensational day. We're 20 minutes away from the start of that sequence. Late pick 5 beginning in the 6th race at $3 million bonus if you play it through Naira Bets and you're the only winning ticket. Here's our track conditions presented by John Deere. Fast and firm, as we have the best yet still to come. And oh, by the way, Arad Ortiz Jr. through the first 4 races on the card, 3 wins already, 61 and counting, as he is just 7 away from equaling the all-time summer mark set by Ramon Dominguez back in 2012. You can play all the action by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with the code you just saw, SPOT200 at sign-up when you go right there. Again, NairaBets.com to get involved in this pick 6 and that late pick 5. So pick 6 begins in this next race here at 5.5 furlongs, sprinting on the turf in a restricted maiden special weight race to begin it. We'll look at these deep fields here, Andy, that are lined up. 4 of the 6 races have 10 or more.
I mean, going through the sequence quickly, Greg, in this race, a lot of first-time starters. Nobody in here has run on the turf before. So there's a massive unknowns. A lot of money for the first or for Wayne Catalan on the rail, Cows. So that's a horse, or Cowess, I'm not sure. That's going to take money. I like the 8, Canate. I think the 10, Picata Prince, is dangerous for Linda Rice. But this race is wide open. The 6th race, another wide open maiden race. Genetics will take money. Alpine Prince will take money. I'm trying the 5, Nikitas. But there's no strong favorite in this race by any stretch. The 7th race, somewhat wide open as well on the turf. There's quite a few you can make a case for in there. And I think, once again, no strong favorite. The 8th race, People may lean on the 10, don't mess with Tess for Irad Ortiz, but she's by no means the only player in that race. Will people lean on Ways and Means? I guess it depends on your bankroll. But I mean, she's got Bright Work to deal with, and even Sugar High, much less, if not others. The 10th race, I would narrow it down to 1, 3, and 7 in there, but that's 3 horses in a lot of sequences where you've been using 3 or 4. What's your bankroll? Maybe you get together with friends, because 20% of a winning pick 6 is a lot better than 100% of 0.
And do not forget that last race as well. Another Chad Brown actually draws into the race, who's going to be dropping in class Better Justice to make it even more difficult.
No, I agree. I don't like Addressable Market as the morning line favorite. Better Justice feels like the more interesting of Chad Brown's runner in there. Good point, Greg.
So race 5 will start off this pick 6 carryover, sprinting on the turf. And right now the favorite for Wayne Catalano from the inside post had a pretty sharp turf drill leading into the debut. We'll talk more about this field to get us set up for the pick 6 carryover when we come back on our FS1 coverage.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
In Italian to win it.
And here is domestic spending.
And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program trading. Ocean Road.
It will be McCulloch.
Victoria Road down to the line.
Will be State of Rest.
Warfront's 21 now. He's still doing great though as a stallion. He's still knocking out top class runners, and I think one of our best 2-year-olds is Warfront. He's Danzig made over. That's the reason why Dad wanted him here at the farm. He thought he looked just like his sire, which he does, and he's producing runners and offspring just like his sire. So hopefully we'll find the next son. We have a couple chances here at the War of Will and Silver State to carry on his legacy.
Back with you on our Saratoga Live coverage here on FS1. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Sun shining down on us on this beautiful day, and take a look at the Keeneland September yearling sale with the Claiborne Spotlight. And some big pedigrees. Justify, hip 307 out of Succeed. Warfronts always attract a lot of attention. Warfront out of Boxer Rebellion, hip 42. And here's a look at this one.
Yeah, that's a sale, obviously, that is a real centerpiece of the sales throughout the entire industry. And, you know, for all the connections around here, they leave Saratoga, and it's a tough meet, and get right over to Keeneland for a very demanding long series of sales.
I love what you see in here from this son of Warfront. He just throws such beautifully balanced individuals, and that's the benchmark of an athlete, whether it's a human athlete or an equine athlete, is that balance.
I love the Cedar Claiborne horses, and so many great horses over the years. It's a great farm to go visit. If people have never been there and have a chance to go, I couldn't recommend it more. They're so inviting there. See all the good horses in a beautiful, beautiful place, about a 20-minute drive or so from Lexington in Paris, Kentucky, and I just love seeing the horses. It's the first farm I ever visited, and it just has a special place for me.
Such a rich history, too. You really can't talk about the history of this sport without talking about Claiborne Farm and all the champions that have been raised there.
Yeah, their private graveyard is just like an incredible museum of greats from the history of the game. It's a very, very special place.
We're going to get back to the 5th here coming up in this maiden special weight. Tough way to kick it off. 5.5 furlongs, sprinting on the grass. A lot of these horses have never made a start, like your current favorite, the 2 cows for the Catman Wayne Catalano. We'll have that inside post. He's going to have Jose Lezcano as well. Meanwhile, that 10 in the background, Picada Prince does have a start, Mig, for Linda Rice. It was a race that came off the turf, but nothing like experience.
No, it ran well that day, but this is a horse that definitely, if you look at from a turf pedigree standpoint, the Grand Dam was a stakes winner on turf, and that's something we're always looking at. We're trying to dig deeper, aren't we, Andy?
No, I agree. It's hard. You know, you try to find any edge you can have. And the one thing about turf horses and first-time turf horses, this is where you have a chance to uncover big-priced winners, because you can find pedigrees. And for me, looking up pedigrees, I don't want to bet the ones that are halves to big stake winners that everybody knows about. You want to find horses that the turf pedigree suggests the horses move up substantially on turf. Take a horse like the 8 Canate. The Dam was 5 for 20 on the turf. She ran a 90 buyer, won almost $200,000. She could not run in the dirt.
Right.
She improved dramatically from the turf, and that's why I like the 8 Canate, because her first race in the dirt was atrocious. But she could very well be a completely different animal on the grass.
For more, let's get a paddock report. Check in with Acacia Clement.
And we'll start off with a horse that's taking quite a bit of attention. And you know, it has to be a race for the babies. Is there a lot of chatty Cathys in this group, Greg? But taking a look at the 2 cows for Wayne Catalano. Unfortunately, couldn't find any of his workouts on XBTV. So looking at the Clocker report, it seems that he's shown quite a bit of good speed in the mornings. But interestingly enough, both of his recent workouts have been noted that he hasn't done much on the gallop out and hasn't been asked to do much on the gallop out, which I'm not sure if I necessarily love that, because sometimes horses that are very quick in the mornings but then don't really kind of gallop out and add that stamina in their morning training, it could be a little bit up against it from a fitness perspective in the afternoon. Now, it could mean nothing, and he looks like a horse that should be quick. Also, for a firster, he's been very professional throughout. It looks great in his coat. He's really well muscled in his hind end, has a turf hoof, while the Dam, her 2 wins were sprinting on the dirt. The second Dam was good on turf and synthetic. So there is a little bit of influence in the pedigree there, plus he's had that work on the turf course here at Saratoga. We'll take a look at a couple of horses trying the turf for the first time, starting off with Canate, who ran on the dirt in his debut. According to Maggie Wolfendale, who was in the paddock for his first race, he was screaming and very vocal in that first race. Much of the same today. Very vocal when he first came in, which often is a sign of a horse that's a little bit distracted, particularly for a young colt, and thinking about other things and not necessarily the business ahead of him. Wearing the same blinkers yet again. He too had a workout on the turf. I could watch that on XBTV, and to be honest, I just didn't really love how he moved over the grass and how he finished. There's plenty of turf pedigree. Mongolian Shopper, the Dam, was a stakes winner and a 5-time turf winner. This is her first foal, and the sire Hightail, you may remember, was a Wayne Lucas trainee. It was 0 for 2 on the grass, but as a 2-year-old did finish second on the turf, beaten ahead. Just second best very much in that lone turf workout. I could see trying the grass on him in here today, but I'm not necessarily sold, and he's settled a bit more now that they've put the tack on, and I'll continue to watch him with interest. The 10, Picata Prince, also has a start under his belt. He was also very vocal when he first came into the paddock. Sometimes, I like to say 2-year-olds are like Christmas lights. One goes out and they all go out. So sometimes if one starts being vocal, the others will start responding and kind of pick up in response to that, and that seemed to be what was the case with Picata Prince, but he has a turf hoof. He definitely looks like a horse that will appreciate the grass. The dam was 0 for 6, never tried the turf, and this is her first full. The second dam was multiple stakes placed horse, but I don't mind the progeny of Munnings on the turf, and I think that this guy should appreciate it. Again, he too is settled now that they've put the tack on him, which I'm glad to see because they have run before. They can be a little bit more professional today. Linda Rice also has a first-time starter, and this one has one of the biggest pedigrees as far as turf is concerned, by Omaha Beach, who I'm really, really excited about as a freshman stallion, and I love his progeny on the grass. The dam was 0 for 2, but she is the sister to Temple City, who was the graded stakes winner on the grass and has turned out to be a tremendous grass sire. So there's a huge pedigree on this one, and for Linda Rice, first-time starters taking quite a bit of attention as well. We're 21-2 at the OBS June sale. Really had to urge to get going, but I noticed in that movement, just moved like a turf horse and finished okay in that effort. I'd say he's about 90% fit, which could be often the case with Linda Rice's 2-year-old firsters, but one that is definitely starting in the right spot, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We'll get to our post parade for the race that kicks off this $251,000 Pick 6 carryover on our Sunday card when we come back.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. Again in 2023, no stallion has sired more Grade 1 winners.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Instantly. DraftKings, you spoiling me now with these big payouts. Retired NFL smart guy Ryan Fitzpatrick. Break it down for us.
Just place your bet, and the bonus bets instantly appear in your account. Like magic. Like Fitz magic.
That's too much magic. It's too much magic.
Want to turn $5 into $200 instantly in bonus bets? Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, because life's more fun when you're in on the action. The crown is yours.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Back with you on Saratoga Live here on FS1. We're getting set for this big Pick 6 carryover. An additional more than $660,000 bet into this $251,000 carryover. It all starts here, and as we talked about earlier, Andy was going through it briefly. It is hard to find a race to narrow things down in this sequence.
You got to lean on a 2-to-1 first-time starter with dirt pedigree, with good dirt works. I'm not.
Here is the favorite from the rail for Wayne Catalano, and did get a big drill on turf last time out.
Yeah, no turf pedigree to speak of. Really strong workouts, particularly on the dirt coming into this. And Wayne Catalano, over 1,500 wins as a jockey, closing in on 3,000 wins as a trainer.
So your 2-to-1 favorite with Jose Lezcano there. Next door, Nano Man for trainer John Kimmel. The dam won on turf and synthetic.
Dam was 1 for 9 in the turf. There's mild turf pedigree there.
Meanwhile, the 5, big price, Attrayant. Dam won the debut and was graded stakes place and stakes place in the U.S.
I mean, it doesn't scream short distance, but the Dam's a multiple winner in the turf. I won't be shocked if this one's a little live for a sharp guy and wise guy Roy Lehrman.
Magic Beach, Linda Rice, Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, not a tremendous amount of turf pedigree on the female side. I like what Akesh said about the works, though, on synthetic. And the Omaha Beach small sampling, 2 for 8 in turf sprints for his first crop.
My man Woody went by. Dan produced a 4-time winner on the turf. We'll get back to that one if we have time. Kanate Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, the mare was a 5-time winner on turf, and certainly a turf pedigree here, and he has a 5-furlong work on the turf.
Surface switch for Uncle Eddie.
He just doesn't really have much turf pedigree, and he's going to have to move up on the surface, and I don't see it.
Here's Picata Prince, Linda Rice, Manny Franco, start number 2.
Yeah, nice run on a muddy off the turf race last time. Now gets the turf. Grand Dam was a stakes winner on grass.
Nice also horse. Eligible, draws in for Jamie Begg, Sugar It's Eli.
First foal, not a lot of turf on this one, not taking much money.
All right, so back to my man Woody. So this dam produced a first out winner on dirt named Real Talk, who won 4 times, was a stakes winner, and then produced a 4-time winner on turf named Lantano.
There is a turf winner in the family, so I'm not going to say it couldn't be interesting in here. And if these are the kind of races, if there's a big priced winner, and wouldn't you say if there's a blow up sort of pick 6 winner, this is the kind of race where it can happen the most?
You would think. There's a look at the 1 quickly, too. Not Afraid to Charge, Rudy Rodriguez on the Freud first-time starting 2-year-old filly with Jamie Torres, the apprentice rider.
You get Freud as an influence, the turf side. The dam side, you don't get a lot of turf influence. I like the 8, Kanate. There's a big turf move up in this family. This horse is bred to move much better in the turf than dirt, and it's a rare Rat Ortiz horse that's not a super short price. Maybe that's a negative, but I'm betting.
And Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. His 2-year-olds, they've been running pretty strong the last few days.
Great. And, you know, Richie made a great point off camera about the one Cowis. I assume it's Cowis. This horse has been working great on the dirt. Turf workout was all right, but why run this horse on the turf? Given the pedigree, which is not particularly turfy, and the workouts, why choose the turf?
It's just a question to me as well. Yeah. I mean, you get those 59 and change, 59 out of the gate.
46.
Now, listen, the turf work looks like it was good, but the dirt works were very good as well.
Let's go to Acacia Clement for more.
I just wanted to wrap up on the 8, Kanate, who was still a little bit green back in the paddock, much more professional out on the track and had a lovely solo warm-up. And now, as I say that, horses love to make a fool of you. So still very green out on the track, spooking and dropping Rat Ortiz just as he was doing things so well. I was rooting for you, Kanate. So Rat Ortiz will get a leg back up. So obviously, especially with a horse that has run once before, you don't love to see that. And he was still green back in the paddock, and hopefully he can keep things together. The 3, Nano Man, a little intrigued by this guy at a price. It's funny, John Kimmel came up to me and he said, I know he's small, and I just kind of smiled at him, and he is a very tiny horse. But John had told me, which I thought was interesting, he said they use an apparatus in the mornings to measure horses' stride length, and he said as a 2-year-old, this horse's stride was longer than that of Vacation Dance, who we saw win a turf sprint the other day, who's a massive horse, longer than his as a 2-year-old, which was interesting. And this horse really did float over the track. So while there is not a ton of turf pedigree on the bottom side, he moves like a horse, that kind of floaty stride that would do well on the turf, and he's just a little bit green with the pony in the crowd as well. But the number 11 is a big price, Sugar It's Eli. I think that he could stand to strengthen up across his top line and across his flank as well, but he's by a stern, massive, flat, pancake-like turf hoof. He's definitely on the right spot. I think he'll need a race for fitness and to strengthen, but one that I think is placed well on the grass, and we'll see if Kanate can keep things together, who's now 9-2.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We'll keep our eyes on the 8 and see if that one can get his act together for Todd Pletcher and the meet's leading rider, Rat Ortiz Jr. 3 wins already today. 61 now and counting. We thought it was, I mean, he had an amazing start to this meet. A start like we have never seen, but then cooled off, missed a few days with the suspension, and it looked like making a run at the record was out of the question, and all of a sudden it's back in play.
Well, listen, he was also fortunate that he picked up some key mounts as well at the beginning of the meet to add to the arsenal of live mounts he was already getting. His agent, Steve Russian, does an amazing job. And it just would have been unrealistic to think he could have kept that torrid pace up the entirety of the meet.
Look at Luis Saez, who's been out for a while, and he's still in 5th right here. These riders have all ridden well. I think Jose Lezcano, with limited chances, has really made the most of it. Manny Franco started out the meet 2 for, we say 53 on July 27th, has really completely turned it around.
Jockey Standings brought to you by Game of Silk. So many great storylines, in that jockey colony, which we talk about all the time. This is hands down the strongest jockey colony there is in the country.
Oh, yeah, not even close.
Not even close. The depth here, and what's really interesting is the core of young talent. I mean, we've had very talented colonies here in the past. I don't know that the majority were as young as this colony is.
That's a good point. I mean, Irad and Jose are still pretty young. A lot of great years ahead of them.
Kendrick Carmouche hopping back aboard Nano Man. Looks like he is the first one in for John Kimmel, first-time starter. Here's still the favorite, even more money now on Cows, the 2 from that inside post at 9-5.
And over $1 million bet today in the pick 6, so we're over 4 times the carryover. 1.03 million, as you can on here. So wish you all the best of luck if you played this pick 6. Tough sequence. Good luck navigating it.
It all starts here, sprinting 5.5 furlongs on the turf. And then after this race, our late pick 5 with a $3 million bonus. If you're the only winning ticket and you play it through Nauer Bets, that's still to come as well. Let's head upstairs. Frank Miramati to get us started in this pick 6 carryover.
Okay, Greg, here are a couple of more to go in. My man Woody. Right up to the gate. A little bit of an adjustment for Uncle Eddie from Javier Castellano. And Sugar It's Eli to the outside. We are ready for the pick 6 at Saratoga. They're in the gate. And they're off. Conate is very quick away from the gate. Sugar It's Eli on the far outside. Nano Man is coming through faster than both and up to take the lead. They're followed by Cows, who's close in 4th. Then Magic Beach racing in between horses, 4 lengths off the pacemaker. Picata Prince is just outside of that rival. Then My Man Woody, who stalled just a bit on the inside of Not Afraid to Charge. Not Afraid to Charge about 6 lengths off the lead. The 2 trailers, Atreant, and at the back of the field is Uncle Eddie. They're coming toward the quarter pole, the opening quarter in 22 1/5 seconds. Nano Man the leader. Conate on the chase in 2nd. Down on the inside, Cows is still in 3rd. They're at the top of the lane, and Nano Man tries to shake free, opens up 3 lengths, and now Cows is gathering big momentum. Here comes Cows with a purpose at the furlong pole, swallowing up Nano Man and strolling in. Cows and Jose Lezcano. Cows was ready to rock and roll. Nano Man a solid 2nd. Then it was Picata Prince in 3rd, and Magic Beach finished 4th.
Pays to pay attention to the board sometimes. This horse was taking a lot of money in here. 8-5, Jose Lezcano, Wayne Catalano, Legion Racing, and this was easy first time out.
Yeah, and he didn't break particularly well. Looked like he ducked in sharply at the break. Jose Lezcano had to straighten him. Then he started trying to run off with him. Got him in the clear, was the best.
2, 3, 10, 6 underway with the 8-5 favorite in the pick 6. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal in San Diego. Those already with us on FS1. You're watching Saratoga Live from the premier meet in the country on Spinaway Sunday. That feature race later today for 2-year-old fillies going 7/8 of a mile. We are underway in a big pick 6 carryover, $251,000 carryover into today's card. And we just saw the first leg sprinting 5.5 furlongs on the turf. And a colt who took a lot of attention, goes off as the 8-5 favorite, does not disappoint here.
Andy, he did not. He was in the pocket with 2 armfuls of horse when he was able to angle out. Nano Man ran extremely well, just second best to Cows, who overcame some early trouble out of the gate. And how about Nano Man being a New York bred here in open company and a lot of separation back to the 3rd horse?
Tough beat if you used him. I doubt a horse like this is 8-5 in the pick 6. Smaller tickets maybe used him a lot, my 8 took, but I think the bigger tickets used more than a few in here. So not necessarily a horse that makes it super chalky to start it out.
You were just talking about what a great meet this man's putting together. Jose Lezcano, obviously, he was on the right horse here, but he just is a consummate professional. Jose Lezcano.
Consistent. Every day he gives you a consistent effort. You can count on him showing up for work prepared and rides a good, smart race. And Wayne Catalano is one of the people I admire in this game, because I like anybody who had the kind of success he had as a rider, and he was a terrific rider, to go on to have even more success as a trainer. I just really appreciate and admire watching it.
8-5 favorite. First-time starter from the inside post comes flying late to win the debut in a formful start, with obviously a long way to go here in this pick 6.
1.1 million, a little over at bet into the pick 6. They bet about 4.4 times the carryover. Good luck if you're alive. Long way to go, though, as Greg said, but it did start out with one that probably on many people's, if not most people's, tickets.
One more look at this 2 starting to wind up. And, you know, it's a very good effort from Nano Man as well, who gets collared here, but not a great start from that horse. Ran a big effort in defeat.
Yeah, I mean, second best. I mean, especially because Nano Man looked like he ducked away from horses at the break. Jose had to correct him. Nano Man was able to go forward and assume his spot. He sat the pocket under a stout restraint, was able to angle out and run down a very game Nano Man. And again, it was probably 4 lengths back to, or 5 lengths even back to the 3rd horse. And Nano Man is a New York bred. This was open company. Imagine what Nano Man might have been able to do to a group of New York breds.
Probably be a short price when he comes back in against New York breds, in all likelihood, when you get down to Aqueduct.
Yeah, maybe we missed the opportunity.
We will not get 13-1 on Nano Man. No. Next time out. Cows, impressive here in the debut with Jose Lezcano for Wayne Catalano, and kicks off this pick 6 as the 8-5 favorite in this 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Don't forget, coming up next, if you do not yet know, it's the late pick 5 on this Sunday card, and a little extra buzz about it today because there is a $3 million bonus on the line in the next race coming up. You play the late pick 5 and you play it through Naira Bets, and you're the only ticket that wins the late pick 5. Not only do you take down the whole pool, you get a $3 million bonus as well. And don't say, well, that's never going to happen. We had an opportunity yesterday. There was one ticket with 2 horses on that ticket that would have taken the entire pool. So it can happen.
Oh, it can happen, and if it does, congratulations. I'd be thrilled for anybody to make that kind of a score at the races.
Yeah. But you just have to play it through Naira Bets. You have to at least have a chance. You'd hate to hit it as the only winner and miss out on that kind of opportunity.
Here are the prices. $5.40 for the win. First time out for Cows. Again, the Catman, Wayne Catalano. Legion Racing, Jose Lezcano. Nano Man, Picata Prince, 2nd and 3rd in the early pick 5. We could do better in the late. Let's set it up for you now. It will be a maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies, 7/8 of a mile. And genetics for Bill Mott. He is going to have a filly in the spin-away, our featured later today. And this filly was working pretty close to heads up with that one, Sugar High.
Yeah, she ran fine first time out, and she was 7 furlongs. We'll see if she's more professional after breaking slowly. I'm interested in the horse who's currently favored, Nikitas. And Chad Brown may have got it wrong trying her on turf first time. Took a lot of money. She might be on the right surface today.
Brad Cox, too, with Alpine Princess, the 4, who's been working very sharp. And another one, do you kind of lean on horses that have had a start going 7/8?
Yeah, the 7/8 distance, I think, is a great dividing point. You know, horses starting, it's just an elongated sprint. It's hard for a debuter to win unless they're very special or they're facing a moderate group. I don't think it's a moderate group here, and you've got some horses that showed ability first time.
Yeah, I picked only horses with experience 1, 2, 3 in here, though. Classic Causeway did win his debut at 7 furlongs a couple of years ago with a 90 buyer, and subsequently has never run a dirt sprint again the rest of his career.
Can be done, not easy to do it. We'll see what happens coming up late pick 5 and that $3 million bonus if you play it through Naira Bets on the line in this next race. That's going to do it for the three of us. For Andy, Mig, myself, so long, Lafitte and the crew. Over Paddock's side, ready to take over from here with this to come. Ways and Means, brilliant in the debut. She'll be the favorite in the Grade 1 Spinaway to come.
Times have changed, but some things remain timeless. Hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication. From sun up to sundown, our passion fuels us to drive further and push harder. We do it for the horses, for our families, and for the sport we all love. For well over a century, we've committed to doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Just 1 year after expanding their global footprint to Kentucky in 2013, Liliana Soleri and Carlos Heller's Don Alberto purchased the dam of leading Eclipse candidate Arcangelo, who captured the Belmont and Travers Stakes against the best of his generation. This September at Keeneland, we are proud to offer 50 outstanding yearlings by the world's leading stallions, hailing from some of the best pedigrees in the stud book today. Don Alberto at Keeneland.
Gorgeous afternoon in upstate New York. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Activity. There'll be some buzz in the paddock momentarily for race number 6. Welcome, everyone. Lafitte Pinkai just outside the paddock. So much going on this final Sunday of the meet. We are off and running in the pick 6. We have that late pick 5 coming up. And yes, that $3 million bonus is in play, plus the Grade 1 Spinaway 2-year-old fillies taking center stage. Here's the field, 132nd running of the Spinaway. 7/8 of a mile, $300,000 purse. All eyes on number 8, Ways and Means. 7 to 5 on the morning line. Now joined by my co-host Jonathan Kinchin, Paul LaDuca, Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens. Guys, let's start with Ways and Means in the Spinaway. This super filly, Gary. Why so much excitement about Ways and Means?
Lafitte was probably the most impressive maiden winner that I've ever seen. And it wasn't the distance that she won by, it was the way that she did it. She sat off the pace. Flavian, she broke well. He took her back. And it was just the style that she did it. He didn't ask her with about 2 strides coming into the stretch, and then he wrapped up on her. Look, they can all get beat up here in Saratoga. We know that, but let's see. This is a loaded field today. Let's see if she can come back and repeat that performance today and maybe have to step ahead a little bit.
As awesome as she was, Paul, Ways and Means in her debut then, are you at all surprised that 8 other fillies have lined up against her today?
Maybe a little bit surprised, but, you know, the other horse in here, Bright Work, is also 3 for 3. And sometimes, you know, you got to look at a horse. Sometimes a one-number horse will kill you in the long run, but then visually, Ways and Means, you just look at the replay and you go, oh my God, this horse is the real deal. But then I do look down at Bright Work, and it's hard to knock a horse that is undefeated. And Sugar High was very impressive too, first time out. And these 2-year-old fillies do take, you know, steps forward. The problem is if Ways and Means takes a step forward, that's going to be the issue.
JK, you and I are on for her debut. You're a fan, I'm a fan. Let's say you love Ways and Means today. As a handicapper, how do you play the spin away?
I mean, I think the best way to do it is right now in this race to play the pick 5, right? You obviously have the $3 million bonus if you play it through Naira Bets if you're a single ticket winner. So that's, well, I don't think you'll get the single ticket if she wins. But my point is I do believe that's the best way to kind of tackle her from a value standpoint. But I also think some other horses in there might take some money. From a speed figure standpoint, she's not a huge standout. Visually, she's a standout. So I think a lot of people think that she will take that next step forward. But you might actually get an okay price considering how special we all think she is.
Shades of Echo Zulu, some say even better. Ways and Means. Let's revisit her debut, Gary. 4 weeks ago exactly. Ways and Means. I've seen it about 50 times, and it still gives me goosebumps.
Yeah, I mean, Flavian's sitting motionless on her right now. He rated her. She was very kind in doing that. She was listening to him, and she's just now getting wound up. He moves his hands forward a couple of jiggles, and she responds to it instantly. And from here on, it's just how far she's going to win without any encouragement in this last 16th of a mile. He's sitting motionless here. He's actually got a hold of her. She had a lot more left, lot more fuel left in the tank, and some more gears.
Prior to her debut, Lafitte, I ran into her exercise rider, Peter Leva, who works for Chad Brown, and he said he's got a good one coming up, and he said they better take a good look at her in the gate because they won't see her too much longer after that. He was absolutely right.
You'll hear from her exercise rider a little bit later on in the broadcast, Paul. Let's play devil's advocate, though. One start, like, how do we know we're not getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Because you just look at it visually. I mean, like, at the end of the day, like, you can look at all these numbers you want, and Jake hit the nail on the head. The numbers are close because this horse didn't get unleashed. If Flavian wanted to unleash the horse, what's the horse run? The horse ran a 90 buyer and a canter. If he unleashes this horse, now you're looking at a horse that maybe would ran a 97, 98, 100 buyer, somewhere in that area. Now you're looking at, okay, can they really beat her? So JK makes a very good point that the numbers are close because she jogged. Now, I'm not taking anything away from Bright Work. Bright Work's numbers are good, but, you know, she ran last time, and she's more of a candidate for me to bounce because Chad's horses don't bounce that much.
Can't wait for this one. Ways and Means, the Spinaway, Saratoga's most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Late Pick 5 is next. Get started in 13 minutes. More on that $3 million bonus in a moment. Spinaway, race 9, post time, 5:10 Eastern. John Deere weather track condition report. Main track is fast. The turf courses are firm. It's warmed up a little bit. Temperature around 83 degrees. So here it is. Late Pick 5 $1 million bonus. Today, the bonus has a bonus. Play the Late Pick 5 on Naira Bets. Hit the Late Pick 5 on Naira Bets. If you're the only one today, $3 million bonus. That's right, $3 million bonus. For details, go to NairaBets.com. So let's take a few moments to walk through the sequence. And starting with race number 6 here, JK, 2-year-old fillies, 7/8 of a mile. Updated odds with a 2-to-1 favorite in Nikitas. How many are you using if you're playing this Late Pick 5 sequence to feel safe?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you have to spread in this spot. I feel like a lot of these legs actually outside of the Ways and Means race that you have to spread. The 2 genetics you want to use in here, who was working with Sugar High, who we'll see a little bit later in the card. Alpine Princess, Nikitas, who worked with Ways and Means, but then ran on the turf. And then the 2 Todd Pletcher runners to the outside. I think this is a very spready race, Paul. I couldn't lock into anyone in here.
Yeah, I mean, those are the exact 5 horses I used. 2, 4, 5, 9, 10. I thought that gets you out of this race. And You know, the horses with experience near the 2, 4, and 5, I think will be tough. And the other two Todd Pletcher runners in here, the 9 and 10, it's just really hard to throw out Johnny V and Irad Ortiz Jr. and Todd Pletcher. It's one of those things like JK said, when you want to get to ways and means, you're going to get beat by Todd Pletcher. You know what I mean?
I hear it now with 3-year-olds specifically. Stay right there, Paul. Race 7. Very competitive allowance race on grass. How many to feel covered?
I thought another race that was interesting in here. You know, I think a lot of people are going to look at the 1, 2, and 3 in there. I think Giroux will get played in there for Michael Maker, Ski Patrol. I think the 7 could be dangerous in there. I know a horse that won a cheaper maiden race, but might be Lone Speed. So I thought that race could be a little tricky, JK. I was going about 3 or 4 deep in there too as well.
Yeah, race 7. Sorry, Lafitte. I don't really need the 7 and the 9, but I do understand what you're talking about.
Yeah. The 8th, JK, female equivalent of the 7th, but on the Mellon Turf Course, how deep do you have to go?
I'll just say this: if you want to hit that single ticket bonus, use the 4 up her sleeve.
The 4?
Yep.
All right. Fair enough. Quick enough. The spin away, Paul. If you have any designs on that $3 million bonus, yeah, you don't want a single ways and means here.
Yeah, listen, if the $1 million or $3 million bonus is going to go down, I think it Ways and Means and Bright Work would have to lose that race. And maybe if Sugar High probably may go up to about 7, 8 to 1, depending on how, you know, she's been working out in the morning. But if something crazy happens, and I mean, because the most single horse in this sequence is going to be Ways and Means.
Finally, JK, 10th race, this $40,000 maiden claimer on grass, big field, like nice, easy race to close the sequence.
Yeah, you know, here's the thing, right? We talked about it all week about this trainer battle, right? We got this big bonus, but there's also a trainer battle on the line. Chad Brown dropping a few in here. The 8 addressable market and the 13 better justice. But, man, I have to have the 1 and the 3 on my ticket.
Not supposed to.
Don't throw the
7.
That's my sneaky horse there.
Rosie tomorrow, 6 to 1 on the morning line. All right, so that's the sequence. Not supposed to be easy. The late pick 5 about to get underway, and the $3 million bonus in play. Starts with this 6th race. The 2-year-old fillies are behind us. 7/8 of a mile. Current favorite at 2 to 1 is Nikitas. As we check in with Maggie Wolfendale, standing by with this race 6. Paddock Report. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Lafitte, and we'll check in with Genetics, who did run very well in that debut, as she'll try the 7 furlongs here yet again. Now, she's one that kind of broke a little slow, but easily got herself into contention, pressing the entire way, and eventually was run down late by Wonder Ride, who sat right behind her. The problem with Genetics that day, where she did herself no favors, was that she never switched to her outside lead. And watching her workouts, which the last one back here on August 27th, you can watch on XBTV, she was working with Sugar High, who will be probably third choice, you would have to think, in the upcoming spin-away. She sat 3 to 4 lengths behind her, and then they had her kind of go up on the rail along with Sugar High, and she still never switched leads. It's going to get her in trouble. And while she looks great, she's strengthened up, she's sharper for this start, at least so far in the paddock. You got to switch leads, girlfriend. As we'll move on to your favorite is number 5, Nikitas. Took a lot of money for her debut going long on the turf. That didn't work out too well, so now they're going to go to the dirt. She looks more like a dirt filly, and one that certainly wants the distance. She's a bit long, slender, kind of tubular frame to her. For a favorite, though, she's not that impressive looking, to be fair, but she is a lot more settled, a lot more focused in the paddock than what she was at first asking. So she looks as though she's been working well on the dirt, too, moves fine over it. She makes sense, but I thought there were a lot more other intriguing horses in here, including 2 first-time starters from the Todd Pletcher barn. Number 9, Caitlin, Her Greatness, sold for $375,000 after working 10 flat. Now, she was asked quite a bit for that, but she is an incredibly efficient mover. Watching her work 2 back from the gate, she broke well on the outside of an unraced mate, and she was well in hand throughout. She's a big, solid filly, where I think she'll be more forward than the other Todd Pletcher runner in here. She's a very bright and alert and forward in the paddock, and she's big and solid too. So the 7/8 is a good place to start. And I just say that because looking at her stablemate, Scalable here, is just a little bit more laid back. And 2, one that I feel as though will need to develop a bit more with racing. She'll strengthen that top line. And watching her work 3 back, she did
did break, well, better, but also worked really favorably against Candide, who would win here at First Asking last week for Todd Pletcher and Eclipse Thoroughbred. So she's coming in here with a credible work tab as well, Lafitte. She looks fit, she's very professional, but like I said, she might just need that start to really strengthen and bring everything together.
Arad Ortiz, Maggie looking for a fourth win in the afternoon. When we come back, late pick 5 from Saratoga. The only one to hit it. Naira Bets, $3 million bonus. Riders up the post parade when we come back.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Charles Fight running on. Mason in front. Charles Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Prince of Monaco's too good. An impressive winner of the best pal.
All purpose, all places, all power. Spitestown.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Time for the late pick 5 Saratoga post parade 2-year-old filly's social affair, and Javier Castellano.
Yeah, look, this one just looks like you're probably going to need a race.
Wasn't Bet, spun her wheels in her debut. Number 2, Genetics, as Maggie mentioned, got to switch those leads. She went the other way. There's Dancing Dean and Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, another one, not taking a lot of money for connections that, you know, do well first time out. I think this price is an indicator, probably not ready today.
Alpine Princess, Brad Cox, second-time starter.
Working well, had issues in the afternoon in her first start. She should improve.
Nikitas, after one start, Chad Brown shaking things up.
4 works ago, she worked with Ways and Means. Then they ran on the turf. Now they're back on the dirt.
Maggie said she wasn't all that impressive to look at in person. Extremely gruntled. A walking L Thoroughbred's first-time starter.
I feel you here by Not This Time. Julian Leperoux and Katie McPeak, they're striking at 16% this year.
Snow Dance, 2 turf routes, now the dirt sprint.
Yeah, I have a hard time with that. Long turf. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to go short on the dirt.
No risk it, no biscuit. Hunch play, it's fantasy football draft season.
Yeah, and listen, if you buy into the Ways and Means, maybe it's a loaded race, was behind that filly last time.
Caitlin, her greatness, first-time starter. Johnny, be aboard.
Yeah, I feel like it's 2008. We got Johnny and Todd back together in a first-time starter.
Pletcher fillies will break side by side. Scalable, Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher, big Jockey Club Gold Cup win yesterday.
Yeah, and a little dark gray roan there. Maybe it's from the mama side, Passion Forever, tap it for Rapoli stables. 7-1. It's really hard to figure out what they're doing with the Todd Pletcher firsters here.
And Genetics, who wants to do her own thing. There she is, the $525,000 Tappet filly.
Yeah, look, I think she's definitely a one to keep an eye on. She ran well. She got a great number for a first-time starter. She broke slow. And like I mentioned, looking on from our friends from XBTV, she worked with Sugar High, who's basically the only horse, in my opinion, that can beat Ways and Means.
There's Genetics, Gary. Yeah, her debut 3 weeks ago, same level, same distance, and not an awful start, just sluggish getting into stride.
Yeah, I watched the head on that start, and she wouldn't stand. Her hind legs were spread a little bit. She just kind of drug herself away from there. She didn't push off, but man, she made up good ground. I thought that she ran a great race first time out. She took some little bit of schooling and everything, and Billy's horses usually really step forward this second out, and that's what I'm counting on here today.
She got green, too. She was tired, green, wrong lead. She's trying her heart out, too. And obviously being Tappet as the great Point Given, who you rode, that won the Belmont, this horse, you would think the 7 furlongs is not going to be a problem, but first time out, it can be tricky. So I think the 2's going to be a lot fitter in here.
Lots of reason to expect improvement with Genetics. 5-2, she is the favorite, and Alpine Princess is second-time starter for Brad Cox. Same, Gary, reasons to expect fast improvement.
Yeah, she'll improve as well. She did get bumped pretty hard at the start, and it was taken up afterwards, and she took a ton of dirt that day under Florent Giroux, and Manny Franco's having a great meet. He's riding her back today. I think she'll definitely improve today. But getting all the action right now is the key to.
Back to Maggie, trackside.
Yeah, checking in with Alpine Queen here, Lafitte. And she's one that actually didn't see her in her debut, but she'll step out after Gary stating, really that she got bounced around from either side quite significantly, and it was a race more forwardly dominated behind an experienced Sam's Treasure. Now, I don't know at the end of the day how strong that race was, because Colonial Rose, who finished a good second there, she came back and did little running in her subsequent start. But what I like about Alpine Princess is that her last breeze, which you can watch on XBTV, was with Dazzling Blue, who, yes, was an over-bet, beaten favorite in the Prioress yesterday, but still, she's a 3-year-old filly with a lot more credentials than Alpine Princess. So it speaks to me that connections think a lot of this filly, who's incredibly well muscled, incredibly professional. I mean, she's just done everything right here in her second start, which you like to see, and it kind of bodes well and goes along with the fact that Brad Cox, with his 2-year-old dirt sprinters in their second start, is 51 for 143, equating to 36% with a positive ROI. Now, longest shot on the board for our friend Tom Amoss. No risk it, no biscuit. She comes out of, arguably, we'll see if it is moving forward, but at least Ways and Means was in there. She may have been in a race all of her own, but no risk it, no biscuit was not fit at all for her debut. She is so much more tucked up. It is apparent and visible from what I saw from her first time out. And she's a lovely mover, and I think she's going to benefit from getting an extra furlong here with the 7/8 to work with. I know maybe she's just not that good, which means, because she's taking no action on the board, but there's definitely an improvement in my eyes for her second start. Lafitte?
Team Serengeti Empress, Dr. Joel Politi, Tom Amoss, no risk it, no biscuit. J.K. Wright next door, Caitlin, her greatness. This name, what's the influence? What's this all about?
Yeah, Caitlin Clark, she was great last year for Iowa, and she got the Naismith Award, AP College Player of the Year. She scored 27 points a game on average, and then 8 assists. She was balling.
Is she coming back?
I believe so, yeah. She was fun to watch, too. Really fun to watch.
She really was. She actually, the NCAA Women's Basketball Championship game got the highest ratings.
The ratings were off the charts.
100% because of her. Now she has a card out called Bowman U, and if you get it signed, it's about almost $500 to $1,000 already.
That sounds about right. Let's see what her namesake does here in her debut. Caitlin, her greatness. Final check of the tote board, reading 5-2 on Genetics. Tom Amoss trained filly towards the outside. No risk it, no biscuit. Having to be coaxed forward eventually. A little stubborn at the gate. Second day on the job for her. Time for the late pick 5. Frank Mirmati standing by. Post time, race 6 from Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 1.
Thank you very much, Lafitte. You can see Javier Castellano climbing back aboard Social Affair, who will break from the inside post. They're ready to go, and then still working on No Risk It, No Biscuit, assistant starting team. Working with this daughter of Omaha Beach. Trevor McCarthy has climbed off. They've opened the front of the gate, and this tactic is generally highly effective. They're going to have to work a little harder than usual here as they get No Risk It, No Biscuit into the gate. And here is the filly you've been talking about, Caitlin Her Greatness, who follows Alpine Princess into the gate. Nikitas. A couple of feisty individuals in the starting gate for these babies. Scalable. Walks up. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Caitlin Her Greatness flies out of the gate. Snowdance has good sharp speed. Those two head and head in the opening furlong. And Nikitas is just behind them, 2 off the pace in third. They're followed by Scalable, who's asked for a bit more speed, takes that third spot on the outside of Social Affair. And Alpine Princess 5th with 4 lengths to make up. It's another 2 back to Genetics. Extremely Gruntled is next, racing 5 clear of No Risk It, No Biscuit. And another 2 to Dancing Dean. 22-2 for the opening quarter mile, and it's Snowdance the leader, but Caitlin Her Greatness up alongside, up now to put her head in front. It's 2 more lengths back to Scalable in third, followed by Nikitas in fourth, and then Alpine Princess 5th with 5 lengths to make up. Genetics in the purple colors is next, racing 3 in front of Extremely Gruntled. Social Affair is far behind at 45-3. With a quarter of a mile to go, Caitlin Her Greatness. Nikitas is coming after her in second. Out in the center of the racetrack, Alpine Princess is also finishing well. And from the back of the field, Genetics, there's an 1/8 of a mile to go. Caitlin Her Greatness just in front. Nikitas on the outside. At the rail of the game, Snowdance still in the fight. Nikitas, Caitlin Her Greatness, head and head. Outside, Alpine Princess. Alpine Princess or Nikitas? Alpine Princess. She needed every inch of the stretch to get up and beat Nikitas. Caitlin Her Greatness was a close third, and then Snowdance.
Driving finish, these 2-year-old fillies and Alpine Princess, Manny Franco in a thriller to kick off this late pick 5.
Yeah, she really moved forward second time out for Brad Cox. Look, this was a great horse race. These 2-year-old fillies battling to the wire every step of the way. And like Frank said, she needed every step of this 7 furlong race to get up and win in the final strides.
You know, the Pletcher horse broke so sharply on top, and then the 7 Snowdance would just not go away on the inside. And you could tell that, you know, Johnny V was getting the 9 to try to get outside to look at the 5, and the 4 is on the slow grind here, and he gets up.
These are the most exciting races, like, right? Like, at this point, I do not know who's going to win. And it's always exciting. Yeah, I mean, just kept going. Manny's really shown this meet. He's shown it to me on a number of occasions. There's not too many guys in that room in that situation that I would want finishing other than Manny Franco. He just really seems to have a little bit of an edge in those battles.
It's Franco going to work. There's Johnny Velasquez, Caitlin Her Greatness, eventually Nikitas in the mix in between horses. The jockey who will pilot ways and means Flavian Pratt. But Alpine Princess, Manny Franco, such a physical, strong finisher here, Gary.
He is, his upper body strength, and there's no quit in him. Great athlete in not only this, but basketball, whatever he wants to do. He's a good athlete.
I'd like to see him and Caitlin play one-on-one. Right? I think Caitlin would probably beat him by 25, but I'd still like to watch it.
All right, Gary, you mentioned something about the 2 Genetics. Horse wasn't handling that racetrack at all?
No, she broke all right today, but I was watching her down the backside on that one shot that we were showing, sort of a head-on, and she ran the entire way down the backside in her left lead once again. And a horse can't do that, and that means she ran around the turn in her left lead, and then coming into the lane, she was empty at the 8th pole. So she's got to figure it out, but she regressed today. She didn't improve off that first out.
Several of our analysts locking in on this filly, Alpine Princess, and something else Maggie touched on, Brad Cox. There he is, right on cue, and statistically, Paul, what he does with these second-time starters and 2-year-olds.
Yeah, and you know, so many times we talk about a lot of these great trainers, and if you really look at the stats, Todd's horses move up second time out more than not. Chad's horses move up second time out. And Brad's horses, too, they're 28%. And the thing about these guys, and it just shows you, you know, Brad Cox and Chad Brown going down to the wire in this race, their horses, they don't regress. And if they have, this horse was 13-1 first time out. A lot of Brad's horses that aren't flashy in the morning, they show up in the afternoon.
Padding his stats, Brad Cox, Fuller Run Racing, Medikit Stable, winning owners, Manny Franco. What a summer at Saratoga. Strong finish, Alpine Princess, and a driving finish to graduate her second career start. Results, reaction, next.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
The best bet for your dollar is Massachusetts Thoroughbred Reading Program.
I honestly believe it's the best program in the country, and it's probably the best kept secret.
The incentives in this program are awarded to any mass bred running anywhere in the country. Bonuses for owners, breeders, developers, stallion owners. You get those percentages no matter where that horse is running.
This is a great program. Everything about it.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. By that much, about ahead, Alpine Princess. Coverage is always brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Alpine Princess, her daddy, her sire, Classic Empire JK. Didn't he have an eventful, hopeful in his day?
Nah, he absolutely did. He was bet that day. Practical Joke won, but he didn't run in the race. He wheeled at the start, dropped the rider, and he went on to do okay things, but the hopeful wasn't his day.
The eventual champion, Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner. Here for Brad Cox, Alpine Princess, the winner. Over to Maggie, standing by in the winner's circle.
Here with Brad Cox and Alpine Princess. Brad, you were saying you've liked the way she worked, but you're just astonishing with your second-time starters. I think probably increasing your stats today with the win. But as you said, she doesn't quite look like she wants to go further, but she runs like she does.
Yeah, she trains awfully well. We brought her up here because what she showed us this summer at Churchill, and first time I thought she ran really well. Didn't get away quite as sharp as we expected. Manny did a good job of getting her way well today, but just kind of was, struggling a little bit, I thought, early, but, enough pace in front of her, come off the turn wide and finished up well. I think she's definitely screaming she wants more ground.
I just got up in the shadow of the wire, but also lost a lot of ground, too. When you're dealing with 2-year-olds, would you almost like them to lose that ground and stay out of the kickback, or is it just depend on the horse?
I like to win. Any way it comes, that's I don't know. But listen, she was sharp out of the gate at Churchill. We loved her gate work before we brought her up, and was very shocked she didn't get away as well as she did first time. But she rebounded today with a big effort, and once again, I think she's one that we should stretch.
And Brad, well represented tomorrow in the Grade 1 hopeful with Timberlake. Named after Justin Timberlake? I gotta know.
That's a question for Elliott Walden, but he's a nice colt. I mean, he's done everything right since day one. He's been very precocious and didn't obviously show up in his first run, but he put it all together in the second one. He's had a great work pattern up here across the street on the Oklahoma. He's trained on this track several times, schooled well. I think he's set up for a big run.
It's an exciting race. Wishing you the best of luck. Congrats here, though.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Alpine Princess, determined effort to break her maiden, Lafitte.
Bright future. Alpine Princess. We're focusing on 2-year-old fillies today, Gary. The spin away a little bit later on, but man, that hopeful tomorrow for 2-year-olds. Saratoga's most prestigious race for 2-year-olds. It deep, loaded with potential stars.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the odds and it says how deep it is. There's no clear-cut favorite. I think the odds are going to change a little bit from what the morning line is. Gold Sweep. He's 6-1 on the morning line after that severe stumble of his last race, and it's the race I'm looking forward to the most at the way it came up at this point of the season.
Lafitte, it's a war. It's simple as that. It's an absolute war between some really, really good horses.
Yeah, these are horses you might be looking at for next year's Spring Classic, like the Kentucky Derby. It all starts here, hence the name. The Hopeful. That's tomorrow, the traditional closing day feature. Later today, the Spin Away. We march forward. Race 7, competitive. Allowance Rask race here on grass. Mile and an eighth. Inner turf course. Current favorite, Giroux. 5-2 with about 18 minutes to post. When we come back, the summer she's enjoyed, the history she's made, the uplifting story we needed, quite frankly. Jenna Antonucci, Belmont winning trainer, Travers winning trainer, this week's guest on Card Talk. That's next.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bay Short. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Red Trice wins fully on the Bluegrass.
A stroll through the backyard at Saratoga. Very brisk stroll, like Arcangelo brisk in the backyard, all the way to the Big Red Spring and those healing properties. Of course, Arcangelo is trained by Jenna Antonucci. You know the story. She is the first female trainer to saddle a Triple Crown race winner, the second female trainer to saddle a Travers winner. Jenna Antonucci, this week's guest on Kart Talk.
Paddock schooling. What's your thoughts on paddock schooling? The lip cord. Mott. Always been good with the lip cord. Smart.
3, 2, 1.
It's my thing.
You know what?
It's my thing.
I saw that, but I thought you used your leg too.
I did. You got to get the whole thing into it. I don't know where it came from. It just happened.
So are you enjoying these interviews?
I'll let you know when we're done.
Well, not this one. I'm talking about all of them.
Oh, some of them have been wonderful. Some of them have been a little painful. To be able to tell our story and the story of what we do in horse racing, I'm honored to do it and happy to do it.
Back in June, obviously, it was a life-changing day for you in the Belmont Stakes when Arcangelo won, but you kind of followed that up not too long after with what happened recently in the Travers. Is there any differences for you between those two experiences, or were they both kind of pinch-yourself moments?
Very different. The Belmont Stakes was more of a, like, it's off your shoulders. Then you go to the Travers, and it was more of a validating race for the horse, which obviously then validates the team and what we've done to get him to that point.
You know, leading up to the Travers, a lot of the conversation was the time in between starts. We won't call it a layoff. The time in between starts.
Yeah.
Did you feel a lot of pressure, or are you excited for the opportunity to prove that the decision that you made to give him that time was the right decision?
Neither. I honestly don't read a ton of the other stuff because it's not going to modify or shift how we train and what we do, and you can't train by other people's point of view. They're not in the barn every day, so it was just staying focused.
How much do you feel like he did change between when he crossed the wire in the Belmont and he got in the gate in the Travers?
A ton. He's like a bad mullet. Party in the front business. Oh, no, it was the other way around. Anyways, he's evolved so much in that regard.
He's a monster right there.
He said you're a monster.
Yeah.
I think he was saying that in a good way.
We'll go with it.
As a horse player, I felt like he worked out a really good trip in the Belmont, and part of the reason that I was still questioning how good he was based off of that. However, I am eating an entire humble pie that he's
Others
really...
would call it a poo sandwich.
A poo sandwich. I'll take that.
Okay.
He's one of those horses that he gets good trips because he's that good.
My job is to make sure the rider has the horse that they need underneath them. I know we're going to give Javier what he needs, and then I need him to just go out there and make the best decisions possible in the moment that he can.
When he broke his maiden, did you even have a glimpse of the fact that you would have the Breeders' Cup Classic favorite at this point? Because that's exactly what he is. He is the favorite moving forward for the Breeders' Cup Classic.
I think, obviously, we haven't been shy about it. That race is our main focus, and we will start getting the calendar out and penciling in potential, travel stuff and breeze plans and, those kinds of things. And it'll make guys like you happier, right?
I didn't have a problem with the break.
Okay.
I didn't have a problem with the break.
Everyone else had about the break, whatever.
I didn't want a commitment. I'm not one of those, I'm not a journalist where I need a commitment. I was just wondering when...
I'm not a journalist.
I was just wondering when Arcangelo is going to run again, that's all.
We're aiming. I have given you the answer, sir.
Arcangelo came back well, and that's great news. I'm a little bit worried about your hand. You were.
Okay. I'm okay. Yeah, that's lovely, isn't it? I'm going to work on this. I'm going to be like everybody else and just be like, run.
No, I love it. This is, sometimes I wish some of my, big moments in racing were captured this way so that I can always look back at it because it's an easy way to try to
cashing a ticket.
Cashing a ticket, yeah. But, I'm
and
not
that's
saying.
when you're hurting your hand?
Yes.
Oh,
those times.
Yeah.
Arcangelo, he's provided you with two really big moments, right? The Travers, the Belmont. But outside of those accomplishments, what do you feel like he's provided for you?
He's probably provided for other people more for me. How meaningful it has been for women to watch our journey, and secondly, for the little girls or the young kids that are watching the journey. I think those are probably the biggest, intangibles that he's laid out there, and that's pretty amazing and special. You got some flack about me being the first girl to do this, huh? Glad we got you off the duck on it.
Yes, no, I appreciate that.
Making more history. Kart Talk brought to you by Gainesway, Jenna Antonucci, Belmont winning trainer, Travers winning trainer, JK. This part's obvious. This journey, the stage, it's not too big for her.
No, I mean, I think a lot of times when these situations, you talk about experience, what that means is, are you going to kind of curl up when the pressure's on? And she obviously hasn't done that, right? She made a decision that I think a lot of people would have criticized her for if it didn't work, by giving Arcangelo a break between the Belmont and the Travers. And I think that now she has that, not that she ever lacked it doesn't appear, the confidence to make whatever decision she thinks is best moving forward with Arcangelo, and could care less about what the rest of us are saying.
So many layers to this story with Arcangelo, the history Jenna Antonucci has made, the resurgence of Javier Castellano, $35,000 purchase. Can't wait to see what he does next. Updated odds, race 7. Start of the late pick 4 allowance, turf race, mile, and in 8th with Giroux, the current favorite at 5-2, along with Ski Patrol. Over to Maggie with this race 7 paddock report.
And Lafitte, we'll check in with a horse who is coming off a bit of a layoff here for Danny Gargan. First time for the barn. I shouldn't say that. He was with Danny Gargan before, but first time in a long time since he's been with Danny Gargan, Empire Attraction, and arguably comes out of at least his last turf race against better horses, whether he was beaten by a New York bred or not. There's some decent runners in there, and he was the one who made the early move to the leader, in which the winner got the dream trip, stalking, saving ground inside, and tipped out and ran him down late. Now, he's, with regards to the slight layoff that we're seeing, incredibly fit here, a little bit more of a slender, more petite horse. So the 9 furlongs kind of raises some question marks with me, because you look at his pedigree and he's an Empire maker out of a Tappet mare, so he should be able to handle it, but physically he's not your quintessential Empire maker. Usually they're big, thicker bone types of horses that just present themselves as true gallopers, and I'm not totally sure that Empire Attraction is. It kind of feels like he has a short run, not a long sustained one. As we'll move on to number 7, Indian Mischief, whom I really wasn't planning on talking about or being interested in at all, but to be fair, well, this is his 3rd start at NYRA, first time looking at him. He's a tall drink of water, and he could be potentially dangerous as one that controls early here. Jose Lezcano is going to have to do his best work to get him out and clear, but we've seen Jose Lezcano do that many a time, and he came in on his toes. He's since settled down since being saddled here, but certainly the physical prototype of one that wants to increase distances, kind of a big galloping type. But it all goes back to Giroux, who I think is going to get some pace to run at here, and he's the most accomplished, well, I say that without him having won a race at 9 furlongs, but he's won going longer, so that makes him a-okay at 9 furlongs. He's never been off the board, though, and last time he was just out the back early. He went so wide coming for home and literally just missed a head bob, albeit against a long shot, but Ghostly Prince was teaming up with Flavien Prat for the first time, and it delivered just a beautiful ride on the turf, as he typically does. Giroux looks fantastic yet again, and I think he is going to be tough to beat, given the fact, Lafitte, that there feels like there's some horses who could go in here.
It's something to watch right from the start and how the race shape unfolds. Giroux touched on Ski Patrol number 2. Let's take a look at his most recent. There he is, Gary. This was late July, mile distance. He was favored. You'll see Harry Hood, who's in front, close to the pace, can't quicken, and Ski Patrol, who can't catch Fredo.
Yeah, I mean, he ran huge. There was only a head separating Harry Hood and Ski Patrol at the end of the race. So Harry Hood, with less experience, less seasoning, that was only his 4th race of his career right here. So I think he ran as big a race in defeat as Ski Patrol. And at this longer distance of 1 mile and 1/8, I see the 7-horse Indian Mischief probably going to the lead, and Harry Hood sitting just off of him. He's going to have first run on Ski Patrol again today, so Ski Patrol is going to have to deal with that. There was a decent, fair enough pace in the last race that they hooked up with each other, but I'm going to go with the younger 3-year-old today and see if we can pull off a little bit of a price.
Yeah, and yesterday, Fredo, they let him go off again at 17-1, and he got the worst bob of life to lose to the Diodoro horse that drew in. So Fredo franked that effort, too, that Gary was talking about, and almost took a field gate to wire yesterday, JK. Don't know where this horse sits to 9. I do think a player in here.
You have a hard time with Harry Hood in here. You know, he's switching from Chad Brown's barn and then going up in class. It's just it's a big ask.
Post-parade, Giroux just missed in his latest, as Maggie mentioned.
Yeah, look, I think this horse is the most likely winner of this race. He's been running extremely well, and Mike Maker long on the grass. Nothing wrong with that.
Ski Patrol, the favorite.
Yeah, 0 for 6 the last 2 years. That's the common theme here. You know, even Giroux's 0 for 13 the last 2 years.
Born a Gambler, first or second in 7 of 13.
Well, this horse is a turf horse, and his last dirt work was outstanding. 2 out of 141.
Wow. Empire Attraction now with Danny Gargan.
Yeah, 10-1 with Kendrick Carmouche, the horse that has speed, so I think Kendrick would try to use it.
Lord Flincher by 2-time Sword Dancer winner, Flincher.
Yeah, look, I like this horse a lot in here. This horse ran extremely well last time. I think we'll be finishing when the others might be stopping.
The very tall Indian Mischief.
Yeah, I don't need this horse in here. I understand the last time, you know, going a little bit shorter against easier company. Not for me in here.
Harry Hood, claimed from Chad Brown by Mark Hennig.
Yeah, it's just hard for me, like leaving Chad's barn, going up in class, and got a good trip last time. So, like, what's the difference here today to turn the tables?
Start of the late pick 4, race 7, post time in 4 minutes. A day and a half left, Saratoga. Still haven't signed up? Better late than never. Get involved, NyraBets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPA200. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NyraBets.com, to earn your $200 deposit match. So they continue to warm up, and we circle back to Empire Attraction. This was his last grass race, May 20th, Gulfstream Park. Paulie, you'll see Empire Attraction. He makes a winning move, but there's danger lurking behind him.
Yeah, Grape Nuts Warrior's just going to run him down. Now, he was claimed for $20,000 out of a win, maiden claiming 20, where he destroyed a field at even money. You're wondering if this is obviously a bump up in class, but this horse is in very good form. Only 8 starts. You look at the rest of the runners in here, and there's a lot of horses that haven't won in a couple years, but then you look at some horses that are 2-time winners in here. This is a tough call. The 4 is a tough call. You're getting your price if you like this horse. I can't believe the horse is the highest odds horse on the board. I will say that.
Yeah, that's a shock to me. But I mean, yeah, it's a shock. I guess I'm just a little bit biased because I don't like the 7 at all. But it makes sense to me that Linda would be a shorter price than this horse.
You know, the thing about Giroux is the most likely winner when you get to the numbers, speed figures, whatever you use. But when your horse is 0 for 13 and never won at the racetrack, it worries you a tiny bit.
And look, a lot of this is going to depend, as Maggie just mentioned, and you guys like the pace. On paper, it looks like there are horses that are much more comfortable forward early, and that we can anticipate a quicker pace. But we know how that works around here in 2-turn grass races. There's Ski Patrol and a live look at Linda Rice. Claimed this one off Jonathan Thomas. Linda Rice, as good of a meet as she's having. Just 3 wins back now. She went back-to-back earlier in the program from Chad Brown, JK, but it is so difficult to move horses forward off of Jonathan Shepard.
Yeah, no, it's tough. It's tough. JT does a great job. He wins at a high percentage. He spots his horses extremely, extremely well. But if anyone's going to do it, I think that Linda has banged me over the head enough times this year to realize that she'll move one up off of anyone she claims him from. She'll move one up off of Steve Asmussen. I've noticed, and so no one's safe in this conversation.
That was a giant race last time from the 10-hole. Again, your other worry here, 0 for 6. Never won on turf, but has been right there at the wire. The lone win on synthetic. There's so many tricky variables in this race.
Maggie, while you're going with Giroux, your thoughts on a Harry Hood towards the outside?
Well, it's an interesting conversation, right? We're talking about horses claimed from Chad Brown. And I was doing the early handicapping show with Andy Serling, and I just kind of spoke out of gut feeling. And I said, if you're going to claim off Chad, I think you're better off doing it with a dirt horse, because it feels like every stone has been overturned when you're dealing with his turf horses. So I literally just now plugged it in, turf versus dirt. First, after being claimed from Chad Brown. Only 10% on the turf, but only 12% on the dirt. I was marginally right, not by much. Harry Hood, to me, he went forward. He was caught wide in that first turn, albeit, and you guys talking about Fredo, and that race just kind of being more of a merry-go-round race, nobody really changing any positions. I don't know Harry Hood that well. I didn't see him in the paddock last time. He's a bit of a lighter framed type, which does tend to run with the first Samurai line. If anything, of the two horses coming out of there based solely upon appearances, I do prefer Ski Patrol. But and then too with Ski Patrol, guys, Jonathan Thomas brought a lot of horses up here that looked live in claiming races, and none of them really ran that well. And it felt like it was a bit of a fire sale for him because there were horses he really maybe didn't want to keep in his barn. So I'm a little bit suspect of those two coming out of here. But again, like you said, Fredo did run well yesterday.
17-1, it's a rule. If your name is Fredo, you're going to be disrespected. That's just the way things work. Harry Hood. While we're looking at Giroux, Harry Hood, though, your top selection towards the outside.
Yeah, look, everybody knows I'm a huge, not only a friend, but huge fan of Johnny Velasquez. He does things, he gets run out of horses that other people can't. That's nothing against Tyler Gaffleon. He has a way of carrying horses that have speed and keeping them running. After showing speed early on in the race. So I'm relying on my buddy.
One of his many strengths, position. See what he does with Harry Hood. John Velasquez towards the outside. Giroux sideways, backwards. They'll get him straightened out with Arad Ortiz looking for a fourth win on the afternoon. 61 wins on the meet. 67 or 68 the record, Ramon?
68
68. 7 behind the single season record for jockeys at Saratoga. Frank Mirmati standing by. Time for the late pick 4, the 7th from Saratoga on Fox Sports 1.
Thank you very much, Lafitte. Here's Lord Flincher, who has been patiently waiting his turn. The 5-year-old walks in, coming off a good effort where he was third but beaten just a neck. Indian Mischief coming up, making career start number 3. He's right up to the front of the gate. And Harry Hood with the green silks goes up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Ski Patrol is out alertly. Lord Flincher in the middle of the race course is up close, and Indian Mischief joins and passes that pair as they come by the stands for the first time. So it will be Indian Mischief to make a relatively easy lead. Harry Hood now moves up to take second. Lord Flincher is in third. Ski Patrol fourth. Empire Attraction was having a little difficulty shortly out of the gate, but he has calmed down now in fifth and is 5 lengths off the lead. Born a Gambler is second to last, and it's another 3 back to Giroux. The opening quarter was soft as Indian Mischief is uncontested, leads it by 2 over Harry Hood in second, Lord Flincher along the rail in third. Then comes Empire Attraction in fourth, Ski Patrol at the rail fifth in the orange colors, 5 lengths off the lead. Born a Gambler on hold at this stage, 2 in front of Giroux. They straighten up for the run down the backstretch. Indian Mischief, left alone on the front end under Jose Lezcano, leads it by a length. Harry Hood inching a little bit closer in second, and Lord Flincher is in third. Empire Attraction remains in fourth, 4 off the pace with less than a half mile to go. The half went in 52 seconds flat. Ski Patrol, Born a Gambler right next to him. Born a Gambler starting to pick up a little bit of momentum, 5 lengths off the lead, and Giroux has trailed throughout. Indian Mischief takes him toward the quarter pole with Harry Hood a half length back in second. They're followed by Empire Attraction making a 3-wide bid. Lord Flincher is next. Born a Gambler, Ski Patrol, they're at the top of the lane. And on the inside, looking for room is Lord Flincher. He needs to find that spot now. Lord Flincher looking for a narrow opening. Indian Mischief holding on. Lord Flincher into second. Indian Mischief a length and a half close to home, and Indian Mischief takes them all the way. Lord Flincher was second. Harry Hood finished third. Empire Attraction ran fourth.
Takes them all on a merry chase. Indian Mischief, wire to kick off the late pick 4 at Saratoga. Trainer Linda Rice, 2 wins behind Chad Brown now.
Yeah, Johnny Velasquez, he dropped the anchor out first jump on Harry Hood. Didn't want to get in a speed duel with Indian Mischief. He was able to secure the second position. and he didn't want to hook him early, and Jose just went ahead and stole this race with those slow fractions there.
At 10-1, Paul.
We had a horse go yesterday, 118, in 144 for a mile. Now we had another horse just go 116, 140 for a mile. So it was at Jose Lezcano today. Yesterday it was Dylan Davis. They both should go to a bank with their, ski mask on.
Take their mask off.
Yeah, my goodness gracious.
Just plain stealing up front, JK. Indian Mischief and Jose Lezcano. Street.
Yeah, I mean, pace makes the race. You go 52 to the half. Throw a bridle on me. I might win a race going 52 to the half out there.
I said to you guys in the middle of the lane, I go, this 7's home. And the reason why I thought that is you got the 5, 1 for 19. You got the 9. What was the lightly race? I thought the 9 would be the other horse. You had so many horses in there that hadn't won in a couple of years. Who's the horse that had won in the recency? I get it was a maiden win. It was the 7.
But you can't fault him for what he hasn't done, which is lose a bunch of races. Yeah. 2 for 3 now. Indian Mischief. Go ahead.
Linda Rice, and up 3.
3 wins on the afternoon. Yep. And 2 behind. It felt like it was over when Chad Brown opened up by 5 wins, and he's got ways and means out there for the spin-away. But now it gets very interesting with closing day and the last 3 races on today's program.
Yeah, I mean, look, Chad's going to be the favorite with ways and means and the spin-away, and then he's got 2 droppers. Well, 1 dropper. 1 has already been running for a tag, and the last. So, yeah, it's going to get close.
Linda Rice, what a meet. 4 consecutive, thumbs up, 4 straight New York Racing Association titles. Only female trainer to have garnered a Saratoga title back in 2009, while Chad Brown tries to win a 6th overall. And it makes it that much more exciting, Gary, because look, the Angel Cordero riding title, Erad Ortiz sewed that thing up seemingly in week 2, week 3. But this is coming right down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, it is exciting. And they both want it. You can tell where they're running their horses. They're dropping them into places that I mean, they're taking their best shot. Put it that way. And they got the support behind them and their owners to go ahead and do it.
The very tall Indian Mischief, wire to wire, 7-5-9-4 in the 7th at Saratoga. When we come back, yesterday's Jockey Club Gold Cup. Aptly named winner, Bright Future, who holds off Proxy. Future very bright with the Breeders' Cup Classic on the horizon. We'll recap next. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vacoma the one to catch? Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
From turnover chains to giant drums, college football is fueled by traditions, and DraftKings Sportsbook's tradition bringing you great offers. New customers score $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. No waiting, just bet and get paid. Download the app and bet $5 to score $200 instantly in bonus bets. Go on.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live here on FS1. We are proudly brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, standing such greats as two-time Horse of the Year, Curlin, owning more Grade 1 winners than any sire currently standing. As we just saw today's 7th race go in gate-to-wire fashion as Indian Mischief takes them all the way through incredibly tepid fractions, but gets another winner on the card for lady right to my right, Linda Rice. Linda, you're making it tight. You are making this race for the trainer's title close.
Well, I know that it's a bit of a reach. It's a heavy lift, but we're not down and out. We're not going to lay down. We're going to make them work for it.
Quite clearly, as Indian Mischief, as we were just talking about, you said that distance is really going to be this horse's friend moving forward.
Yes, I trained him at Belmont all winter long, and I thought he was a grass horse. And the longer I've had him, I thought, this horse really wants longer distances. I had him in last week going a mile and 16th in a New York bred other than. And I just felt there was too much speed, the race was too short for him, and he would relish more ground. And based on his race today, I think a mile and a quarter, mile and 3/8 will be right up his alley.
He just gets so comfortable out there, and it was good by Jose Lescano to get away with those fractions.
I couldn't believe those fractions. I thought, geez, is there something wrong with the clock? But we'll take it.
Well, Linda, wishing you the best of luck. What an accomplishment, though. Winning every meet title here at NYRA and still very much in the hunt. So congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you so much.
It's been a huge year for Linda Rice and her team. Things keep rolling the right way, too. Lafitte?
Big afternoon at Saratoga, big meet. What else is new? Linda Rice, and yeah, the time. Holly, we're saying, are those fractions right? You're like, yeah, they're going that slow.
There they were, and you got to give Jose Lescano a lot of credit because he's having a monster meet, and right now he's leading this meet in ROI and percentage-wise as well, and he's just riding as good as a lot of these other guys. He just doesn't have the mounts, and I'm telling you, top 5, maybe top 3 elite turf riders in North America. I don't care what you say. I'll take him on any one of my turf horses.
Sneakily good.
Sneakily.
Have we ever figured that out?
Yeah,
we
looked it up. It's a word.
We did, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sneakily good. One of the most underrated riders in the country. Jose Lescano, 2 wins this afternoon. And we have to start paying attention to this again, JK. We thought that, we thought it was pretty much over when Brown opened up now. Just 2 wins separating them.
Yeah, I mean, look, they each got 8 runners left. The tote board will tell you that Chad's got one that he's likely going to win with Ways and Means, the tote board. And so, she just got to kind of shut him. It seems very close, but the thing is Chad has to stop winning. She has to keep winning, and he has to stop winning, and he hasn't done that yet. So we'll see. I haven't looked at tomorrow yet. I'm not crazy. I looked the day of.
Well, the first two races they square off. First 3 races. They both have runners. Linda's got horses in the first 5 races tomorrow. So early in the card tomorrow, we're going to find out where we're going to be standing.
And you love to see it when it's going head to head. Linda Rice, Chad Brown. Meanwhile, the pick 6 with the big carryover coming into today. Gary, this one was tough. Indian Mischief wiring the field $23.
Well, it was a confusing race on paper, and it was a confusing race the way it was run. And we get a $23 winner. Deservedly so, and you can thank Jose Lescano for that if you had him.
7 of them in the books. We march forward. Race 8. The same race we just watched, but for the girls, and it's on the Mellon turf course. Allowance, mile and 1/8. Updated odds, don't mess with Tess, the 5-2 favorite, with about 21 minutes to post. Yesterday, the Grade 1 and 105th running of the Jockey Club Gold Cup took place. This was a challenge event for the Breeders' Cup Classic. The winner would earn an automatic berth into the Breeders' Cup Classic. We pick up the action, turning for home, and Bright Future. It is wide open, Gary. Bright Future, though, seizes the lead as they straighten out.
Yeah, and Javier gave this horse some kind of ride yesterday. Got him away from there in good order and just stalked the pace. Just off of, made sure that it was a real pace. He had plenty of horse left coming into the stretch. Opened up nice here. Proxy ran hell of a race. It comes down to a head bob, a photo finish, and we couldn't ask for a better finish than what happened.
Javier Castellanos almost at the point now, Gary. You remember back when Gallop Racer, came out, and you have so many Grade 1 winners. He has to choose which one he needs to ride. It's ridiculous. I tweeted out yesterday, like, another Grade 1. It's unreal.
He has really had the golden hand in the Grade 1s this year, winning classics and historical races like this yesterday. It's a year that it's probably the best year that he's ever had in his career at this stage of his career, and to have it, I know he's having a great time.
Yeah. 6 Grade 1 wins on the season, Javier Castellano. And bright future, JK, with that performance, likely, it's not definitive, but likely the last race we'll see until the Breeders' Cup Classic. How does he factor in the Breeders' Cup Classic, the most lucrative race for older horses, the centerpiece of Breeders' Cup activity every year?
Yeah, look, I mean, the older horse division is a little bit light, right? White Abarrio's kind of the leader in the clubhouse there. If you win a Grade 1 race at Saratoga, then you're always in the conversation for the Breeders' Cup, right? Because the best horses show up here, and so if you can pull off a Grade 1 victory here, you're always in the conversation.
And for owner Mike Rapoli, he had won a Jockey Club Gold Cup, Vino Rosso, only to be disqualified. We really can't call this vindication because Vino Rosso came back and won the Breeders' Cup Classic, but he does get a Jockey Club Gold Cup win.
No, it is true. And, you know, this is a horse that could be improving. I'm kind of with JK. You know, going to have to improve a little bit more. And let's give Proxy a little bit of credit. He came charging hard.
He did.
Yeah.
He did a big effort there, but in the end, too much bright future. Maggie, your lasting impression in terms of yesterday's Jockey Club Gold Cup and bright future moving forward?
Well, it was an exciting and thrilling race, and Proxy, he can be his own worst enemy sometimes. You really kind of question his overall desire to be that, true racehorse. Obviously, with the Tappet on top, it's always a question mark. It's like pulling teeth, trying to get sometimes these Tappets who have the world of talent to display it on the racetrack. And I got to give Mike Stidham credit for what he's been able to do with this horse, and he made it close. I mean, Joel Rosario did everything possible to give this horse every possible chance of winning, but bright future, he's just the now horse. He's the horse that has moved forward. Both Mike Rapoli and Todd Pletcher has stated that they don't know what happened in that Brooklyn. It was a bit of a head scratcher in a race that they were all looking forward to, but now we get to see the bright future that he had shown them in the mornings and behind the scenes. So yeah, I agree with JK. It feels like the year of the 3-year-olds to step up and take down the Breeders' Cup Classic, but at least we were treated to a really fun race yesterday in that Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup, guys.
Enjoying that, the blanket for the Jockey Club Gold Cup moments after bright future, and on to the Breeders' Cup Classic in those Rapoli colors. As we mentioned, he's been there before. Vino Rosso at Santa Anita in 2019, back at Santa Anita for the 2023 Breeders' Cup World Championships. Horses in the paddock for the 8th. You hear the ringing of the bell, 17 minutes to post. And Javier Castellano, another flawless ride on a big stage. 6th Grade 1 win on the year. Last week, a 7th Travers. Yesterday, a 2nd Jockey Club Gold Cup. What a year for the Venezuelan Hall of Famer. Be right back.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Just 1 year after expanding their global footprint to Kentucky in 2013, Liliana Solari and Carlos Heller's Don Alberto purchased the dam of leading Eclipse candidate Arcangelo, who captured the Belmont and Travers Stakes against the best of his generation. This September at Keeneland, we are proud to offer 50 outstanding yearlings by the world's leading stallions, hailing from some of the best pedigrees in the stud book today. Don Alberto at Keeneland.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
So first we have War Dancer.
Whether showing off on his hind legs during the Stallion Show conducted by Irish Hill Century Farm and Duchess Views Farm, or even being groomed, War Dancer always seems to know he's a star.
Yes, he's a very precocious horse. He likes to play and be in your business, wants to know what's going on. Very smart.
War Dancer entered stud on a wave of notoriety based on the bold advertising campaign launched by owners Robin and Tony Malatino. Robin labeled him America's most eligible stud and featured him offering roses to mayors in a deliberate salute to the popular TV show. The videos have been viewed 1.5 million times, so even critics had to admit the ad campaign worked. As War Dancer welcomed 110 mayors to his court in his very first year. Most of the foals look like a chip off the old block, as with this foal out of the mare, Chub off the old block.
The attributes that he puts in his foals are, they're very rambunctious. They really like to get out there and play hard. And I think that progresses with them as they turn into racehorses.
The nearly $433,000 earned by Dancing Buck are included in the more than $5 million tallied up by War Dancer progeny. So now, America's most eligible bachelor has matured into one of New York's most reliable stallions.
I always thought that he had a good shot to be a good sire, and he's proven that.
America's most eligible bachelor. Not bad. War Dancer, sire on fire, indeed. And this summer, winners sired by War Dancer. There have been 3 of them. It's a great campaign.
All I know is he got his hair blown out of the salon.
got those big wind machines, the big fans for the sire on fire. Yeah, War Dancer. And there are the 3 winners, Queen Dancer, Barrage, and Born Dancer. This was on the 29th of July, Gary Stevens. Queen Dancer and Katie Davis in front.
Yeah, 13-1, sloppy racetrack. She actually got headed mid-stretch there. Comes back, fights on, shows some heart, determination, and can handle the surface.
Thanks her sister on the rail, too.
Mm-hmm. The Davis Exacta saw the family superfecta earlier today. Queen Dancer by War Dancer, the smiling assassin Katie Davis. Then on the 17th of August, Paul Barrage, Dylan Davis running down Rough Draft.
Yeah, and Dylan really got this horse going late. Look at the ears up at the end of this race. Barrage looked like he wanted to do a little bit more at the end of the race, and Dylan got this horse up just in time. It was a brilliant ride.
Exciting finish. The Davises on the War Dancers, and finally, JK, last Sunday, here's Born Dancer, and they're not going to catch Kendrick Carmouche at 12-1.
No, not at all. Back-to-back wire-to-wire wins for this son of War Dancer with Kendrick Carmouche. Look, whenever you have a tactical horse on the grass, a horse that can get theirself on the front end, man, it's always such a big advantage.
War Dancer, sire of 3 winners this summer at Saratoga. Now you can't not see the flowing mane every time you see the poster. Fire, sire on fire. 8th race, 11 minutes out. Horses are in the paddock. We check in with Maggie, and let's start with an outsider, Maggie. Mowley, number 5, currently 11-1.
Yes, Lafitte, she's number 5 in here, and she's coming back off a bit of a layoff, actually. Nearly a year, as it's about 11 months since we've seen her at the racetrack for Dave Duggan. And she's one that, well, she was a frame. You know, as I always say, there's a frame there, but it's unfurnished. Well, now coming back as a 4-year-old, it's furnished and then some. She comes in really well turned out, very strong, very muscular, and just stronger now as a year has gone by. Maybe she needs a start overall just to get totally race fit, maybe just a little soft around the edges. But again, she comes back here looking better than what she did last year for her sophomore campaign. For a horse, though, that won on the front end, she's very quiet. So maybe one to wake up again, too, will be needed. But I'm going to watch her with some interest as we'll jump to a horse who I have not been very nice about reading through my notes. Poor number 11, Can't Fool Me. I have never really warmed up to her in the paddock. She just was never very athletic looking. It looked as though she was kind of 3 different horses put together. She has turned inside out here for Horacio De Paz, getting back on the turf, second off of a layoff. Another one that's taken an even bigger step forward as a 4-wheel. She always looked a bit weak behind, weak in her hind end. That's developed nicely. She's still kind of an odd shape in that she's just a touch too long in her kind of flank and barrel area, but still, I think she's done very well and has the tightener on the dirt at 1.25 miles to prep her up nicely for this 1 1/16. She's sharp in here too, very forward and tugging at her poor groom's arm, who luckily Lafitte has a glove on it, so hopefully his hand's okay after leading her around, and I'm sure he'll be happy to hand her off to the pony.
Trying to keep it all together there with Can't Fool Me at 8-1. We'll have riders up in a moment. Rad Ortiz looking for a 4th win on the afternoon. He'll ride Don't Mess with Tess. There she is, the current 2-1 favorite. It's her most recent, Gary. Early July, Belmont, she was a 2-1 favorite. Don't Mess with Tess. Big move around the turn, but she's going to give this one up.
Yeah, she was laboring a little bit. I mean, she's opening up a lead here, but you can tell that she doesn't have another gear left, and she gets nailed late, makes the lead, length and a half in front. She winds up getting beaten 2 lengths here, but she's starting to labor pretty good today. That race was 1 1/16. Got another 1/16 of a mile she's going to have to deal with today.
Yeah, I think she probably moved a little bit early here, and she probably wants to go a little bit further. So I think maybe a better timed ride and the extra 1/16 of a mile probably hits her right in between the eyes.
She got left in the gate last time, and yeah, she rushed up on the backside, and I think that might have emptied her out. You know, she has numbers in here that beat this field, but you look back, she's got a couple of races where she went bad at 50 cents on the dollar at Belmont. Her last 2 races have been a little bit better, but she's been struggling to get out of the gate. She has to break a little bit better and stay in contact with the field. You can make that kind of move like she made at Belmont. You cannot make that move here.
Something to watch right from the start with the favorite, Don't Mess with Tess, and then Mowley. And off the bench, Maggie liked what she saw. There's Kendrick Carmouche. Her last appearance, Paul, this is last October at Aqueduct. Mowley, who makes an easy early lead and draws away in the stretch.
Yeah, and who was aboard? Kendrick Carmouche. The blinkers went back aboard. He was able to just cut off 24s, 24, 48, 112, and 4, and finished home very nicely. And like Maggie said, the horse looks well in the paddock. And Gary, when you win races like this on the turf, you're winning.
Yeah, listen, this is basically the same race as we saw in the 7th race. Yep. It's the fillies end of it, going 1 1/8. There's less speed in this race than there was the boys.
Oh my God.
So we might see a 120 3/4 of a mile in here by Malley.
Post parade shortly. Spinaway Sunday. And with a few races left and closing day, still time to get involved. Join us. Sign up NYRABets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NYRABets.com, to earn your $200 deposit match. Kendrick would love to get that same easy front-running trip Jose Lezcano got about 20 minutes ago.
He's going to get an easy lead from what I'm seeing. I mean, the 2A, the 2B that's scratched in under Jose Lezcano has a little bit of speed. And with Jose aboard, probably won't allow it to be done.
Post parade for the 8th. River Tay, Katie Davis, that was her first win of the meet.
Yeah, stalked a slow pace last time. 10-1 in here today.
Miscreant, last year's Spinaway winning team, Wellspring and Phil Serpy.
Yeah, and Phil's got a couple in here. He draws in with the 2B, and this one has shown a little bit of ability in the past.
Fast Kimmy draws in, breaks from the outside.
Yeah, and a horse that Lezcano gets aboard, and that's another horse that could show speed.
Sister Neal, number 3, draws the rail.
Deep, deep, deep waters for this one, who hasn't done much running at much lower levels.
Upper sleeve, Jamie Torres in the flying pea-hot pink.
Yeah, I get a little weight here with the bug boy Jamie. And this horse is 3 for 17 over the turf.
Mowley, daylight winner last October and has it right since.
Yeah, look, I didn't like the 7 Indian Mischief in the 7th. I don't like this horse, so you know what to do.
Double down on Mowley. Except Temptation, 1 for 24 lifetime.
Yeah, you've seen the same movie, right? The last 3 times. She keeps on running up to 3rd. Maybe she'll improve her position today.
And Miss Christie, recent turf form is very good.
Yeah, she ran okay a couple starts back on the turf. She got a nice setup that day. They ran in front of her.
Diamond Status graduated in her 14th career start.
Yeah, she's getting bet, and she won. Sometimes the light bulb goes on, and they figure it out. Maybe this 4-year-old filly did.
Don't mess with Test. Does her best running late.
Yeah, and the other part about this Lafitte, she's a 5-time winner. And I understand a lot of these horses broke their maidens, and a lot of these are 1-time winners, so she's got that edge.
Can't fool me. 8-1 towards the outside, finally annihilating Isaac Castillo.
Yeah, Annihilate, another horse that has shown a little bit of speed in the past, actually from the 11 hole with Lascano aboard. We'll see what Isaac Castillo does from the outside. And I got to watch Isaac. Both Gary and I did at Oakland. He's a very, very talented rider.
Isaac Castillo trying to trigger a 20-1 upset from the outside. That's the field for this 8th of 10 at Saratoga. And the Spinaway race number 9 2-year-old fillies, a chance to see Ways and Means, a 7-5 favorite for trainer Chad Brown. That's the 9th of Spinaway, competitive 8th race. And Gary, you're going with the favorite here, and don't mess with Tess and Arad Ortiz.
Yeah, I'm going to take a shot. Broke its maiden last time out. She did at Belmont Park. That's the only worry. She's been off for quite a while. She's been working up here at Saratoga on steady works and everything. Carlos Martin hadn't had a winner at the meet, but he's only started 14 horses. 5 of them have been in the money, so very capable. And counting on Johnny again.
As are you, Paulie, yes?
I'm on the
don't
10.
Mess with Tess?
Yeah, I'm on the 10. And listen, I get it. I'm playing with fire here because the break's going to mean a lot. Gary makes a great point. They keep going slow. If they go 115 and Don't Mess with Tess doesn't break, you're going to see the same movie. And this horse might come up short. My thing why I like this horse, JK, I see 5 wins on board. In the rest of these horses, I see 1, and a lot of them trying to struggle, and where this horse does have multiple wins.
Just giving Arad Ortiz a little bit of a difficult time out there in the warm-up. Directly to her outside, JK, and Can't Fool Me. And Maggie saying, you know, she's looking better than what she's seen in the past. Your top selection at 7-1.
Yeah, look, and she came in off a layoff, and she ran on the dirt last time, 10 furlongs. Hopefully that'll have her fit and ready for this. I just liked her race 2 back where she was closing into a slow pace, especially going a mile and a 16th. I mean, the added distance kind of plays to her running style. And because she's drawn towards the outside and has a rider in Manny Franco, I think maybe he'll be a little bit more aggressive to try to keep position and not end up wide all the way around there. I'm hoping he'll stay connected to the 5-horse for Kendrick Carmouche.
7-1 currently. Can't Fool Me. And Maggie, Don't Mess with Tess. I think Arad Ortiz is going to have to mess with Tess just to get her settled down out there.
I love Jonathan's optimism that riders are going to do what we think they should do. Oh, the last race should teach us very much, a lot about that. But yes, don't mess with Tess. She's saying, Irad, don't mess with me. Get off my face. No, I'm kidding. She is energetic. She was energetic back in the paddock as well. And at the end of the day, she might be a complete sucker pick. But you guys correctly pointed out she owns more wins than any of these horses in here. And last time, I think in hindsight, Irad would probably want that ride back that he gave her back at Belmont. And don't forget, too, we had a deluge. I mean, it poured hard and fast right before that race, like the hour within leading up to that race. So that course had a lot of give in it, and he launched this wide 3 to 4 wide bid around that turn, and he just moved too early in hindsight with Don't Mess with Tess. Now, the fact of the matter is that nobody else really grabbed me, but as far as riders and what their intention is, and Mally can certainly go because it's Kendrick, Katie Davis is not going to let him get too far out of her sights. Katie is one that will be aggressive, that will let her horse go freely on and get that forward position. So I thought River Tay, I think Bruce Brown has done a tremendous job with this filly since claiming her. He's gotten her so much fitter, so much more athletic too. I don't love the field, obviously, that she comes out of per se, but I think Bruce and Katie have done a really good job with this filly, and I think there is another step and move forward in her. Guys?
How cool was that earlier today, right after running the Davis family feature, seeing Katie, Dylan, Jackie, and Trevor McCarthy run 1, 2, 3, 4 moments later? The super.
What that super pay?
How cool was that?
That's unbelievable.
At the gate, filing in for the 8th, the 9th race, the featured event. Spinaway, Saratoga's most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies. All eyes on Ways and Means. That is the 9th on this final Sunday at Saratoga. First things first, this 8th race. Filing in, Frank Mirmati standing by. It's post time.
Thanks, Lafitte. We are continuing the loading process. I don't get a chance to do this so often, so I will say special thanks to all of our sponsors of this show, including our good friends at Claiborne Farm, doing the usual, unusually well. For a long, long time. Fast Kimmy to the outside. Don't mess with Tess standing sideways. She's a little fractious, calms down. And they're off. It's a quick start for Can't Fool Me from the outside, but now here comes Mowley, and Mowley sprints pretty rapidly to take over. Up her sleeve is in second. Diamond Status comes away in third, and River Tay fourth in the early going. Then it's Can't Fool Me, a joint fifth, racing on the outside of Accept Temptation, who's down on the hedge and about 6 lengths off the lead in the early going. Sister Nell is following that group in the lime cap, a length and a half back to Fast Kimmy, who's next, followed between rivals by Annihilate in the red silks. Then it's Miscreant, Don't Mess with Tess, did not have a fun beginning, and at the back of the field it's Miss Christie, 23-2 for the opening quarter mile. They swing on to the backstretch with Mowley the leader, and Diamond Status takes up the chase clearly into second, up her sleeve at the rail in third. They're followed then by River Tay, a joint fourth, about 4 lengths off the lead. Sister Nell advances, takes that fourth spot for herself. Then comes Can't Fool Me with 5 lengths to make up. Another 2 lengths to Accept Temptation as they went the half in 48 and just under 4/5 of a second. It's Mowley who's been there throughout, pressed hard by Diamond Status. Those two are on even terms. On the far outside, making a move now is Can't Fool Me, trying to join the party and seems to be doing it pretty easily. As they reach the top of the stretch, Can't Fool Me is right up to Diamond Status with 1/8 of a mile to go and takes the lead. It's 4 lengths back. Miss Christie is finishing with a bit of interest on the outside. Coming to the 16th pole, Can't Fool Me in front, opening up 2, and it's Can't Fool Me. Another for Manny Franco and a very easy victory. Second to Diamond Status, who was just in front of Miss Christie, and flying late on the scene was Miscreant.
And Can't Fool Me. JK 7-1 at post time. Well done. Gary Stevens, how'd she pull this one off?
Well, the 10 horse completely missed the break, and Can't Fool Me was in a good stalking position and just finished up stronger than anybody else did. Here's the start. This 10 horse turns its head right when they kicked the gate. They had trouble with her the last time. Same thing, she had her head up in the air, and then she had still for a split second, and right when they pushed the button, she had turned her head sideways again.
Can we go back to the start real quick after the stretch? Because I want to show you the starter of the 10. Because the 10 was acting up completely in the gate. I'm sorry, they should not have sprung the lash. They should have had the horse settle down. But the starter of the 10's great. The 10 was never going to win this race. Let's get this right. The 11 was much the best in here. But I want to go back to the beginning because the 10 was acting up so good. Watch the starter of the race, because if the starter of the race holds on to the horse, he's actually a scratch. he literally lets go of that horse, and he's showing his hand like Shaquille O'Neal was doing way back in the day when he dunked, because he's telling you, I got rid of this 10 horse. There was no problem. This horse turned his head. If you can go back to the beginning, the starter in the 10 hole was actually awesome, because he was like, hey, I did not have any problems. The 10 was acting up. Watch the starter of the 10. Not me, not me. Watch his hand go up. Not me. And he keeps holding it. Not me.
She had been acting up. She was unsettled, and she settled for a couple of moments. And right as she started to act up right again, head goes up in the air, and her race, for the most part, is over.
At what time, when your horses act up and gate, can you ask for them to back out, but you don't get granted sometimes? It depends what happens, right?
Well, it depends on where you are at. They have a speaker system. They have an intercom in the starting gate. It's usually very peaceful in there. They don't really want to hear from the jockey. They want to hear from the assistant starter. There was one moment where she did hold her head still. Listen, I'm not going to put blame on anybody, because the starter, she was quiet, and she did it right at the instant that gate opened. It's unfortunate.
She was practicing the gate
happened.
last time, too. She did it last time, too, yeah.
7-1 winner for you, JK. Can't fool me.
Congrats.
Well done.
Hey, you know what they say about a broken clock?
It's pick 6. I'll tell you what, now let's pick 5.
Yeah. Twice a day.
If you beat Ways and Means and Bright Future now.
Speaking of which, probably right on cue. Star of this show, there she is. Ways and Means on her way over. So much promise. So little experience. What will she do in her second career start? The favorite in the spinaway. Next on Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 1.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. BF Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Here comes Gem Mint 10 and now Dylan Davis, and they get ready to swarm these leaders. Gem Mint 10 is in front. Gem Mint 10 wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Day 39 of 40. This is Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Can't fool me. at 7-1. Another win for Manny Franco. Horacio de Paz, that one has to feel good. It's been a struggle of a meet. Finally gets that second victory after a bunch of seconds and third place finishes. Can't fool me. Well, things didn't work out for the favorite right from the start. And don't mess with Tess, Gary. Can't fool me and Franco. They take advantage.
Yes, they do. And listen, Horacio's had some bad beats. Last jump photo finishes that went the wrong way. So nice to see him get back in the winner's circle today. And nice to see JK have a winner here.
This will shake things up in the pick six.
Look, in the pick six, usually it's some people see one price and they're like, ooh, this is going to be really good. It takes two prices. One price never gets you where you want to go because people can catch that race with the all button. But when you have two prices, that's when you start getting into those kind of month-changing, year-changing, life-changing scores.
Those two allowance races on grass, one for boys, one for the girls, they were tricky. Indian Mischief, wire to wire, $23. Can't fool me, $16.40. Two left, included the grade 1 Spinaway, and it is the 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion, General Sire, into Mischief. Look at that, ways and means. 1-5 early on, 2-year-old fillies, 7/8 of a mile. And there she is, Waynes and Means. Her march towards the paddock, just a one career start, but it was brilliant. And for that reason, a 1-5 favorite in Saratoga's most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies, the Spinaway. Now, you know all about her team. She's owned by Seth Klarman, Saratoga's leading owner. Chad Brown, Saratoga's leading trainer, should be ridden by Flavian Pratt. But there's a lot more to this team as we go behind the scenes with Waynes and Means.
My name is Peter Leiva, and I'm exercise rider for Chad Brown, and I'm riding Ways and Means. I love to wake up in the morning and come and enjoy my time with my people and amazing horses like Practical Joe, Beach Patrol, Jack Christopher, Domestic Spending, Cloud Computing. I have a lot of horses. And now my girl, Ways and Means, I ride the mom and I ride the dad. The mom was very good. She don't run for a long time, but the dad, he won the Champagne and then the Alan Jerkin, 2 great ones. Ways and Means, she's very special from the day one. I told Chad, like, I like this filly. And he said, okay, you can ride her. She showed me a lot of character, and then we started breathing, and she always showed so much talent. Even Chad get mad at me one day I breathed her because I went too fast. But I don't even know how fast I went. And he said, in my 20 years, I never see a filly breathe like she breathes. When people come here, they asking me, which one you like? And I say, I have one, and everyone laughing at me. And when she wins, they say, oh, you was right, you was right.
In a dazzling debut, 7-8, it's going to be double digits.
I never see that. By 2-year-old, I never see that. I think she's gonna be one of the biggest stars.
Nobody's laughing now. Ways and Means marching into the paddock. JK, they're the most impressive 2-year-old you've seen this summer at Saratoga?
Yeah, she didn't run the fastest speed figure, but she was definitely the most impressive by the way she did it. A lot of times young horses, when they debut spectacularly, they do it on the front end. They break, they go to the front, they open up, they advance their position, they blow the field away. She sat in behind horses, she was professional, and she never really was asked. So, yeah, definitely the most impressive I've seen.
For our viewers perhaps just joining us, this is the Sunday feature. It's the grade 1 Spinaway. Gary, Ways and Means, the filly you're looking about. Why all the hype? Why so much excitement surrounding this filly?
Well, exactly what Jonathan just said. It was the way that she did it, not by the distance that she won by, just the manner in which she did it. She broke with the field. She was right there to take the lead. Flavian had been given instructions, don't give her a hard race. Don't give her a hard race. So he eased her back. He schooled her. She got dirt in her face a little bit, came into the stretch, and when she made her move, he only moved his hands for like 2 strides. She made the lead in 2 abrupt strides, and he wrapped up on her. She just kept widening on the field with some classy, well-bred fillies behind her.
Just to quickly to play devil's advocate, Paul, it's just one career race. Like, that's it. Yeah. Any chance that we are getting too excited about Ways and Means too soon?
We'll see. I mean, to me, Brightwork, the only other horse in here on the outside of her, gets a good draw. Now, Brightwork, you know, if you look at some of her, you know, the work that she's done, no pun intended. She did win from the one hole with some speed. She's won from inside slots. Now she gets the outside slot. That would be the one advantage maybe on Ways and Means, but we still don't know what's in the tank. But again, we also didn't think Brightwork was that good, beating the 4-horse field, and then came here and won nicely. So it's going to be very interesting. If Ways and Means wins this race easy, you're putting away 2 nice horses, because Sugar High's no slouch either.
Can't wait for this one. 2-year-old filly's Grade 1 Spinaway is next. What will Ways and Means do in her second career start? 1-5, like a young prize fighter just having entered the ring. Is she the sport's next superstar? What else she do today? Find out in 19 minutes. The Spinaway next on Fox Sports 1.
Life is good. Really, really, really good.
Life is good. Opens up here.
He's a rocket ship.
Life is good. Clears the field. Still in command.
Galloping without any urgency.
Back in the winner's circle.
No challenge from anyone.
They ran them off their feet. Life is good is looking good. And this colt is incredible.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Alamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Monday, September 18th is the biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs with a $150,000 Presque Isle Mile plus a $300,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters. The Masters is a key prep for the Breeders' Cup. Just last year, PA-bred superstar Caravel became the 8th horse to run in the Masters before achieving Breeders' Cup glory. It's the Presque Isle Mile and the Presque Isle Masters, Monday, September 18th at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more information, visit presqueisledowns.com/racing.
He loved racing. My wife, Tammy, always called it his vice. It was a hobby for him, but he loved it.
Longtime owner and racing enthusiast, B. Wayne Hughes, acquired Spendthrift, a storied thoroughbred farm located outside Lexington, Kentucky, in 2004. He expanded his involvement in the sport, switching his focus from the racetrack to the farm.
And then when he bought the farm, everything changed because he couldn't help himself because he's a businessman. He was a genius, really. First time I came to the farm, it was not in great shape at the time. It was quite a fixer-upper, so I was not that impressed, frankly. And Wayne set about bringing it to where it is now, which is worlds away from where we started.
Hughes knew how to run a successful business as co-founder and CEO of Public Storage. He made the Forbes 400, a list of the wealthiest people in America.
He was so innovative, he was disruptive. He was not interested in how things were always done. He wanted to do something differently, sometimes just to try to see if it was worth it. And then he was always willing to be wrong. He was a champion for the little guy.
Eric Gustafson learned about horse racing from Hughes. Eric would join his mentor and father-in-law in the day-to-day business, striving to return Spendthrift back to its glory days.
And then we have what we consider the best stallion in the country in Into Mischief. I remember being at the track with Wayne at Hollywood Park when he won the Grade 1 Futurity. And Wayne turned to me and said, "Oh, we got ourselves a stallion." And neither one of us, obviously, at the time could have known what that meant.
On November 1st, 2022, Hughes' vision of building a fan-centric destination became a reality.
Wayne died unfortunately, it was a year or so before we got to open the visitor center. We were in the construction process. We were thankful for the opportunity to name it after him, and an opportunity for my wife and I and the rest of us, the team at Spendthrift, to honor the man that made it all possible.
Located between the Farm Stallion Complex and the main office doors is the B. Wayne Hughes Visitor Center. The 7,000 square foot, 2-floor facility features a trophy room, artifacts, and racing's memorabilia. The second you open the door, there's Authentic's Kentucky Derby glory built into a colorful display in the floor. You'll also find the Spendthrift collection in the gift shop with apparel that'll rival your favorite campus bookstore.
I think he would love it. He would be enthralled with it. He'd be really proud of it. And then he would say, how much did this cost?
His influence, B. Wayne Hughes, campaigned the great beholder, lost him 3 summers ago. Very much missed. And up next is the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, Grade 1 Spinaway, featuring Ways and Means.
Here's Ways and Means sweeping up on the outside to take command. And it's lights out. Here's Ways and Means in a dazzling debut. Not being asked to run, yet pouring it on. 7, 8, it's going to be double digits for this brilliant filly, Ways and Means. The future is bright.
Big part of what makes Saratoga. Watching a college football game on a Saturday, you say, that guy's gonna play on Sundays. That's what just happened. Ways and Means, the 2-year-old filly, in her debut, sensational, bright future.
She just inhaled this field as easily as Orr's going to do it. So not only is she talented, she got a world of education today that's going to mean really good things for her going forward.
Yeah. No, look, I think that's the Spinaway favorite. I mean, that was impressive. But and the clock stopped in a very fast time. We'll see what the Buyer speed figure comes back, but that was outstanding.
Her debut a month ago, JK, you said she'd be the Spinaway favorite. She is the Spinaway favorite. In fact, an odds-on Spinaway favorite, Ways and Means.
Well, that was an easy selection, easy guess.
You're a hard man to give credit to, you know that?
Look, she was outstanding. She did it so impressively. She got a fast speed figure. You know, based on what we had seen at this point, it was very likely she was going to be the favorite for this race.
Said it once, I said it again. We might have seen this replay 50 times. Still gives you goosebumps.
I think this is 52.
You know what, Gary? This is just one of those things I say to you all the time. 2 things I want to do in life. And everybody always says, well, you were able to hit 100-mile-an-hour fastball. You know what? I don't care. I want to ride a horse like this and just be able to just jog in the stretch. And I want to go dunk on somebody at the LA Fitness. That's all I want. But I like to sit on something like this going 40 miles an hour, knowing I can't mess it up. I just got to hold on.
The only maiden breaker that I could put in the same realm, and it was an older horse, well seasoned. His name was Flightline. We saw what he did.
Horse of the year a season ago. What will Ways and Means do in her second career start? Over to Maggie standing by with the Spinaway Paddock Report.
And what I think is the most interesting thing about Ways and Means is that she's a homebred, pure homebred. The dam and the sire campaigned by Seth Klarman and Chad Brown. So it's kind of interesting, you think, and what would she bring if she actually sold at a sale? Because she's quite the athlete, to say the least. She's bigger and just more further along in her development than any of her competitors that show up here in the paddock today. She's exquisite, and if anything, she's fitter having the one race under her belt. So no problems at all here with your favorite, as we'll move on to Sugar High, who I absolutely loved in her first start. She eventually went down to favoritism that day and certainly was complimented, I think, by Lady Moscato coming back and running well, albeit finishing second back here on August 6th. But Sugar High was one that I wrote down. looks like she needs longer. So she extends from the 5.5 to the 7 furlongs today. And you could see it. Junior Alvarado asked her a couple times, and after that, she really leveled off and was truly hitting her best strides late, approaching the wire. So the 7 furlongs looks to be ideal. She's fitter. She's also sharper for this second start. I think she relishes and gets better with this 7 furlong distance. As I do want to mention to take note of number 1 in here, that's Ms. Sense, who was a late scratch back here on Wednesday. Heavy favorite in the off-the-turf PG Johnson when she was scratched at the gate because she got loose, ran into the rail, and Todd Pletcher immediately entered her back in this spin away. I think there is something to be said about a horse who's already won at a distance further than any of the other ones have tried. So she has that foundation in her. She's just a bad actor. She was brought over with the pony, which I never see Todd Pletcher do. She's being walked out with the pony. I would think she might break post parade here, as we do see Manny Franco in the irons with her today. She was acting up, getting the tack on. One to pay attention to how she's behaving out on the track. Lafitte?
The confidence, Todd Pletcher to immediately reload with Ms. Sense heading out to the track Wednesday. This is what Maggie was talking about, Gary. What happened with Ms. Sense at the gate?
Well, she's a handful. She was a handful warming up, and behind the gates, she heard a noise. Up she went. She got loose. The outrider caught her straight away, but she got up close to the fence as he was catching her, and they elected right there. You saw her come down just slightly on that rail. Wasn't injured, wasn't put on the vets list or anything. They got her corralled up pretty quickly here. Outrider did a heck of a job getting her. They took her back to the gate, and she was scratched and entered right back in this race.
Yeah, riders were unbelievable that day. Another horse had gotten loose earlier in the card, and the jockey's off him now. So maybe they're trying to take this precaution. Gary, what do you think now? Just think, hey, let's get him on the racetrack, and looks like Manny's going to get on him now.
And Irad, or Jose Ortiz, is the one who broke her maiden. And Irad was on her the other day when she was scratched. Yeah. And Irad already aboard another one in here, so we'll just keep an eye out.
Let's get right back to Maggie.
Here with owner CJ Johnson of CJ Thoroughbreds with Sugar High. And CJ, she was so impressive early on, opening day of the meet, to run an 80 buyer. I think at first asking at 5.5, which probably isn't her distance anyway, is just impressive.
Yeah, we weren't sure really what to expect first out. We really wanted to get a race in her at Belmont, just kind of for that experience, and then come in here and be ready to win. But, I think that goes to show how talented she is, that she was able to do that on opening day without a run under her belt. And I kind of remember you talking about her in the paddock like she'd been here 1,000 times. And so that's, I think, a big advantage we have is she is kind of a queen. She's got a great head on her, great mind. She's done everything right, never taken a step backwards. So we're looking forward to it.
I could not agree more. As far as her preparations, what has Mr. Mott told you?
He's a man of few words. He doesn't say a whole lot other than everything's good. We asked him, we said, Bill, should we travel up, bring some partners up? And he said, if you want to have some fun and watch your filly, come on up. So, but, I think the fact we ran, opening day, and he's kind of worked on her and trained her up to this, but not gone too hard on her. And I think she's coming in fresh, definitely fit enough. And we're excited. I mean, it's just kind of an honor to be in a race like this,
You belong. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck with her.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, Sugar High, second start here in this Grade 1 spin away. Lafitte?
Calls her the queen, Sugar High, 9-1. You see there, Ms. Sense. We'll pay close attention in terms of her behavior. There's Lady at Moscato, quick filly, 6-time spin away winner, D. Wayne Lucas.
Do we dare throw out the coach and Johnny Velasquez at 18-1?
At your own risk. Sugar High, the queen, at 9-1.
Yeah, this feels like the only horse in here that I really feel some confidence that if Ways and Means doesn't show up, can win.
Closing act, the Astoria winner, Texas bred.
Yeah, Randa Becky's Joker, who's out of this race, 42-1, needs to improve.
Number 6, Alley's Beach. Good luck, Tom Amos.
Yeah, listen, Tom, this filly by Omaha Beach has been working forwardly since her win.
Number 7, Wonder Ride, Gun Runner, debut winner.
Gun Runner, you said Gun Runner. You saw what happened last weekend when Gun Runners were running in Grade 1 stakes.
Sire of 2 Grade 1 victories. Ways and Means, it's the one race and we're already running out of superlatives.
Yeah, you can see how physically big she is, and she's 2-5, so she's definitely got the target on her back.
Don't sleep on Bright Work. Impressive Adirondack winner.
Yeah, she's not far off from a speed figure standpoint from Ways and Means, the favorite, the 8 Ways and Means. But Bright Work was kind of all in to get that number.
3 for 3, Edge and Experience. Then Lemorian, number 10, a debut winner at Horseshoe Indy.
Yeah, kind of the wild card horse. I thought the 10 and the 2, the Lucas horse, would be the horses that might be the speed of the speed. The 8 and 9 are probably going to be too talented for them, but the 10's probably going to blast out of there. Those were some fast fractions at Indiana Grand.
This is what closing week is all about, the 2-year-olds, the future. And the final 2 days, tomorrow the boys in the hopeful, in moments, the Grade 1 spin-away. The blanket, hardware awaits with 5 minutes to post. Ways and Means, 2 to 5, but there is Bright Work. Gary, and let's circle back to her Adirondack a few weeks ago. She stalks, she pounces, she turns it on, and pours it on.
Yeah, and listen, nobody was giving her the respect that she deserved. To be honest with you, she broke her maiden at Keeneland in the spring and then came back to Ellis Park, won the debutante there. Usually run at Churchill Downs. She won by half a length, and it was only going 6 furlongs. She stretched out to 6.5 here against what was supposedly a really good group of horses, and she destroyed them. She won that race by 5 lengths.
Any other? Am I wrong? But any other spin-away? I mean, she'd be 4 to 5. She's won at 3 different racetracks. She's 3 for 3, and it just shows you the visual of Ways and Means that you're getting 4 to 1 on an undefeated filly in Bright Work.
She's been finishing strong. She's a talented filly, as you mentioned, undefeated in the Adirondack winner, JK. And you know, Sugar High, we just heard from her owner, and exiting that maiden race, it has turned out to be very productive. She beat Lady Moscato in the process.
Yeah, well, one thing we know about Sugar High that we don't know about Ways and Means is that if Sugar High gets into a fight in the stretch, she has some grit to her, and that's very important. Now, look, who knows? But say Sugar High looks Ways and Means in the eyes in the stretch, and Ways and Means says, oh, no, I don't like it like this. I like it when I win easy for fun. I don't want to fight. It's happened before with nice horses. I don't think that's the case, but Sugar High's proved her point.
Some horses, young developing horses, Gary, yeah, some of them have an instinct when shoved to shove back. We know Sugar High will. We don't know that about Ways and Means.
The thing that impressed me the most about Sugar High is she did it going 5.5 furlongs. She's not bred to run 5.5 furlongs. She overcame that. She got in a fight, and she was going on with it. She was just hitting her best stride when she hit the finish line. And in Billy Mott's hands, and she got a good buyer figure, came back with the 80, and she figures to move forward, to me, the most in here. She's spooky at the price she's at right now, at 7 to 1.
Maggie, what are you seeing from Bright Work pictured, the Adirondack winner?
Well, she's gotten quite a big warm-up from Rod Ortiz Jr. for Johnny Ortiz, no relation. But I've always thought, or at least going back to her win in the Adirondack, that she would benefit from more ground, because despite winning going the 6 furlongs in gate-to-wire fashion in the debutante, she's very long, very scopy, and has this really big reaching stride to her. So I 100% respect her and what she's accomplished so far on the racetrack, as we'll check in with number... Tom Durkin nearly just fell in front of me, so I got a little distracted there. But Wonder Ride for Kenny McPeak. She's incredibly athletic. Now, everybody else is a huge price in here outside of the 3, 8, and 9. I thought she's the one who really got into a dogfight and prevailed quite nicely for Kenny McPeak, and I liked her dam, Wonderment. She was a nice New York bred. I don't know how she classes up here, but she certainly was complimented by the fact that Stella Maris came back in a New York bred stake and running a 79 buyer, so improving her figure and finishing second that day. Just one that you might want to use underneath, and I kind of thought too in her debut that the longer she gets to go, the better, and obviously accomplished that going the 7 furlongs at today's distance at first time out. Now, number 10, Lemorian here for Michelle Elliott shipping in. Look, honestly, physically, she stacks up nicely against this field. She's a big, strong filly. Carries her weight and conditioning incredibly well. Super coat to her. She's very flashy, dark bay, always kind of catches your eye. Now, she's gotten very hot since getting onto the racetrack. She wasn't misbehaving at all back in the paddock, so you kind of wonder how these horses are going to behave. Now, there's the bad actor. Yeah, Ms. Sense. She got rid of her rider on the horse bath. They immediately went to the gate with her. They put her in without the rider here. So hopefully, fingers crossed, she stays that way. It's always tough when you have a bad actor and they're the first one in there, Lafitte having to stand the longest.
A concern in itself, Gary, just that she has to stand there longer than the other fillies.
No, I don't think so. They're loading the other ones up. That's her post position. She had to be the first one in. They're continuing on. So she's standing well in there right now.
This is what we've been waiting for, ways and means, getting that LeBron James cover of Sports Illustrated at the age of 17 treatment, the chosen one, right? What will she do in her second career start? The odds-on favorite in the Grade 1 Spinaway. It's post time. Here's Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Lafitte. Ways and Means just went in. Here's Closing Act. Bright Work and Lemorian to complete the line for the 132nd running of the Spinaway. And they're off. And Lemorian is very quick away from the gate. So too Closing Act, who's moving right into contention, and Sugar High flashing some sharp early speed, and she is now up to take the lead. So it's Sugar High in front, Lemorian on the outside, and Lady Moscato is down at the rail. She is a close-up third. Just in behind them comes Closing Act. Bright Work is next. Then Wonder Ride, who's eager and in traffic between rivals, about 4 off the pace. Ways and Means is toward the back of the field, 5 in front of Alice Beach. The opening quarter clicked off in 22 and 2/5 seconds. And it's Sugar High leading the way, pressed by Lemorian. Bright Work looming up 3 wide in third, and there goes Ways and Means. Ways and Means is fourth, but only a length off the lead, and she will come right after Bright Work after a half that went in 45 seconds flat, and the stage is set. The undefeated Bright Work confronted by Ways and Means at the top of the stretch. Bright Work will make Ways and Means work. She is running on strongly. Ways and Means still a length back second. These two are dominating. Bright Work and Arad Ortiz Jr. a length and a half to Ways and Means, who's all out trying to get her in the final stages. But Bright Work is a superstar, turning away Ways and Means. Wonder Ride third. Alice Beach was fourth in 1:23 flat. She is 4 for 4.
And still undefeated, Bright Work, the Adirondack winner, takes down the Grade 1 Spinaway, denies Ways and Means some anxious moments on the backstretch, but for Bright Work and Arad Ortiz, dug deep, able to hold off the odds-on favorite.
Yeah, and Johnny Ortiz, he in his interviews after she won the Adirondack, he said that this filly wants to run 2 turns. She's not a sprinter, and she's got a lot of stamina to her. That's 4 for 4 and 4 wins on the day for Irad now. This filly's gutty. She's tough and has done nothing wrong.
What happened on the backside, Gary?
Down the backside.
What happened on the backside?
Down the backside, Ways and Means, she was pulling hard. She didn't get away as clean as she would have liked. And when they were going down the backstretch, she was in between Bright Work, who had her outrun about 3/4 of length, and she got ranked with Flavian. Flavian was trying to get out from the spot he was in because he was in a bad spot. She was ranked. He got her back, and on her way out, it looked like she clipped heels with Bright Work. I couldn't tell from our angle if it was the inside-outside, but she did bobble.
Well, Johnny Ortiz was dressed for the occasion, wasn't he?
What a moment. Grade 1 win at Saratoga. Johnny Ortiz, winning trainer, Bright Work. We're going to go right back to the start. Bright Work there, Arad Ortiz. Gary touched on the big afternoon at Saratoga. What happens here? And the one as well doesn't get away in Ms. Sense.
The one dwells at the start, does not come out of the starting gate, rears up.
Wow.
And there is an inquiry on the board about the start. And further down the backside.
So she never even got out of the gate.
No.
And what Gary's talking about, when you dwell to the start, means you don't break. And so now there'll be There's an inquiry up. She is okay. The inquiry is to see whether she had a fair beginning or not.
To declare a non-starter
100%,
or
yes,
otherwise.
yes,
Johnny Ortiz, how proud he must be of Bright work. We'll take a look at what happened on the backstretch here and what we see, Gary. Ways and Means, who it looks like she may have clipped heels here.
Watch her head. He's in tight. She's in tight. And she's getting out. She did it to herself. She came out over Bright Work's heels and clipped heels right there when it was off stride, but she was not liking it on the inside of Bright Work. She was fighting to get out of there and wasn't clear when she did jump her heels, and just kind of knocked her off stride.
By the way, this is why you run. Our colleague,
absolutely,
Tom Amos, 40-1 runs fourth with Alley's Beach, and then Wonder Ride third. I thought Wonder Ride would run better, but these two fillies are nice fillies. Again, Ways and Means, brutal circumstances, but you can't take anything away from the 9 Bright Work. She's a nice filly.
Just to clarify, Gary, you're saying that Ways and Means that she put herself in a bad position, that wasn't the eventual winner, Bright Work coming over on her, shutting her off.
Yeah, she didn't
causing
break
the clipping of heels.
She didn't break as clean as you would hope in a race like this. She broke half a length off of them. Watch her come away. She's just slightly sluggish, and then she wants to go, and she wants to pull up into a place that Flavian does not want to be in. You can see him pulling back right now. He's not happy with where he's at. She's not happy with where she's at. She's kind of throwing her head around, and as she's coming out of there, you're going to see his head bobble. Boom, right there. And that's where the incident happened, but it was no fault of anyone but
Frank Miramati just now announcing the one mid-sense a non-starter. That is a refund, a non-starter mid-sense, based on what you just saw of what happened at the start of the spinaway. JK, my question for you is this: was Bright Work the best filly, or Ways and Means, given her traffic and the stumble, clipping of heels on the backstretch?
I mean, if they loaded him back in the gate, I would still pick Ways and Means. I think she had some adversity in the race. Bright Work ran her race, though. But Ways and Means broke a step slow. And then, she stumbled pretty badly. I mean, clipping those heels. And I think that her athleticism kept that from being more dramatic than it needed to be. So, I still think that if Ways and Means is the superstar that we all hoped, she still maybe finds a way to win today, but I'll give her another shot.
And give that filly the credit she deserves. WSS Racing, Bright Work holds off the heavy favorite, Ways and Means, in the Grade 1 Spinaway.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Crowd still buzzing following the spin away. Coverage on Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Bright Work. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. Bright Work. 4 for 4, the Adirondack winner and the Grade 1 Spinaway winner. $8 in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. The one declared a non-starter.
Yeah, so don't forget, you might have a Constellation Pick 3 in your account right now.
Bright Work over Ways and Means. One to ride, 987 in the Grade 1 Spinaway. Over to the winner's circle with Maggie.
Undefeated and spectacular. Bright Work here with Johnny Ortiz. And Johnny, she is about as honest as they come.
She sure is. You know, like I said from the very beginning, she's just been so smart, and every day, every workout, every morning, everything she does is always perfect, and she only gets to be gets better and better in everything she does.
Is this your first Grade 1?
It's my first Grade 1.
Holy moly.
Yeah, Saratoga, you know, thanks to Naira. You know, first of all, let's thank God. You know, I've been praying all day today. He's blessed us with this amazing animal and put Bill Simon and Miss Tammy in my life. Thank you to Jared Hughes, who has been my brother throughout my whole racetrack industry here, and you know, I couldn't do it without them.
You grew up outside of Belmont, in Elmont. This is a dream come true, no?
This is for my hometown. You know, I'm Elmont. You know, I know my old principal and my old teachers. They reached out to me when I was at the Belmont Stakes, and I hope they're proud of me. You know, and this means so much.
You deserve it. Congratulations. She's truly special. Do you look at obviously the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies?
Yeah, that's where we're heading. You know, like I said, we're just here to enjoy the ride. You know, she's the athlete. I'm just the coach, and you know, it's all on her.
Congratulations, Johnny.
Thank you.
Oh, this is so special, guys. First Grade 1 for John Ortiz here in New York. It's so special for it to be here at Saratoga.
John Ortiz, first Grade 1, just taking a big step back, Gary, with so much focus on how good Ways and Means might be moving forward, and being defeated this afternoon for Johnny Ortiz, and you could sense the emotion. What does this moment, winning this spinaway at Saratoga, mean to him?
Well, winning his first Grade 1 at home here in New York, and his teachers, principals reaching out to him. He gets to speak to his friends, and just outside the gate of Belmont Park. It's pretty special, and then to have a filly like this that's undefeated moving towards the Breeders' Cup, but he's already, I guarantee you, thinking about next year's Kentucky Oaks and planning things, and she's that type of filly in my eyes. She's obviously got a great mind, a lot of intelligence, and she's got speed. And listen, at 7 furlongs, to me, this is tougher than going 2 turns, say a mile and a 16th on a Keeneland or Churchill Downs or a Del Mar, because they get a time, they get more of a rest. This 7 furlongs here, it takes a champion to be able to show that kind of speed and have the stamina to continue on, and she's been able to do it.
Look, we spent a lot of time talking about how good Ways and Means might be. Just because she ran second here and got beat doesn't mean that she can't still be that special horse we all thought she might be. Ask a horse like American Pharaoh, who lost first time out.
No, and it's like, you say Ways and Means got in a ton of trouble, and we might say, okay, Ways and Means might have been better than Bright Work. And you look at Bright Work's resume, she's 4 for 4 now at 4 different distances, 3 different racetracks with 3 different riders. I mean, we'd be praising her, but Ways and Means ran so giant with that trouble. I think both of these fillies are going to be going down the road. It's going to be a nice little, we're going to have a little fun with these 2 little fillies.
Both things can be true at the same time.
Yeah.
Ways and Means can still be that good, and Bright Work, maybe Ways and Means without the stumble. Maybe she beats her. Doesn't matter. She's really good. She's 4 for 4. She's a Grade 1 winner.
Yeah, that's what's great about racing, right? I think a lot of times, and we saw it a lot with Zenyatta, right? One of our greatest horses we've ever seen. This idea that if they lose, it takes something away from their greatness or their potential to have a great career. And I think it's silly. I think sometimes horses get better when they get defeated. They learn, the trainers, the riders. Flavian learned something today about Ways and Means. You know, you learn that if he gets into a dogfight, she's there for him. She just wasn't able to win.
That might have been a good learning lesson for Ways and Means. So that's a good thing. And you know what? You know, Gary and I have sat down and had a beer with Johnny. He's one of the nicest men you'll ever meet at Oaklawn. He's so unassuming. Couldn't be more happy or prouder for him. Every interview I ever asked for him, never turned me down. He's a class act. He deserves every bit of this, Gary. You know this too. He's just a class act.
Yeah,
he really is.
Happy for his success today. And look, we might have these two are going to meet again. And we may have a buddy rivalry come along.
Hopefully we'll see it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies in November at Santa Anita in Southern California. Right work, $8. This pick 6 with the carryover coming into today's activity. One left, the 10th race in 18 minutes. We get to do it all over again tomorrow with the male equivalent, the Hopeful. First run in 1903 when like dinosaurs roamed the earth. Who was fastest? Jackie's Warrior, eventual champion, 7 furlongs, 121.29. Owner. The number is 4, George Widener Jr. Those 4 wins from 1928 to 66. Most wins by a trainer. Just celebrated his 88th birthday. The coach, 8-time Hopeful winning trainer. Most by a jockey, one of the best. Jerry Bailey, 6-time Hopeful winning rider. Hopeful winners that have gone on to capture the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. 4 have done it. That was Shanghai Bobby in 2012. And Hopeful winners crowned champion in the slop last season, Forte. We saw him disappoint in the Travers a couple of weeks ago. Hopeful winners who have earned Horse of the Year honors. Favorite Trick back in 1997. Hopeful winners in the Hall of Fame. The number is 13. Affirmed over Aladar then and in the Triple Crown. The Hopeful by the numbers. And a loaded edition for the traditional closing day feature. 11 deep. 7/8 of a mile, just like today's spin away. And we start Gary Stevens with number 7, Muth, the 5-2 morning line favorite, coming in from California with two-time Triple Crown winning trainer Bob Baffert.
Yeah, and Muth is he was so impressive, and he's fast. He got a big number when he won out in California. Showed up here on Tuesday, ready to rock and roll.
Top of the show, JK, you called this race, quote, a war. Why?
Yeah, this horse is part of the reason. The 5 Timberlake, the 6 Gold Sweep, the 11 Pirate, the 10 BU. And I forgot about the 9 Valentine Candy. It's a war. All these horses are really good.
Mr. Baffert's shipment in. That means there's some business going to be going on down tomorrow.
Yeah, he's never won.
And Jenna missed it. It's party in the front, business in the back when it comes to the mullet, okay?
The Hopeful tomorrow, closing day here at Saratoga. We say goodbye to our viewers on FS1. You'll see the nightcap on Fox Sports 2. And we just saw a hell of a spin away with all eyes on ways and means. In the end, it was that filly. Right work, Arad Ortiz. Game face on, all business on the track, turning for home, ways and means. After that stumble on the backstretch, took her best run at Bright Work, but in the end, just too much Bright Work. 4 for 4, 2 graded stakes wins this summer at Saratoga, the Adirondack, and for Johnny Ortiz, a first career Grade 1 win. We'll see you over on FS2.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blaine continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000. I'm at a period 85, 85, 485,000. Thank you.
310,000 upstairs. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
And Echo Zulu puts her away. Echo Zulu, most impressive in the ballerina. And Gunite is maintaining the lead, and he will defeat Elite Power in the foregone.
Gunrunner, breed true.
Just 1 year after expanding their global footprint to Kentucky in 2013, Liliana Solari and Carlos Heller's Don Alberto purchased the dam of leading Eclipse candidate Arcangelo, who captured the Belmont and Travers Stakes against the best of his generation. This September at Keeneland, we are proud to offer 50 outstanding yearlings by the world's leading stallions, hailing from some of the best pedigrees in the stud book today. Don Alberto at Keeneland.
And they're off at Saratoga.
One left on Spinaway Sunday. Saratoga Live. Welcome to our viewers on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Just outside the paddock, Jonathan Kinchin, Paul LaDuca, Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We've learned this lesson many times, and no matter how many times we've seen it, sometimes we have to be reminded. It happened in the Spinaway, Gary Stevens. No such thing as a sure thing in thoroughbred racing.
No, and Bright Work, she was an upsetter, second favorite in there. She's undefeated. She's won at 3 different racetracks now in her 5-race career, or 4-race career, 4 for 4. She's a good filly. Ways and means, didn't have the best of trips. She almost overcame it. There was a little bit of war through the stretch, and it was a heck of a horse race.
Yeah, Bright Work 4 for 4. She's legit, and for ways and means, a legitimate excuse. She ran well with a legitimate excuse.
Okay, the way I'll take away from it, I think Ways and Means might be better than Bright Work. But here's the thing. Bright Work is right now much more professional than she is. She's had those 3 races under the belt. People are saying, oh, she had the low length of the stretch to go by. Okay, well, you run behind 7 horses, almost fall down, then swing 7 wide against a horse that's undefeated, and still give the horse a little bit all you can handle down the stretch. I thought Ways and Means lost nothing in this defeat, but you got to give Bright Work her due.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ways and Means did have an eventful trip, right? Broke a little bit slow, and like you said, had some trouble on the backside. But even outside of that, she had a middle move, like on the turn, going like 5-6 wide. That takes a lot out of you too. Geometry can catch up to you at a certain point. But I thought she ran extremely well, and I would be very, very happy to own either one of these fillies leaving this race.
Yeah, I think you wake up tomorrow. I don't feel like Ways and Means was overrated. No, I'm just that much more impressed by Bright Work. She's just that good.
Great.
Good, and you know what? You know, JK hit the nail on the head before. Like, we'll see if Ways and Means is up for a fight. She put up a fight after having trouble.
She could have thrown in a towel.
She checked that box. Yeah.
There's a ton of 1-2 shots that show up and don't show up at all. You know, they show up in the race and they don't do any running. She did a lot of running. She's fine. She just didn't get the job done today that I think that they were hoping when they would.
I think it should be made clear, at least by me, towards the connections of this filly. You've got a runner. She earned her victory today, and she's perfect right now. She's a Grade 1 winner. Job well done, guys.
First Grade 1 win, trainer John Ortiz. What a story, and we hope to see him go head-to-head once again moving forward, these terrific 2-year-old fillies. We have one left. It's not easy. Very challenging handicapping endeavor, JK. $40,000 maiden claimers field with updated odds. We'll get your thoughts and analysis in a moment. First, over to Maggie standing by in the paddock with this nightcap paddock report.
Well, Lafitte, as this is the penultimate day of racing here at Saratoga, we could be heading towards a double carryover as we don't see the 2, 4, 6, 11, and 14 covered. So if one of those wins, we will see a double carryover, a mandatory payout heading into the final day. As we'll check in with your current favorite. That's number 1, Jet City Woman. She returns to the races and gets back with some maiden claimers, where that's the scene of her best race to date, going back to this spring in which she lost a heartbreaking head bob and was interfered with by the winner a bit there. They left it alone, as they typically do here in New York, but I think with that narrow margin of defeat, could have been looked at. But she looks great coming back off of a layoff here for Tony Dutcher. What chance did she really have chasing wide in a 1.25 mile race in a maiden special weight field? So I like her here. She probably will be one of my top picks as favoritism kind of bouncing around, as we'll check in with another legitimate contender, and that's number 7, Rosie Tomorrow's. Going back to her last 2 turf races, she was on the far outside post, and especially in the Keeneland victory, which was wired by after 8 that day, she was just out in no man's land throughout. They got a little bit more aggressive with her, stretching her out to the 9 furlongs in that last race at Churchill, back to a mile and a 16th, back to the turf. And honestly, of any of these horses, she looks best. She's very athletic. She's forward. She has that vascular. She just has that appearance of, yeah, I'm ready to go out there and do this, as she drops in class for Mike Maker. Now, the likely speed horse in here is number 3, Whiskey Lullaby. And maybe Whiskey Lullaby gets brave out on the front end with Ricardo Santana aboard. And last time she was coming off of a pretty long layoff and first start from Michelle Nevin. She didn't look as though she was fit at all, and she kind of ran that way. She was getting out too during the running of that race. So I noticed that they put a Houghton bit, which is a cage bit I often talk about with horses that want to lug in or lug out. So she's wearing that today. She's wearing a shadow roll. She is a lot fitter having that race back at Belmont, dropping slightly a bit more in class here, though I don't think that was necessarily the strongest field, that maiden 75 that she faced that day. So I do prefer the 1 and 7 in here, Lafitte, but I get where the 3 is dangerous.
See how far she can take this field. Whiskey Lullaby. There is team. There's Chad Brown, Ways and Means, and the jockey that just beat her with bright work, Arad Ortiz. Would love to be a fly on the wall for that conversation. So are you. Pictured, what's the story with this 44-1 shot, JK?
Somebody's having some regret. There is a single ticket in the pick 5 alive to the 11, but you know where this is going. They did not play it on Naira Bets.
So what does that mean if
she
wins?
So they're not alive for the $3 million bonus. Now look, they're going to still win $938,000 if they win, but something tells me they still might not feel that great when they lay their head on the pillow tonight that they didn't play it on Naira Bets and take advantage of the free $3 million opportunity being that single ticket played through Naira Bets.
I'm just curious about your mindset. Would you see that as a $930,000 score, or would Jonathan Kinchin see that as I just lost $3 million?
I mean, in the moment when the 11 crosses the wire, I'll fist bump and I'll be fired up about the 938. I'll think about how much I'm going to have to pay in taxes on that. Then I'll get that other number, and then I'll sit down at dinner and I'll say, oh my God, I cannot believe I didn't play it on Naira Bets. Why didn't I play it on Naira Bets? And then I would start to have some regret.
A very expensive lesson, perhaps. First, she has to go out and win, and she's an outsider, and the reason she's the single or the only one alive here for this late Pick 5 43-1 outsider. We invite you to join us as always. The invitation stands at Naira Bets. Get involved. When you do so, use that promo code SPA200. Take advantage of the $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. 10th and final post-parade brewing. Paulie, what'd you come up with here? Who graduates in this tough nightcap?
I like the 7. I'm actually, loved what Maggie had to say about this filly by Kid Joy for Mike Maker. She liked the way she looked. And, first time out with Sunny Leone, I thought she ran okay. Her other 2 turf efforts, she drew so far on the outside. And anybody knows Keeneland, 10, 11, and 12, 9, 10, 11, 12, it's almost impossible to win on the turf course from out there. Churchill Downs as well. That was when Churchill Downs' turf course was actually getting back to normal, and the horse got quarter horse almost to the front end. I think this horse sits a little bit. The drop in class has got to help.
Currently 6-1. Rosie Tomorrow's trying to graduate in her 5th career start. $40,000 maiden claimers. Mile and a 16th in her turf course fillies and mares. We start with Jet City Woman drawn inside, 7-2 with Johnny Velasquez.
Yeah, look, I like this horse quite a bit. Drawn on the inside, gets Johnny V. Hopefully he can try to find some position. But this horse ran extremely well, going a little bit longer last time.
Some trouble encountered. Jet City Woman, then Avalanche is coming. Would be a big surprise at 38-1.
Yeah, this is the second highest. 400 and something thousand, half of the 900 and something thousand for Amir Shirakley here.
The very tepid favorite, the speedy number 3, Whiskey Lullaby.
Yeah, Ricardo Santana's got a little bit of horse underneath him to try to get some position forward, try to get either in the pocket on the inside or make the lead. I like the horse in here because the trip I think that she'll get.
Exotic Cat, 15, race maiden.
Yeah, and a mare by Kitten's Joy that just has no placings to only 1/3 place finish in those 15 starts.
Ruben Silvera aboard Keep It Sexy, trying to pull off the upset. Blinkers off.
If this horse wins, I think then you bet Timberlake, don't you, tomorrow?
Rosie just,
you might be able to bet Timberlake no matter what.
Manny Franco at 6-1, Polly's top pick.
Yeah, this horse has a couple of races that make this horse competitive and dropping in for a tag.
We'll revisit Addressable Market's latest in a moment.
Yeah, and anytime Chad's in the last, you always have to look, but this horse a little tiny bit of cold on the board.
Just curious as to what he said to Arad when he saw him in the paddock. Dark Pool, Dylan Davis aboard.
I can guarantee it didn't have much to do with Addressable Market.
Bell Shaza, 16 race maiden by Preakness Winner Exaggerator.
This horse at age 3 had a couple races to go to that aren't bad, but the form, a little muddied up. Maybe this horse can outrun her odds.
Didn't play that late pick 5 on Naira Betts. There she is. So are you.
Life is all about lessons.
This could be a very expensive lesson. Better Justice draws in from the also eligible list.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's Chad. It's dropping. We talk about it the last few days with this competition between him and Linda trying to win the title. This horse just didn't do much running last time. It wasn't bet last time either.
Salevo Spritz. Where have I heard that name before?
I don't know, but if the 11 wins, I think the man that hits this, he's going to be, drinking a lot of Salevo if he's in town.
Salevo Spritz on the outside, completing the field for this 10th and final. What's the story here, JK, in terms of the pick 6 with that big carryover coming into today?
I mean, it would be a massive double carryover if the 2, 4, 6, 11, or 14 win. And for those of us that are no longer alive in the pick 6, you all looked at the past performances and handicapped like I did. Feels like somebody's going to hit it.
Perhaps with that, the 11 you're looking at still, and so are you. Circling back to Addressable Market, number 8, Arad Ortiz, Chad Brown, Seth Klarman. There she is, Gary Stevens. Let's revisit her latest. This was mid-May at Belmont. She was a 5-2 favorite, and you'll see Addressable Market from off the pace trying to get involved and find her best ride.
Yeah, she's inching towards them, and this time off, that she's had since Belmont. She's been up there at Saratoga breezing on a regular basis. That was for 40,000 a day. She's got to step ahead a little bit, but she's cold on the board right now. I don't get it. I mean, she had every chance in here. Same thing, but she comes with that late move, and I don't know how much pace we're gonna have in here. She's gonna have to show more than what she did in that race there.
Pretty even in the stretch on that afternoon. We check in with Maggie.
Yeah, she's tough to take. I mean, look, you're getting a decent price on really good connections, but she had every chance to run better in that last effort at this level, and she just didn't fire. I'd rather take, like I said, the 7 in here dropping, who I think is a generous price at 5-1, and I also obviously picked the 1 in here. So it's all about the 1 and 7. Like I said, maybe the 3 gets loose, and she's very dangerous in that sense. But in Addressable Market, she looks good physically. I have no problems with her. It's just her form. There's not much to be excited about, as one of the horses that's not covered is number 6, Keep It Sexy. And look, I know her. Obviously, my husband trained her. And unfortunately, when she finally got to run in the spot she belonged in, which is a maiden 40, Peter Walder had her. And unfortunately, she got scratched at the gate that day because she's a little cray-cray. But look at the horses that she's faced on the turf. Highland Grace, Liguria, Implicated. Nice horses, right? Better than what she faces here. This is the surface she wants. She's still crazy, being kind, so hopefully she keeps it together here, but at least she's returning to the surface where she's a lot more suited to physically, Lafitte.
Day 39. I'm feeling a little cray-cray. Keep It Sexy at 22-1. These $40,000 maiden claimers on grass, they're so challenging, so tough.
They are challenging because the horses that have been in for 40, you kind of forget about them, right, Lafitte? And the horses that sometimes run well at this level, you're thinking, okay, all these droppers are going to run better than them, and then the horse that's at the level sometimes will win. But I have a feeling a dropper wins this race.
The reason it's so tough, Lafitte, is because the horses that have been running for 40 deserve to be running for 40, right? That's what they're worth. And the horses that are dropping are probably worth 42. You're trying to guess which ones are not worth 40, and it's a guessing game. It's hard to tell.
Whiskey Lullaby, who is 5-2. And for the single ticket.
Good luck, though, if you have the 11.
Absolutely good luck. Should have played it on Ira Bets, but good luck all the same. Good luck all the same, naturally, as they file in for this 10th and final on this Spinaway Sunday. And then one final day tomorrow. Have all the action for you right here on Saratoga Live and the boys in the hopeful, the traditional closing day feature. Frank Mirmati standing by, post time for the nightcap, Saratoga.
Salivo Spritz will be the last one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Avalanche is coming, is sprinting very quickly in the early stages. Whiskey Lullaby came away in second. Here's Salivo Spritz right into the meat of the race third, followed by Keep It Sexy fourth. They are followed on the far outside by Better Justice, who is about 4 lengths off the lead. Keep It Sexy hugs the hedge, now moves into the third spot, and just behind them, it's Belshazzar, 7 lengths off the lead. Then comes Rosie Tomorrow's on the inside of Addressable Market. It's a gap of 3 to Dark Pool. So Are You is next. The 2 trailers, Jet City Woman and Exotic Cat. The opening quarter went in 23 1/5 seconds, so the pace is lively as Whiskey Lullaby comes to Avalanche is Coming. Those two head and head for the lead. 3 lengths back, Keep It Sexy, Good Trip third, heading to the half-mile pole. Salivo Spritz is in fourth. They are followed by Better Justice, fifth at this point. Belshazzar is down at the rail. Rosie Tomorrow's needs racing room. Addressable Market on the outside. They're followed by Dark Pool as they round the far turn in 48 2/5 seconds. Avalanche is coming. Whiskey Lullaby. These two have been inseparable throughout. Better Justice, Good Trip coming after them with the blue cap in third. And in the center of the course, Addressable Market trying to pick up some pieces, not doing so at this stage. In the meantime, Keep It Sexy is trying to thread through traffic and down on the inside. Dark Pool is flying. Will she get room and does she have time? Whiskey Lullaby put away her rival early on. And as a 3-length lead coming to the wire, it will be Whiskey Lullaby to win it. Dark Pool was coming fast. She's in a photo with Addressable Market. Both of them were finishing with interest, but couldn't catch Whiskey Lullaby and Ricardo Santana Jr.
Santana putting that speed to good use. Whiskey Lullaby holds on and graduates in her 8th career start in the 10th and final at the Spa.
Look, she was taking a drop. I mean, she dropped in for maiden 75 last time when she made the lead and finished 4th. There's a big difference between maiden 75 and 40, maiden 40. Believe me, you just saw it there. Got a good sitting trip, just off the pace, and had plenty left in the last 16th of a mile to go ahead and extend her lead and go on.
It's like 3.986, Lafitte. Look at the 9 snuck up the rail there for second. Big Dark Pool. We're telling Davis gave the horse a good ride, but you're right, Gary. You know what? Ricardo Santana's having a sneaky good meet here.
Yes.
And good call by you, JK. I know you and Gary both had the source. But to not commit to the lead, to sit and rating horses, he's ridden some really nice turf races this meet.
Yeah, I mean, Ricardo is I think a lot of his career, he spent so much time at Oaklawn. I think a lot of people have unfairly and incorrectly tabbed him as like a dirt rider. Yep. But, I mean, he's won Breeders' Cup races on the turf. He's an outstanding rider. He's learned so much because of his relationship with Steve Asmussen, right? One of the best horsemen we've ever seen. Ricardo's learned a lot, and you can see it in his grass rides.
He's got great hands. He rides a smart race. He sees things as they're developing and before they develop, and he can put himself in the right spot. But this was textbook here, pretty simple, straightforward ride.
It's got to be fun, too, because this is a horse that was kept on going to the front end, and, you know, Michelle said, you know what, let's back off a little bit, and now this horse has got a nice little running style. Now you got to hope they kept her in the barn.
Whiskey Lullaby. Michelle Nevin had her ready to roll this afternoon. Second win at the meet. Ricardo Santana on grass. Yeah, he's done some damage. Fire at will. 30-1. JK loves when I bring up Fire at Will. 30-1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf also rode Got Stormy in her first win in the 4-star Dave, the first female to capture the 4-star Dave. So yeah, he knows what he's doing out there. In fact, I think he won 5 or 6 Grade 1 races at Saratoga a couple of years ago. How good is he? Muth, morning line favorite in a loaded, wide open, exciting edition of the Hopeful, the final Grade 1 event of the meet. Closing day tomorrow here at Saratoga.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. Again in 2023, no stallion has sired more Grade 1 winners.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin,
the personal
the classic sire.
In Italian to win it.
And here is Domestic Spending.
And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program Trading. Ocean Road.
It will be McCulloch.
Victoria Road down to the line.
Will be State of Rest.
What a day of racing. Final Sunday of the meet. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. JK, Gary Stevens had this one pegged. Whiskey Lullaby for Michelle Nevin. Ricardo Santana breaks through in her 8th career start.
Yeah, congratulations to Michelle. Second winner of the meet for her. And good meet by Ricardo Santana. And did everything right today.
We saw it in the spin away too. It being forward in horse racing is a huge advantage because they have to go where you've already been.
Well said.
It's true. Whiskey Lullaby there. And by the way, the brown, that's kind of what she is right now, isn't it, Gary? Addressable market. She started to close a little bit late, but it was even one pace through the stretch and found her best ride too late to complete the trifecta.
Yeah, it's the way it goes. I mean, she's run the same race back-to-back right now. And when you see Chad give them some time off, back off a little bit, you hope, especially at this class, you hope that they figured something out in the meantime, but she ran the same race.
The sequence with the carryover in the pick 6, the toughest Indian Mischief who went wire to wire, JK. Look at that, 46,000 plus. Congratulations if you're able to wire those 6 winners together in the pick 6 today at Saratoga.
There's nothing wrong with that. Nice 46,000. And it was a pretty tough sequence too. I mean, considering you had to have a ticket that beat the probably the most singleable horse on there. Then there's a couple of long shots you had to catch as well. It wasn't an easy one to hit.
Bright work in the spin-away. What about tomorrow's hopeful for the boys? Of course, the same distance, 7/8 of a mile, the traditional closing day feature. It is deep. It is absolutely loaded, and trainer Bob Baffert is represented with number 7 in Muth, 5-2, the morning line favorite, Flavien Prat, who rode Ways and Means today. He'll ride Muth. What's impressed you most, Paulie, from Muth to this point?
Well, listen, this was obviously impressive, and anytime when Bob Baffert hooks up numbers that are in the high 80s, he was 1-5 first time out, and he crushed. Son of Good Magic. Now, he came back in the best pal. He did get beat by Prince of Monaco. It was a nice runner, too, as well. But he had kind of like a bumpy beginning in there. I would have kind of towards the Ways and Means. Got out of there bad in a 5-horse field. Your worry is that, you know, the horse has been running in smaller fields, but the speed will be coming out in the Bob Baffert barn. But, again, this is a loaded race with some other horses in here. And, you know, Pletcher with BU, Timberlake. My goodness, this horse was impressive last time.
Did you hear the call yet, JK? Did you hear the call?
What?
Did you hear the call this
Oh,
way?
no, I didn't hear it.
Bye.
That's good.
Bye.
Very good. Very good. No, look, like I said, this is a war. This is a horse I've been excited about running. I'm sure if you follow the internet, you follow Twitter, you've seen the buzz about this horse's last work. It was outstanding. Like, outstanding. And he showed his talent here, obviously, but this is a whole different animal. I mean, there is the 5th best horse in here wowed me in the meet, right? Like Valentine Candy, when Valentine Candy broke away from the gate for Steve Asmussen and made the lead in 3 jumps, it wowed me. And that's the 5th or 6th best horse in this race. It's an absolute war.
Top to bottom, it's not hyperbole.
What about
this is one of the best. Yes.
Was heavy favorite in the Sanford. Stumbled in the starting gate horribly. He's lost all position. Ton of dirt in his face. Somehow he came back and ran second in there. It is going to be a war.
And it's not. Listen, it's early September. The Triple Crown, the Derby's a long way off. But we've seen in the past, Forte, who won this race a season ago, would have been favored in the Kentucky Derby. It's not too soon to get excited about some of the more, the premier events in thoroughbred racing, the Triple Crown next spring, based on the type of talent we're seeing in this hopeful.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to set them up for the Breeders' Cup if that's the route that they choose to go. But definitely, there's going to be talk with whoever wins this and the way they win it. There's going to be talk immediately of next year's Triple Crown.
Lafitte, it's all in the name, right, Paulie? I mean, it's called the Hopeful because you're hopeful that you have a horse that will be very good at 3. And this is where it starts.
100%. This is exactly where it starts. You nailed it on the thing. It's the hopeful, and then they got to tackle that next thing. It's going around 2 turns, But this is a loaded race, and whoever wins this race is going to be a legit racehorse. And I have a feeling that winner of this race is going to go up to the head of the 2-year-old class.
You know who you're going with just yet?
I told you, I'm bringing Sexy back.
Oh, that's right. that's a given. But who wins the hopeful?
Team Timberlake.
Timberlake, as good as he was at Ellis Park. That'll wrap things up for us. Day 39, closing day tomorrow. Look forward to seeing you on Saratoga Live. What will Muth do tomorrow afternoon? Bob Baffert will be a first win in the hopeful. BU for trainer Todd Pletcher. Arad Ortiz looking for a sweep of the spinaway to the hopeful. Timberlake, will he say bye-bye-bye one more time? We'll find out tomorrow afternoon for trainer Brad Cox. We'll have the coverage for you right here at Saratoga Live, closing day of the 154th season. We'll see you tomorrow.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got up.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. BM Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.